Ghetto Rebellion to Black Liberation. By Claude M. Lightfoot. In memory of Geraldine and to my son Earl, who, hopefully, will live in a world free from exploitation of class by class, of nation by nation, of race by race. Preface. History is full of examples of nation and peoples that were diverted from the path of human progress by unique internal factors. In most cases, such nations were dominated by forces of reaction which would not permit the removal of the relics of the past. These relics thus became the stumbling blocks to progress. As a nation, it can also happen to us. We, too, can be sidetracked. This book is about one such national roadblock to progress. The evil system of oppression operating against 22 million Black Americans is a harmful relic of the past, rooted in slavery. This system of special oppression and exploitation is fed by an ideology of racism that poisons our national bloodstream. The longer it continues, the greater will be its negative effects on all phases of our society. The policy of Negro oppression at home, combined with the policy of dead-end imperialist aggression beyond our borders, can sidetrack the United States from the path of progress. The negative effects are now apparent all around us. As these policies continue, the effects will escalate. The roots of the crisis into which the United States has fallen are in the system itself. Thus, this is a book not only about the Negro question. It is about the most crucial problem facing the USA as a nation. It is a book not only for Black Americans, it is for all Americans, white and black. For in correcting the injustice against 22 million Americans, we will also be removing the most formidable obstacle to social progress for all. In this book, Claude Lightfoot, communist leader and an authoritative voice of his people, probes the unique situation in which Black Americans constitute an oppressed people, a discriminated carrot against national minority, victims of racist prejudices within the United States. He places the Afro-American experience within the context of national and world history, supplying fresh insights into the relations between the fight of the Black Americans for freedom and the liberation struggles in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, the struggle for democracy and Negro freedom, the struggle for socialism and the struggle to end the Jim Crow system. From this analysis, Claude Lightfoot makes a profound contribution to the politics and tactics of Black liberation in America. This book was written before the cold-blooded murder of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. But it provides a deep understanding into the nature of the struggles Dr. King so brilliantly led. Thus this book is a contribution in giving direction to the struggles to come to the successful transference of Dr. King's dream of a better society into a reality. The author has used a scientific approach as his tool, the method of Marxism-Leninism. Thus he was enabled to probe deeply into the system of Negro oppression as it actually operates and also into its endless relationship with every phase of our national being. It is therefore also a projection of a program for achieving Black liberation and thus overcoming the most critical obstacle to social progress in the United States. New York, April 25, 1968. Gus H. al. Contents. Preface by Gus H. al. R. 7. Author's Foreword 11. I Behind Ghetto Revolts 13:1. The Struggle for Black Power, 13:2. Exploitation in the Ghetto, 23. Problems in the Rural South, 34. Racism and Black Nationalism, 37:5. The Historic Roots of Racism, 48. 6. A Crisis in Foreign Affairs, 61. 7. The Fascist Danger, 67. 8. A Sick Economy, a Sick Society, 77. 9. The Struggle Within Capitalism, 87. 10. Program Within Capitalism, 97.3. The Way Out 115. 11. The African Revolution and the Socialist Path, 115. 12. The Afro-American and the Socialist Way Out, 126.4. Socialism and Equality. 13. The Soviet Union and Equality of Nations, 139. 14. The Black Man in Cuban History, 152. 15. In Cuba black and white are equal, 162. 16. Black liberation impossible without communists, 184. Author's foreword. The black man has been seeking a ray out of his oppression ever since the first slaves arrived in Jamestown, Virginia, in 1619. In each stage of the struggle various programs were presented. Some resulted in substantial progress, while others led down blind alleys. Whatever the progress in the past, Afro-Americans must still find the way that will lead to their total emancipation. Imperatively needed is an approach based upon a clear definition of the problem and providing a perspective which unites the needs of the moment with the goals for tomorrow. Emotional responses alone are inadequate. If he is to be effective, the young freedom fighter of today must be not only an activist but also a social and political scientist. This book is presented, hopefully, as a contribution in that direction. I was inspired to write the book as I observed young people demonstrating under the slogan, "Freedom Now." Occasionally, I would ask them what they meant by this, and also inquire as to how they proposed to reach this promised land. Few were able to elaborate a plan of march. I pointed out that at the present pace at least another 100 years would be required to erase inequality. If the trend is accelerated so that the goal would be reached in the next 15 or 20 years, I asked, would this be freedom now? Most answered, no, but they were unable to tell how the situation could be changed. Our youth have a rendezvous with history and their dateline reads, now. They are in tune with the most revolutionary period in history. Their unwillingness to live peacefully with the status quo impels them into the struggle for radical change. But the movement is hampered by insufficient knowledge of where it is going, what is required to arrive there, and the pitfalls to be avoided along the way. To clarify my own views, I felt it would be helpful to see for myself the profound changes in the world. I had been under house arrest for a long period. Hanging over my head for almost 10 years was a court conviction under the notorious Smith Act, for which I had been sentenced to 5 years in jail and a $10,000 fine. While the conviction was on appeal, I was out on $30,000 bail. I wanted to see the new socialist world, now embracing over 1/3 of mankind, and to learn more about the worldwide freedom revolutions against imperialism, involving over 1.5 billion people in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Eventually, the opportunity to travel came. I won my case in the U.S. Supreme Court, and later the court knocked out the provision of the McCarran Act denying passports to communists. I was thus able to travel far and wide, making 3 trips halfway around the world in the last 2 years. The itinerary included India, Ghana, Mali, Algeria, the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, and Cuba. While I do not pose as an expert on any of these countries, I believe my observations will be of some value in helping to see our own problems in the context of the present-day revolutionary world. Much has happened on the home front during this period. The slogan of Black Power and the Ghetto revolts mark a new stage in the growth of the Black liberation movement. In this book I offer what I consider a Marxist view of the path ahead. It is presented not as dogma but in the hope that it will contribute to the dialogue now proceeding between all those who see the necessity for defining the longer-range perspective. New York, March 1, 1968. See Claude Mlightfoot. 12. The struggle for Black power. Black America is like a ball of fire. Its revolts spread over the land leaving hardly any northern city unscathed, and the end is nowhere in sight. Starting out as civil rights struggles, the movement now takes on the aspects of a social revolution, a black revolution, a revolt of the poor. Where is this revolt heading? How can its goals be obtained? The answers to questions like these require clear knowledge of the roots and causes, and of the dynamic forces which are accelerating the pace. The revolt rests on 4 principal developments. It is excited by the necessity for black people to have a substantial share of power over decisions affecting their welfare. It is an outgrowth of the terrible conditions in the ghettos. It is aggravated by the problems in the rural areas of the South. It is compounded by the intensification of racism in the white community. The Black Power slogan has come to symbolize the end of an era. A new one is being born with the usual birth pains that accompany the emergence of the new. The slogan has been used by the white power structure to break up old alignments between black and white and among blacks themselves. When it was projected, white liberals in large numbers fled from the civil rights movement as if a deadly plague had hit it. The more conservative Negro leaders rushed to assure their white bosses. 13.4. That the Black Power advocates did not speak for them. The purpose of this attack was to destroy the younger militants and to arrest trends toward greater radicalism in the black community. Thus, the pressures of the white-led power structure have helped to provoke sharp cleavages between the various civil rights organizations and leaders. There are also material factors within the Negro community which often engender clashes. Black people are not a homogeneous group. Although oppressed, like other peoples, they consist of various class strata. But in one way or another, since Jim Crow policies affect all Negroes, the community often finds common denominators which unite all. However, there are times when collisions between classes come to the forefront. In the previous period they did not come too sharply into view because of the nature of the demands and of the struggles being waged. Civil rights battles during that period took place primarily in the South, where the social aspects of discrimination dominated the picture. The economic aspects of the struggle against Jim Crow had not yet come forward prominently. Also, the dominant leadership in the civil rights movement consisted of middle-class or middle-class-oriented people who gave priority to the social and civil aspects, and the promotion of individual Negroes, as against the alleviation of the rotten economic conditions of the broad masses. In 1964, after the March on Washington, civil rights struggles became more broadly distributed. Tremendous mass actions took place in the Negro ghettos, especially in Chicago, New York, and Cleveland, against discrimination in the school systems. The masses of black people supported these initiatives because to them the struggle for the specific demand, no matter what it is, carries within it struggle against the whole system of Jim Crow and segregation. But while they supported the school boycott movements, these were not necessarily the issues to which they gave priority. They were primarily concerned with those aspects of Jim Crow which keep them in a state of permanent impoverishment. But the problems of the black people on the lowest rung of the economic ladder received little or no attention. As a consequence, when the outbursts took place in Harlem in 1964, we saw revealed for the first time the sharp cleavages between leaders who had been prominent in civil rights circles and the masses of the people. Thus, the problem of what issues are to have priority carries within it the seeds of cleavages within the movement. These problems were portrayed with great clarity by the Harlem Council for Jobs and Freedom in its prospectus. Construction of new and better housing which the poor can afford is an important objective, but without any change in the tenant's income, without better jobs, the lifestyle of poverty is perpetuated and the project may become a new, somewhat less ugly, but equally degrading slum. Likewise, more and better education is meaningless without more and better job opportunities. The converse is also true, of course, but the shameful fact remains that job opportunities have seriously lagged behind educational opportunities for decades. Average Negro incomes at every level of education are notoriously lower than those of whites. Negroes are still virtually in some cases entirely excluded from whole industries and job classifications quite arbitrarily and without regard for qualifications. The problems posed here apply to the entire country. The position taken by the Jobs Council in Harlem does not overlook the struggle for better housing or better education, on the contrary, it encompasses such struggles. But it places the economic questions right in the center of things. The course of events has already put the economic problems of the Negro masses at the center of the struggle in the coming period. Not all Negro leaders see this problem clearly. Not all of them, including many of the younger militants and radicals, understand what is going to be required to achieve goals along this line. Nonetheless, there are many hopeful signs that most black people are beginning to see the primacy of the struggle on the economic and political fronts, and it is in the context of such a growing awareness that we can hopefully look forward to the re-emergence of Negro unity on a higher level. There will still be many struggles between classes, trends, and tendencies, but the movement will continue to find common interests which can unite all strata of the Negro people. At the present moment, most civil rights organizations, including the more radical ones, seem to be in a period of decline. This gives rise to questions such as these: have organizations like the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People and the Urban League outlived their usefulness? Did the withdrawal of funds by white liberals leave such organizations as the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and the Congress on Racial Equality stranded with no place to go? I believe this is not the case. Of course, all civil rights movements and organizations, conservative and radical, are called upon to make adjustments to the needs of this period. But there is no reason to believe that most of them will not readjust and continue to make vital contributions. The new period will have a logic of its own. It will call for emphasis on new techniques of struggle, new priorities on issues, and new class alignments. Some of the older civil rights organizations may not be able to do what is required. The position of the top leaders of the NAACP on the Black Power issue and on the removal of Congressman Adam Clayton Powell, as well as their efforts to keep the Negro out of the peace movement, shows how difficult it will be for this organization to adjust to the requirements of the new period. The civil rights movement in the last 15 years has passed through various phases of development. Each one required new organizations and leaders as a supplement to the old. During the period from 1948 to 1954, the NAACP dominated the scene. It was geared mainly to the legal aspects of the struggle. It led most of the court battles which eventually resulted in the Supreme Court decision on school desegregation. However, it was not equipped or oriented to do what was required following the court's rulings. Especially was this true when the center of gravity of the struggle shifted from the courts to mass action. The inadequacies of the association left a void which was filled by the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and the emergence of new leaders like Dr. A. Arden Luther King, Rev. Ralph Abernathy and Rev. Fred Shuttlesworth. Later, the youth sit-in movement in the South produced a new organization, SNCC, and invigorated CORE. These organizations also produced new leaders who reflected more fully the mass aspects of the problem. This was the period which brought to prominence John Lewis, James Forman, Stokely Carmichael, and Julian Bond. Now, with the economic and political aspects of the struggle, as well as the fight for peace, becoming the dominant themes, new organizations and new leaders will come to the fore who will reflect the realities of this period. The present is like a twilight zone. The new has not yet arrived fully and the old has not yet made the needed adjustments. However, there are hopeful signs in both directions. Black power means many things to different people. It has many positive values ranging from the psychological to the political. As a slogan, it encompasses practically every phase of the black man's struggle in the United States. But the central reason why the slogan has been embraced by most people is the recognition of the necessity for black people to have a greater share of economic and political power. The problem of power comes into greater focus now because we have reached a point where enforcement of the law has become the key aspect of the struggle. Insofar as civil rights are concerned, there are adequate laws to meet the problems. We have passed through a period beginning with the establishment of FEPC by the Roosevelt administration in World War II, through the Supreme Court ruling on desegregation of the schools in 1954, and the passage of the Civil Rights and Voter Registration Bills in 1964-65, in which enabling legislation was secured to deal with all the practices of Jim Crow and segregation. Significant advances were made on all levels of government. On the federal level, all three branches took a position on these matters, in the form of judicial rulings, executive orders, and new laws. Most state and city governments in the North did likewise. Laws prohibiting discrimination in hiring practices were enacted in over 30 states. Other civil rights laws and ordinances prohibiting discrimination in public places were passed in all major northern cities and states. Of course, it could be argued that all these court rulings, executive orders and laws were unnecessary. The citizenship rights of black people had already been established in the 13th and 14th Amendments to the Constitution. And during the Reconstruction period, civil rights laws and codes were established which provided the legal means to prevent discrimination against people of color. For example, the Civil Rights Law of 1871 proclaimed, whenever insurrection, domestic violence, unlawful combinations or conspiracies in any state so hinders the execution of the laws thereof and of the United States, it shall be lawful for the President and it shall be his duty to take such measures, or any other means he may deem necessary. On the basis of this law, which has never been rescinded, every president since then has had the power to put an end to the violations of the citizenship rights of black people. That they did not do so means that every one of them has been holding office illegally. The law states, it shall be his duty. On this basis the presidents have been just as guilty of malfeasance in office as all Southern congressmen. It might be said that in a basic sense, all the enabling acts of the last 20 years were unnecessary. However, the struggle to secure them represented progress, and to some extent has helped to lessen the blight of Jim Crow. The main problem now is not enabling legislation, but law enforcement. Everyone with an ounce of common sense or honesty realizes that despite all the court rulings, executive orders, and laws, the Negro in many areas of our national life is almost as much a second-class citizen as he was 100 years ago. It should also be noted that whatever the progress, it was the result of actions initiated by Negroes themselves. In this respect their path was illuminated by Frederick Douglass, who once pointed out, "He who would be free must himself strike the first blow." Today, as when Douglass wrote, the role Negroes themselves must play is highlighted by the Black Power concept. This proposition does not deny the necessity for allies. Nor is it necessarily divisive. There are those, white and black, who seek to make it so, but it ain't necessarily so. The Negro seeks a share of governmental power now to help enforce the laws which his own actions help to bring into existence. An examination of his position in the power structure of the country illustrates the enormous tasks that must be carried out. Since the close of the Reconstruction period, he has been forced to live in the blighted areas of the cities and on the plantations of the rural South. Based upon this enforced segregation, the Negro is preyed upon by every exploitative element in our society. He is exploited as a worker, but in addition his color has made it easier to set him aside from the rest of the people for super-exploitation. As a consequence, he constitutes not only a class but also a people without money. And since money in our society is a major source of power, Negroes are a people without power. Thus, the struggle to obtain black power and green power are important changes in the ongoing Black Revolt. The Black Revolt, therefore, is not only violence in the streets in response to provocations, but a revolt at the polls, a revolt to change the composition of government and to enforce the laws involving the rights of black people. Chapter 2. Exploitation in the Ghetto. The second aspect of the Black Revolt arises from conditions in the ghettos. America has known ghettos since its inception. The Irish, Italian, Jewish, and many other national groups have been exposed to its life before they were generally accepted into the society. The Negro ghetto is also not new. Ever since he fled from the plantations of the South during and after World War I, ghettos have been the Negro's lot. Within them, over many decades, he has suffered and has waged monumental struggles, but nothing compared to what we witness now. Since the ghettos are not new and conditions have always been intolerable, understanding what now impels the black masses to revolt with such intensity is central to a program for meeting the problem. There are many reasons for the present situation. First and foremost is the nature of the times in which we live. This is the most revolutionary period in history. What people were forced to accept for centuries is no longer acceptable in any corner of this globe. The black ghetto is no exception. Its protest movements have been influenced greatly by worldwide trends, especially the African Revolution. Like others, the Negro senses objective possibilities of challenging the present situation and winning victories that would have been unthinkable a few decades ago. An assessment of today's ghetto must take into account this new mood, which is not satisfied with minor concessions but demands fundamental changes. Another important development is the growing affluence our society provides for some, side by side with continued misery. 20. For many, America has never witnessed such a wide contrast. The Negro in the ghetto represents the poorest of the poor. Michael Harrington, in his book, The Other America says, Negro poverty is unique in every way. It grows out of a long American history, and expresses itself in a subculture that is built upon an interlocking base of economic and racial injustice. F. Harrington was among the first in the recent period to rediscover deep pockets of poverty in America, of which the black ghetto represents the worst. He did not forecast the eruptions that came later. Nonetheless, he discharged a great social responsibility by laying bare the material out of which revolt could grow. Dr. James B. Conant, the former president of Harvard University, in his Slums and Suburbs, predicted violent revolt unless the evils were remedied. He described the state of affairs as follows: in a slum area of 125,000 people, mostly Negro, a sampling of the youth population showed that roughly 70% of the boys and girls aged 16 to 21 were out of school and unemployed. When one considers that the total population in this district is equal to that of a good-sized independent city, the magnitude of the problem is appalling and the challenge to our society clear. He concluded, "We are allowing social dynamite to accumulate in our large cities. A considerable segment of black youth to whom work experience is unknown is a new central feature of the ghetto. However, it is not only the youth, it is a problem of all the Negro people. Those who have some affluence, as well as the poor, are affected. There are few Negroes, if any, who can escape the problems of being black. Historically, the Negro ghetto was created for the purpose of super-exploitation. In this regard, a whole superstructure has been erected. The problem facing the Negro in the ghetto is primarily a matter of money. It involves unemployment and underemployment, discrimination in hiring and on the job, segregated housing, schools of poor quality, high rents, price gouging, merchandising and exploitation by outside business interests who take all they can out of the community and put nothing back into it. Through these and other devices, it is estimated, over $32 billion a year is taken from the Negro worker over and above the profits that are extracted from his exploitation as a worker. The gap in income and employment between white and non-white is a chronic feature of our society. Automation takes its greatest toll among Negro workers, who have been consigned to the lowest and least skilled jobs for almost a century. Today's accent on higher skills, and the growing requirement of a high school education as a minimum, are used to disqualify a large sector of the Negro workers. The large number of high school dropouts in the Negro community, referred to by Dr. Conant, thus fall increasingly into the category of the unemployable. As a consequence, unemployment will become an ever greater problem, whose solution will require some very basic changes and special approaches. Negroes also suffer greatly from underemployment. Into this category fall workers who are employed, but who are often not as well off as people on relief. During the post-war years, the big corporations, in their efforts to prevent strikes, made concessions which went mainly to those in the skilled and semi-skilled categories. The mass of unskilled production workers did not receive comparable wage increases. This contributed to increasing the numbers in the category of the underemployed. But the greatest gap in wage scales is that between organized and unorganized workers. It is among the tens of millions of workers in unorganized establishments, who have no means of protecting themselves against profit-hungry employers and whose levels have consequently remained at the lowest levels, that we find a high percentage of Negro workers. Here, poverty is at its worst. Recent figures issued by the Bureau of Labor Statistics show that nearly 37% of all Negroes employed receive less than $3,000 a year, compared to 16% of whites. This means that more than 1 out of 3 employed Negroes receives wages below the poverty level. The Chicago chapter of the Negro American Labor Council recently made a study of this problem, and it issued a white paper entitled, "The Other Chicago, the City's Employed Poor." This study reveals that some hundreds of thousands in the Chicago area earned less than $3,000 a year in take-home pay. They were employed in a variety of industries including apparel, merchandising, laundry and cleaning services, hospitals and other health services, amusement and recreation, and miscellaneous business and repair services. The paper concludes, thus, in the greater Chicago area at least 515,000 are working poor. Of these, at least 400,000 live in the city of Chicago, the overwhelming part in the slums and ghettos. This situation is typical of Negro communities. The growth of the unemployed and underemployed category of the population also is a result of the continuous wave of migrations from the South. The mechanization of agriculture drives the Negro off the land and he seeks refuge in northern urban centers. But Jim Crow and segregation, like the tentacles of an octopus, reach out to ensnare him no matter where he takes refuge. He comes to the cities and the ghetto becomes even more overcrowded. If he finds employment, it is most likely in the service industries with low pay. This group, together with youth who have never had a chance at jobs, has been the backbone of most of the ghetto uprisings in recent times. Underemployment is at the core of the super-exploitation of the Negro people, but it by no means exhausts the subject. Another means of super-exploitation is ghetto housing, a source of extra profits for real estate concerns and absentee landlords who milk the property for all it is worth and put very little back into it. The rents Negroes must pay for dilapidated housing are exorbitant beyond description. Very often a Negro family occupying a 4 or 5 room apartment will be forced to pay higher rents than larger, more modern apartments in other communities. Hence it is very profitable for certain interests to keep the Negro in the ghetto. During the past 15 years, the Negro communities in almost all metropolitan areas of the country have expanded considerably. Generally, however, this expansion has resulted in the extension of the ghetto, rather than its abolition. This has happened despite open occupancy laws and Supreme Court rulings outlawing restrictive covenants. The primary cause of the friction which has been engendered between Negro and white in most neighborhoods is an economic one of an artificial nature. Unscrupulous real estate agencies in many cities earmark certain areas, which are on the verge of becoming slums, for expansion of the Negro ghetto, an operation in which there are tremendous profits to be had. In most new neighborhoods into which Negroes move, there is an immediate exodus of whites. No doubt, racism is a contributing factor to this flight. To get a clearer picture of the process, take the case of John, a white worker who has worked in the meatpacking plants of Chicago for almost 30 years. Back in the 1930s, when the CIO was born, he joined with Negro workers to form a union in the shop. Through their organization they forced the packing house bosses to raise wages and provide greater security for the workers. At that time, John had no particular grievances against Negroes. He was able to see the need for unity of the workers, both black and white. He realized this was a condition for his own participation in the affluent society. But even though John fought alongside his black brothers against the boss, he had not shed his racist attitudes. To him, the colored boys were pretty good Joes, but they were not his equals mentally, culturally, or socially. However, they had one quality that he greatly admired: they were militant fighters. He recognized that if the next wage increase was to be won, the union had to have militant leadership. And so, notwithstanding his attitude of white superiority, he unhesitatingly voted to make Rufus the shop chairman. He was ever ready to pat Rufus on the back and say, "Boy, keep up the good work." After about 10 years of continuous work, John was able to buy himself a home in one of the better neighborhoods of Chicago. He lived there another 10 years. By then, his property had started to deteriorate seriously. A real estate dealer came to John one day and urged him to get rid of it. He said, in substance, "John, in a few years yet we'll have to invest a few $1,000s to repair the property, and that will require an additional mortgage. The best thing you can do is to sell this home to a Negro, who will pay you at least $2,000 or $3,000 above the prevailing market price. In the long run your net gain will be over $5,000. With this consideration in mind, John sold his property to a Negro and moved on to the suburbs. He was getting along in years and was preparing for his retirement. He felt secure. His union had won a good pension plan. In another 5 or 6 years, the mortgage on his home would be paid. His prospects were for a good life in retirement, where he could putter and do many of the things he had always dreamed of doing. Then, one day his peace was disturbed. Civil rights demonstrators marched through his neighborhood chanting, "Open occupancy." "My God," said John, "I thought I'd gotten away from this problem." John did not want Negroes to come into his neighborhood for several reasons. He didn't mind working with them on the job, but he didn't want to live with them because, he thought, the neighborhood would become rundown. His wife wouldn't feel safe anymore, and he himself might be held up on his way home. Finally, his property would depreciate in value. So John, who formerly had nothing against Negroes, was now frightened by their presence and joined a mob to make them feel unwelcome. This pattern is repeated over and over again in all major American cities. Conditions such as these help explain why nearly 1/3 of our Negro population lives in substandard homes, why 1 out of 3 lives in overcrowded conditions, why some 15% have no hot water, 15% share bathrooms with other families and 21% have no bathtub or shower. Another aspect of the super-exploitation of the Negro is the prices he has to pay for commodities compared to those paid by white people. The irony of the situation is that the Negro, who makes far less money to begin with, is forced to pay more than the white person for identical goods. The operation of this rank discrimination was uncovered recently by Mobilization for Youth, a community organization in Manhattan. MFY found a variation in prices, as follows: Domino sugar, 2 pounds bag, 38 cents in the Ghetto stores, 35 cents in the white stores; Carolina rice, 2 pounds package, 43 cents in the Negro store, 41 cents in the white store; Mazola palm oil, 1 pint bottle, 49 cents in the Negro store, 45 cents in the white store; premium crackers, 39 cents in the Negro store, 31 cents in the white store. These price differences, from 4 to 20%, are representative of the range on the entire list. Price discrimination in food is serious enough. But it is just nickel-dime stuff compared with the higher prices Negroes must pay for furniture and appliances. Still using the same brand comparison, the project workers checked the prices of a certain manufacturer's dinette set, first in a Negro Ghetto store and then in a white store. They found that the set, which costs from $27.95 to $45 in the Ghetto, can be bought in a white neighborhood for $28.88 to $39.95. A more expensive dinette set ranged from $98.50 to $229.95 in the Ghetto and $90 to $169 outside. Please keep in mind that the comparison was made with absolutely identical items. One might ask, couldn't Negroes shop for furniture and appliances outside the Ghetto, and take advantage of lower prices? The workers found that prices vary not only in respect to location, but with the color of the buyer's skin. For instance, one group sent 3 women to the same store to inquire about one specific TV set. One lady was white, one was Puerto Rican, and the third was Negro. The white lady was quoted a price of $125. The Puerto Rican lady was told the set cost $139. The Negro lady was given the price of $200. So the Negro is locked in a financial bind, and the color of his skin is the signal for mere chance to pull the cords a little tighter. This survey by Mobilization for Youth helps explain much of what took place in the upheavals in the Negro ghettos from Watts in California to Detroit in Michigan. To condemn the looting and the burning down of business establishments leads one to fight symptoms rather than causes. To paraphrase the words of Frederick Douglass, what is needed is not a shower of criticism of the victims but a thunderstorm to eradicate the evils which produced this condition. Not long ago I had occasion to walk through the devastated areas of Watts, the west side of Chicago and the Hoff area of Cleveland. I was struck by the common pattern which characterized these eruptions. I saw instances where certain mere chance black and white were left untouched while other places were destroyed or looted. The Negro masses struck, in any given block, mainly at those places that were guilty of the kind of price gouging uncovered by Mobilization for Youth in Manhattan. Another source of superexploitation of the ghettos is the absentee ownership of the businesses within it. It is estimated that some $5 billion a year are extracted from the ghetto inhabitants, which are then spent in the general white community. This situation exists in practically all black communities. In Chicago, for a long time Negroes were unable to rent stores on 47th Street, one of the main shopping areas in that community. In New York's Harlem, about 85% of the businesses are white absentee-owned. In some instances Negroes have been put up as fronts to mask white ownership. The wrath of the black people in most communities has been directed at the smaller white merchant, especially Jewish merchants. Thus the role of the big monopolies has been obscured. The Negro community has been taught to believe that the main exploiter is Jewish. Hence, there is a mounting strain between the black and Jewish communities. But the outside business interests which extract $5 billion annually from the black communities are not mainly Jewish. The big corporations hold the commanding positions in the ghetto. Thus, many layers of exploitation are revealed in the ghetto. They arise on the base of the super-exploitation of the Negro by capitalism, creating the basic inequality that results in lower standards of living and the evils of the slums. The loan sharks, the swindling ghetto businessmen, the peddler of inferior goods, the slumlord, the parasitic real estate operators prey on the Afro-American victims of the capitalist extra-exploitation. According to the Newsweek survey already cited, 40% of the nation's 22 million Negroes can be classed as poor, living in starvation and near starvation levels. With respect to jobs, the same survey found. Through boom and recession, black unemployment has remained at twice the white level for the past decade. The national jobless rate for Negroes rose sharply to 8.8% last month. In the slums, fully 1 in 3 are subemployed. They want work but can't find it, or are working part-time or for sub-minimum wages. If he is working, a Negro is far more likely than a white man to be in a menial and unpromising job. Negroes make up 11% of the labor force but have only 6% of the nation's professional and technical jobs, 3% of the managerial jobs, 6% of jobs in skilled trades. Their median family income is only 58% of the white man's. Such widespread exploitation often breeds hopelessness and despair, evoking all kinds of escapist habits. Here again the vulture appears on the scene. The black communities are overridden with whiskey joints, dope peddlers, prostitution, and other evils, leading to higher rates of crime. To keep life and body together, Negroes do many things others can live without. Life is one big hustle, as people are forced to live by their wits. In this respect, Negroes have shown great ingenuity. More than other workers, the Negro is prone to hold to job dollar or engage in various side ventures. Policy slip and numbers rackets take a heavy toll of his income. Based on the hustle, there are 1,001 devious rackets that operate daily. An outcry has been raised about Negro women on aid to dependent children welfare. What the criers neglect to point out is that in most instances it is far better for the father to leave home, so that his wife and children can get ADC, for they will receive much more than his low-paying job could ever provide. Aside from the economic problems, the ghetto suffers from poor quality education, inadequate health facilities, and other numerous disadvantages that make life most miserable. The miracle is that Negroes have not blasted everything in their path, for we are forced to live in subhuman conditions. From these conditions the Black Revolution is born. Chapter 3. Problems in the Rural South. A third factor underlying the Black Revolt is the condition of Black people in the rural areas of the South. This situation affects not only those who remain in the South, but those who leave as well. Since World War II there has been a continuous mass exodus of Black people from the rural areas. At one time the great majority of Blacks lived in these areas. Today only about 4 million out of 22 million are there. More Negroes live in Chicago today than in the entire state of Mississippi. This shift in population to the urban centers of the North, and their segregated neighborhoods, has greatly aggravated all the problems of living in the ghetto. These worsening conditions have fed ghetto unrest and ghetto revolts. The solution to the problems of the Negro in the North therefore cannot be considered apart from the needs of Black people in the rural South. They live under conditions of extreme poverty, and in many instances they are literally starving to death. For them flight into the northern cities is no longer an attraction or solution. Reports filter back about the terrible living conditions and widespread unemployment in the northern centers. The situation is described in recent studies by the Civil Rights Commission. That the Negro rural poor are at the bottom of the economic ladder was pointed out by the Commission in its report to the President, February 27, 1965, while rural America has shared less than our cities in the benefits of national and economic advances, Southern agriculture has been even less fortunate. In the rural South, the Negro has benefited least. Some 15 years ago, William L. Patterson, a well-known communist and a foremost fighter for civil rights, told an audience in Budapest, Hungary, that Jim Crow and segregation were a policy of government in the United States. His indictment included not only local and state governments, but the federal government as well. A white American reporter who heard this denunciation protested that the federal government was moving steadily to remove the blight of Jim Crow from American life. But today, although there has been some progress in forcing various branches of the federal government to act on behalf of citizens of color, it is still true that Jim Crow and segregation are being maintained by the federal government. Nowhere is this more evident than in the application of federal programs to aid the agricultural South. The Civil Rights Commission, in its 1965 report, presented to the President an indictment even more scathing and detailed than that which Patterson had made. The Commission examined actual operations of the Department of Agriculture programs as against declared government policies. It found clear evidence of the compliance of the federal government with the Jim Crow and segregated structure of the South in every phase of work by the department. These practices have persisted, even though the department is currently headed by a liberal northerner, Orville Freeman, who hails from the liberal state of Hubert Humphrey, Minnesota. The Department of Agriculture conducts a number of programs of aid to farmers, many of which were set up during the New Deal period. The Cooperative Extension Service, for example, is the educational arm of the department. This aspect of its work had been developed as far back as 1914. Its purpose is to aid in diffusing among the peoples of the United States useful and practical information on subjects relating to agriculture and home economics. It aims to provide national leadership to the states in developing their agricultural programs, and encourages state extension workers to try new methods and learn from one another's experiences. It also trains these workers to evaluate programs. The service is operated by funds distributed by Congress among the various states according to their percentages of rural and farm population. Under this program, financial assistance by the federal government to the southern states is significant. 11 southern states received $24.3 million, or 33% of federal extension funds, for the fiscal year 1964. The federal share of funds expended for extension work within these states ranged from 23% in Florida to 55% in South Carolina and averaged 41.5% for the 11 states. This agency works jointly with similar agencies on a state scale. The Civil Rights Commission found Jim Crow and segregation rampant in every phase and level of the work. Although Negroes form a substantial portion of the population on the basis of which Southern states receive their allocation of federal extension funds, Negroes have not shared equitably in the services provided by such funds. At the federal level, funds, supportive services, and professional assistance have been channeled into the segregated system without adequate safeguards to assure equality of distribution, while federal personnel have participated in and encouraged activities from which Negroes were barred. The Commission concluded, the weight of evidence available to the Commission indicates that the Federal Extension Service, by acquiescing in the determination by others of what Negroes should not receive in many counties of the South, has often permitted Negro farmers and rural residents to be partially deprived or wholly cut off from those benefits which the agency was originally established to provide. The Farmers' Home Administration is an agency whose purpose is to provide loans for farmers. It is an outgrowth of the New Deal program for an overall attack on farm tenancy, especially prevalent among Negro farmers. This program of low-cost credit and supervised farm management would appear ideally suited to raising the Negro tenant farmer from his depressed condition. Yet, a quarter of a century later, Negro tenancy compared to that among whites, has increased. In the years since World War II, the farm community as such has dwindled. Mechanization of agriculture has driven most small farmers from the land. But notwithstanding this fact, the ratio of Negroes in the status of tenancy to the number who are farm owners has increased. In this regard, the Civil Rights Report says, while the proportion of full tenancy among white farmers in the South fell from 46 to 17% from 1935 to 1959, more than half the Negro farmers remained tenants in 1959. A reduction from 77%. Among white farm operators in the South, only 10% remained in sharecropping, the lowest economic level among farmers, while among Negroes 40% remained sharecroppers. Whites in all tenure classes have increased the size of their farms, while for Negroes widening disparity in the size of farms between white and Negroes has occurred. Another aspect of discrimination in the FHA program is in the kind and size of loans. According to a county survey of the Civil Rights Commission, 5.6% of Negro farmers received loans compared to 3.5% of white farmers. Actually, the number of loans to Negroes in the counties studied by the Commission was somewhat more favorable than for the South as a whole. But while only 33% of borrowers were white, they received 66% of the funds, whereas Negroes constituted 65% of the borrowers and received only 34% of the funds. The Commission took into account variables other than race factors which might affect the size and type of loans. Since the size of a loan would logically bear some relationship to net worth, it was necessary to break down the loan data to arrive at a comparison of loans to white and Negro farmers in the same economic class, as defined by net worth. In each economic category, as measured by net worth, the average loan to white farmers was substantially greater than to Negroes. The Commission investigated two other departments and found discrimination rampant throughout, even after the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Title VI of this Act provides, no person in the United States shall on the ground of race, color, or national origin be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of or be subjected to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. This section of the Act applies to almost 200 major programs, from which the states received more than $18 billion in federal aid during the fiscal year of 1966. Several months after passage of the Civil Rights Act, all federal departments and agencies, including the Department of Agriculture, in accordance with the provisions of the Act, sent out regulations listing discriminatory practices prohibited by Section 6. These are, 1. Any difference in quality, quantity, or manner in which the benefit is provided. 2. Segregation or separate treatment in any part of the program. 3. Restriction in the enjoyment of any advantages, privileges, or other benefits provided to others. 4. Different standards or requirements for participation. 5. Methods of administration which would defeat or substantially impair the accomplishment of the program objectives. 6. Discrimination in any activity conducted in a facility built in whole or in part with federal funds. 7. Discrimination in any employment resulting from a program with a primary objective of providing employment. Even after the issuance of these precise and concrete instructions, the Civil Rights Commission is still uncovering widespread discrimination. Yet despite the continuing practices of discrimination, no evidence exists that the government has at any time withheld funds. Based on a mass of thoroughgoing and painstakingly detailed research, which left hardly a nuance uncovered, the Commission made its recommendations to the President. The recommendations in no way measure up to the kind of research that was done. They call on the President to direct the Secretary of Agriculture to end discriminatory practices in the administration of department programs, to encourage and extend full and equal participation in department programs to all clientele without regard to their race or color, and to assure equal employment opportunities in agricultural programs. Toward this end, the Secretary is to be directed to take a number of concrete steps. But no legislative action is called for to put teeth into such measures and provide for their enforcement. And the whole matter is left to the discretion of the President. Clearly, even if all of them were carried out, the basic problem in the rural South would remain untouched. The Negro in Southern agriculture is forced to carry the burden of a crisis within a crisis. All small farmers in the United States suffer from a general crisis in agriculture, due to technological and other changes. The traditional small farmer is in danger of becoming extinct, like so many species of animal life. Within this overall crisis, there is a special crisis of the Negro, especially in the South, where a special system of exploitation contains remnants of feudal relations to this day. This is only another example of how an advancing technology when used in the selfish interests of the few becomes a nightmare for the many. The problem of the Negro farmer today is the same as 100 years ago, i.e., land. For the Negro rural poor to walk this earth with any degree of independence, and to secure a fair share of the gross national product, they must have land. The Commission itself has pointed out that there is less land ownership today than there was 25 years ago. Therefore, a program which does not include land ownership for the Negro rural poor is not in keeping with the needs or the spirit of our times. However, to obtain land ownership, a struggle must be waged not only against the Dixiecrat rulers in the South but also against the big financial interests on Wall Street which, through 1001 devices, effectively control the agricultural economy of the Old South. The problem is to create conditions which will enable poor whites and Negroes to acquire ownership. But the situation is not as simple as it was 25 years ago. Mechanization in agriculture has progressively eliminated the small farmers. Farming today is profitable only on a large scale. The federal government, therefore, should provide funds to acquire land on such a scale. In addition to financing land purchases, these funds could be used to establish cooperatives, which would provide adequate mechanized facilities for all. The government could buy land and sell it to ex-sharecroppers on long-term mortgages on easy terms. A black family could be settled on a family-size farm in most of the South for an investment of $10,000 to $15,000. In this and other ways, the land reform that should have accompanied political reconstruction a century ago can still be carried out. The project of land reform is of a long-range nature. But the sharecroppers and tenant farmers who have been driven from the land face many immediate problems. In Mississippi and other states, these people are actually starving. Programs, such as surplus commodities and food stamps which could alleviate hunger, are already in existence, but they are not available to the Negro rural poor. 1/2 of the counties in the South annually refuse to participate in these programs. Therefore there is need for a government in Washington that will take steps to guarantee Negroes a full share in all programs presently in operation, and which in addition will address itself to the fundamentals involved. It is obvious after 25 years that so-called liberal administrations will not do much more than the conservative ones. Hence, a radical program is required. These conditions in the rural South are another factor accelerating the Black Revolt. Chapter 4. Racism and Black nationalism are. Another reason behind the Black Revolt is the growth of racist ideology in our country. The black community has been making this point for some time. Now it seems as if others are getting the message. The President's Riot Commission report, which placed the main blame for rioting on white America, is indicative of this fact. But it is insufficient merely to point to racism as the cause. Racism has existed in this country since colonial times. One must examine the new circumstances in which this poison is spread. The seeds of the present racist offensive were planted assiduously by reactionary right-wing elements, abetted by many in the liberal community. A brief review of recent developments will show this. In the 1964 elections there were two parallel developments which helped to heighten racial tensions among the people. One was represented in the forays of Governor George Wallace of Alabama into the northern communities. Clearly Wallace could not win the nomination, nor could he make a significant campaign. He came north to appeal to prejudice among white workers, and wherever he went, whether it was Gary, Baltimore, or other areas, this was his main pitch. In some areas the support he received from white workers was cause for general concern. Thus, the concept of a white backlash made its appearance at a time when the coalition of labor, the Negro people and the liberal community overwhelmingly defeated the pro-fascist thrust of Goldwater. The second feature unfolding in 1964 became evident at the 3. Democratic Party Convention in connection with the drive to seat the Freedom Democratic Party of Mississippi. The efforts of President Johnson and prominent labor and liberal leaders to compel the Freedom Democratic Party to accept a compromise with the Dixiecrat South, proved among the most harmful developments in recent years. This laid the basis for intensifying divisions between the labor, liberal, and Negro coalitions. A new factor emerged, which was not easily discernible at that moment, namely, that the assault on the ideological front now comes not only from the ultra-right, like Wallace and his supporters, but also, simultaneously, from leaders of the liberal and labor coalition who moved in for the purpose of checkmating the Negro People's Movement. The simultaneous rise of these two currents laid the ground for accelerating tendencies of disunity among the people. Why did Walter Reuther, Humphrey, and others, who had presented themselves as great liberals and as friends of the Negro people, act as they did at Atlantic City? The answer is rooted in the Supreme Court's 1954 decision, which had limited objectives. U.S. imperialism at that time was prepared to make some concessions to the Negro movement for two purposes: to overcome its racist image in the world, and to mobilize the black people behind the Cold War effort. Events at Atlantic City showed the gears had shifted as the Negro People's Movement pressed for more fundamental changes, not palliatives and reforms. Power was placed on the agenda. The economic aspect was brought to the forefront and demands were made that go to the heart of reversing the war policies of U.S. imperialism. This was the basic reason for the liberals beginning to work in a reverse direction. An assessment of racist ideology in the United States today has to take into account the fact that most of the so-called liberal community has taken a path parallel to the ultra-right, to oppose the efforts of the Black People's Movement for radical change. A striking example of the changed atmosphere is in the use of police and other armed power. Several years ago armed forces were used by the federal government to support civil rights efforts in the South. Presidents Eisenhower and Kennedy were compelled by an outraged nation to send troops into the South. Today, in many cities allegedly ruled by liberals, the police power is not only used against the Negro but is the main force provoking violence and disorder. This is true not only of the local police and state trejejefkers. Now, the police power of the federal government also backs up the racist attacks against blacks and blames the victims. Moreover, President Johnson makes appeals which can be used to instigate white people to take up arms against Negroes. That the ruling circles use racist ideology is not new. The important thing is that there is an insufficient response against it among whites at the grassroots level. Hence, it is not enough for progressives and radicals to explain the source of racism. Equally important is to discover how and why this poison can operate so easily among the masses. For no matter how racist the ruling class acts, if there is no support among the masses, it will be of little consequence. Why is it so easy to spread racist ideas today? In addition to the betrayal by certain labor and liberal forces, there is a material basis for the acceleration of chauvinistic attitudes among workers. Racist ideology finds a fertile ground in significant areas of daily life, the effects of the war economy and of scientific and technological changes. These intensify the crisis in jobs and living standards. The growth of unemployment and job replacement by automation in industry have created new problems for the American workers. With no clear solution in view, the working class lives in constant fear of what tomorrow will bring. Thus, job insecurity becomes a persistent and growing cause of tensions among workers. This problem should be approached as a class problem, as a problem of all workers. Instead, white workers are encouraged by racist big business and some corrupt labor officials to seek solutions at the expense of their black brothers. As a consequence, the black brother bears the brunt, in the form of greater unemployment, underemployment and other dehumanizing conditions. This is an ongoing problem and daily gets worse, not better. One of the problems automation poses is the necessity for the workers to improve their skills. But in this regard, certain unions present the main obstacle. Historically, the craft unions in the building trades have been outstanding in this respect. Today, no less than yesterday, these unions emerge as the great scabs in the labor movement, the main source of friction between black and white workers. Big business and the government utilize this situation to throw workers into competition with each other, feeding anti-union sentiments among black workers and making the business community and the government appear as the real friends of the black worker. In recent months there has been a fantastic number of incidents which point up these problems. Look at this dialogue between Senator Robert Kennedy and a building trades leader, as reported in the New York Times, April 13, 1967. At a hearing, Kennedy charged the building unions with failure to admit Negroes. Haggerty, one of the building union leaders, responded, "We can't take aboard a boy that can't read or a boy that's a school dropout." Peter T. Schulman, president of the Plumbers Union, said, "We have certain minimum requirements." Kennedy replied, "I would think that there are more than 21 boys in all of Cincinnati who can read." Thus the image is created that the government sides with the Negroes while the trade unions are against them. Another newspaper headline reads, "Trade Union Bias Found Unchecked." In New York, William Booth, head of the city's Human Rights Commission, says, "Apprenticeship plan excludes minority workers." Other headlines, California panel finds union bias. U.S. aides will discuss plan with officials of building trades. And one of the most scandalous, Negroes upheld in sheet metal apprentice test. This was a test in which there was a total of 147 applicants, among them 24 Negroes, of whom 17 passed with the highest grades. But the union contested the results as not reflective of the aptitudes of the Negro applicants. So the court had to hand down a decision upholding the test, the court against the union again. Another headline, U.S. warns union on training bias. Sets compliance deadline for 500 apprentice plan. And, union AC caused at state hearing. The electrical workers, the plumbers union, etc., are cited as the chief culprits. This is only a sampling of newspaper items dealing with the problem. A comprehensive program of jobs for all workers with an approach to the special problems of the black worker is the way to reduce the effects of the pro-fascist, racist offensive. Some new developments in the housing area require a fresh look. The present problem of housing as a generator of conflict between black and white workers dates back to the end of World War II. Prior to the war's end, a great deal of interracial activity had been built up on the job level in industry. But at that time the ghettos had not enlarged too much and there was not too much pressure to break out. Inasmuch as the black and white workers found so much in common on the job in fighting the boss for better working conditions, friction was at a minimum. In the post-war years, both black and white workers accumulated some small savings with which to purchase homes. The large and continuous migration of Negroes from the South resulted in already overcrowded ghettos becoming unlivable, and the Negro began a struggle to break out. Those with enough capital sought home ownership in white neighborhoods. The Supreme Court in 1949 ruled out restrictive covenants and gave legal sanction to the breaking up of the overcrowded ghetto. But the Negro found an unwelcome sign as he sought refuge from slum life in other neighborhoods. More often than not he was met by mobs and other forms of violence. The black worker now found his white working class brother in the mob, and his distrust of all whites grew. Thought he, yesterday I believed that this man was my friend, today I find him in the camp of my enemies. After a number of skirmishes in most cities, white Americans fled to suburbia, while the ghettos were enlarged. The problem became more severe as the migrations from the South continued. In a number of cities Negroes are becoming the majority of the population. And now the overcrowded conditions are forcing some Negroes to seek a solution in suburbia. The marches led by Dr. King in Chicago in 1967 were met by a fury from whites unsurpassed in recent years. Whites who fled from city centers several years ago now find themselves hemmed in. Not even the suburbs give them peace from this ongoing black people's struggle for decent housing. Thus, the use of racism against needed radical change is escalated when black people place demands which dip deeper and deeper into the roots of our society. It is accelerated by many liberals joining the ultra-right attack on the movement. Racism is also fed by the failure to evolve a comprehensive program to meet the new problems arising from deteriorating economic conditions on the job and housing fronts. The result is greater friction between black and white. The situation requires a radical shift away from racist ideology by white workers. This is a fundamental prerequisite for building a powerful coalition of black and white in the conditions of today. And it is only through such a coalition that America is going to be saved from the catastrophes threatening it. Racism provokes moods of black nationalism in the souls of black idlefgar today. What is the source of this trend? What is the main content? In what way does it differ from black nationalist trends of other times? Black nationalism in part arises from a feeling of being rejected by the white community. Historically, there has always existed two Americas, one black and one white. At the close of World War II, the main thrust of the Negro movement in northern areas was to break out of the ghetto. Almost all major cities were the scene of great struggles. The main trend in the Negro community was for full integration into every institution of American life. But the Negro didn't break out of the ghetto. Whites fled when Negroes temporarily succeeded, thus enlarging ghetto life rather than eliminating it. This experience has left the Negro bitter and ever more distrustful of whites. Blacks were forced to live in the ghetto under conditions constantly getting worse, as conditions for other sections of the population, including some Negroes, got better. The contrast between affluence for a much larger percentage of whites and poverty for the mass of black people has greatly engendered growing resentment against whites. Thus, many Negroes conclude from the experience of the last 2 decades that integration remains abstract because it does not automatically solve the problem of being black. Even in integrated houses, schools, and other institutions the Negro can, and does, remain a second-class citizen, with little or no voice over decisions which have great meaning for his life. In these circumstances, many Negroes have come to conclude that the exercise of freedom requires dealing with the other side from positions of strength, rather than depending on goodwill or moral persuasion. This is one of the driving forces behind the Black Power slogan and concept. Another factor of no small importance is the discovery by many Negroes that they had been brainwashed by white-led society. They were led to believe that their ancestral background was at a level of social organization not much higher than animal life. Today, as they witness Africans playing a major role in the affairs of mankind, it evokes in them a feeling of great pride in their own race, in the color of black, and brings out a deep desire for greater identity with their past. Previous tendencies to try and escape the sins of being black are now replaced with an emphasis on being black. These moods also figure in the background of the slogan of Black Power and the emphasis on control over ghetto life. Most whites do not comprehend these psychological factors and feel rejected when Negroes place their emphasis in this direction. A third factor impelling black nationalism is the rise of three major categories of people in the ghetto. The first comprises the more recent migrants from the South, who are forced to go on relief or get employment of the most menial nature, where the pay is often less than people receive on relief. These are among the underemployed. They have little or no industrial background, and work mostly in the service trades or in unorganized shops where their experience with unions and with whites is minimal. And even when they are in unions, these are mostly headed up by racketeers who work with the bosses to keep them in this unenviable position. People in this category represent a large segment of most black communities, at least 1/3 of the population in most cities. This group feels totally alienated from white society and isn't interested in building interracial life. Another category engendering a drive toward nationalism is the Negro youth, both student and unemployed. They comprise another large sector of the black community with little or no work experience. The third grouping is Negro business. Historically, the rise of a native capitalist class within the nation has been the main springboard of nationalism. As Joseph Stalin once wisely observed, the bourgeoisie learns its nationalism in the struggle for the market. While this cannot be applied mechanically to the Negro in the United States, nonetheless the striving of the black bourgeoisie to share in the market among its own people is one of the significant drives of present-day black nationalism. The ghetto bourgeoisie, mainly petty, has grown in the last 20 years. Some black enterprises are already in competition with white-owned companies. Previously, Negro capital was to be found overwhelmingly in non-productive enterprises. Today there has been a marked increase of black capital in production, mainly in the fields of cosmetics and food processing. Side by side with the growth of the Negro middle class in commercial enterprises, the number of professional workers in government has greatly increased. The latter tend toward individual integration as the solution. The former sees a growing market in an expanding ghetto as the base for development as capitalists, and therefore seeks a greater share of the volume of business done in the ghetto. These categories, the unemployed and the underemployed, the youth, and business, represent a very large proportion of the total black population in most major cities. Their very existence and life experience mitigate against a working-class outlook. This situation, therefore, is the end-pain social base, the main springboard, for black nationalism today. What then is the main content of the present wave of Negro nationalism? Certainly it is not the escapist utopian schemes conceived by Garvey in the 1920s. Nor is it the former communist conception of self-determination in the Black Belt of the South, notwithstanding some similarities with elements in today's movement. Still less is it represented by Elijah Muhammad's approach of complete separation from whites, although that factor is present, and in some circumstances could be enlarged greatly. The central thrust of this movement has not been against the white community indiscriminately. Its major emphasis has been against the power of the state police apparatus, ruling circles, and against white business elements within the ghetto. There are few instances where Negroes have ganged up and beaten whites promiscuously in their communities, as was the case in race riots in the early 1920s. And the Negro generally is not seeking a confrontation along that line. The principal trend of black nationalism does not deny the necessity of unity of black and white. The description of nationalism given by Barbara Ward, an internationally known analyst, conveys the main content, we know that the passionate desire of men to see themselves as equal with other human beings without distinction of class, or sex, or race, or nationhood is one of the driving forces of our day, and I believe it is the taproot of modern capitalism. For this reason nationalism today comes to us in great measure in the form of equality, the equality of nations one with each other, the equality of esteem and prestige that comes from not being run by other nations. This is one of the great drives of our world, and when we discuss nationalism, I think it is legitimate to unite it with the idea of equality. At present the main content of black nationalism is of a progressive character. It does not exclude Negro and white unity, but it demands that such unity be meaningful and between equal partners. Black people are distrustful and have little confidence in the goodwill of whites. Therefore, one of the main problems before the country is the building of popular white forces who will unite with their black brothers as equals. In this way confidence among the people, black and white, will be restored. If we fail quickly to bring into existence such a force, darkness and disaster face the nation. The American Civil War and the developments leading toward it have many striking parallels with the problems our nation faces today. Profound lessons are to be learned from that period by all Americans, black and white. White Americans in general, and white workers in particular, must learn how costly race prejudice is. The developments leading up to the Civil War show that 4 decades before the decision to end slavery, its end was written into every aspect of American life as inevitable. The failure of white America to comprehend these facts resulted in the postponement of decisions, which ultimately led to an unnecessary loss of lives. The lessons of the Civil War also graphically point up the common destiny of black and white Americans. The American Negro's development is intertwined in many ways with that of all white Americans who have cause to be dissatisfied with the status quo. This historical truth can be considered a law of social development in the United States. Failure to reckon with this law can be as harmful as failure to reckon with a law of nature. The failure of white America to comprehend this basic truth led to unnecessary bloodshed in the Civil War. But today the RACISMANDBLACKNATIONALISM 47 stakes are higher. If racist ideology is not overcome, if white Americans do not stand by their black brothers as they attempt to destroy the fetters binding them to a ghetto existence, then all is in danger. Before us are the gathering clouds and storms of a fascist military sweep, bringing with it the awful prospect of a thermonuclear war. The fate of our country and the world is at stake. In the Civil War, white America, though late, was able to overcome in time its rough approach to the issue of slavery. The issues today are greater and the urgency has no historical parallel. In our time white America must anticipate events, and not, like Lincoln, be forced to say, "I confess not to have controlled events." Chapter 5. The historic roots of racism. We have already shown that racism is one of the main ideological barriers preventing the unity of black and white masses. Racism demobilizes the white masses and covers up the real enemy. Its harmful effects were eloquently pointed out by Gus Hall, General Secretary of the Communist Party of the United States, when he wrote, "Bigotry is like a poison gas, deliberately designed to incapacitate all opposition. Like such a gas, it distorts reality and brings on a state of confusion. A friend appears as an enemy as a friend. The opposite side of racism, a reaction to it, are separatist forms of black nationalism which regard all whites as the enemy. And although this tendency is not the dominant trend in the black movement, it must be combated as diversive and harmful. It demobilizes the black masses. To fight without knowing who the enemy is and where the source of the problem lies is like a doctor trying to eradicate a disease when he has not diagnosed the cause. We have been fed a distorted historic picture. Both black and white have been taught that the forward march of civilization, the growth of science and technology, education, the arts, etc., have come as a result of white superiority. To bolster these concepts, the history of black people has been almost obliterated. The achievements and the human qualities of no other people have ever been distorted more than those of Negroes in this country. The white exploiters, whether Southern plantation owners or Northern industrialists, have found it both necessary and profitable to degrade black people in every conceivable way. Their historians, scientists, politicians, preachers, journalists, novelists all have pictured the Negro as a people without a past, without a tradition. They have belittled our intelligence, morality, and fighting spirit, and with the grossest prostitution of science, have sought to condemn Negroes as biologically inferior to whites. During the past few decades, progressive historians, both black and white, as well as scientists, have delivered devastating broadsides against this carefully built wall of racial prejudice and superstition. Biologists have proven beyond doubt that physically and mentally there are no superior and inferior races. Historians have established with great clarity the contributions to the advancement of civilization by all the races of mankind. Nevertheless, the notion of white superiority still grips the minds of men. Historians are beginning to pull together all that was covered up or distorted in the past about black people. But I believe they have not yet adequately examined all the reasons behind the white domination of the modern world. John Hope Franklin, eminent Negro historian at the University of Chicago, summarized the situation thusly: I believe that one of the principal reasons why views of racial inequality persist in America, and why the move toward achieving equality for all Americans is so slow, is that we who teach have not assumed our full responsibility for teaching the truth about ourselves and our history. We do all too little to dispel the distortions, the misunderstandings, and the misrepresentations that make it impossible for us to have a clear picture of our social order and how it evolved. The question of the development of our society came up in a conversation in Mali during a visit made in the winter of 1964-65. At the time, Mali, a landlocked nation near the west coast of Africa, was having serious economic and organizational difficulties. It had formerly been a French colony, and was now independent. But like most African nations which had been robbed and plundered for centuries, its people were untrained, and Mali had to build itself up despite this legacy left by the French colonialists. The hotel where I stayed had a number of white American guests. I was the only black. As Americans with a common language, it was only natural that we should seek each other's company and discuss the happenings of the day. Most conversations had to do with various discomforts encountered during the day. The white Americans concluded that black people were inherently unable to create an efficient organization. Some who had been there when the French were in charge kept reminding the others about how fine things were then. Finally, one of the doctors in the group mustered up enough courage to ask me if I didn't think the only reason African nations had advanced as far as they had was the presence of the Europeans. As I listened to this drivel, I thought, here they go again, Kipling's white man's burden. Despite my inner revulsion, I remained calm and proceeded to give this learned gentleman a history lesson. But I was not satisfied with all my answers. I therefore spent the following year probing deeper into the question. Notwithstanding great revolutionary changes of both a class and national character, the world is still largely white-dominated. While over 1 billion people of color, who were formerly oppressed by world imperialism, have gained their independence, they still do not possess the economic strength equal to the dominant white-led nations. It is this fact which contributes to the theory that white is superior. It also contributes to some Negroes viewing all whites as the enemy, without qualification. To overcome such views, it is necessary to understand why for the past several centuries the world has been led by certain nations of the white race. Historians have discovered great civilizations created by PEO. 51. Pies of other colors existing long before the advent of the white-dominated world. In the long evolution of social organization, higher techniques of production and cultural patterns have come as a result of the cross-fertilization of knowledge from most of the Earth's peoples. Black, brown, yellow and white have all made significant contributions. At one point or another, all these peoples were developing towards civilization, but for certain historical reasons one or the other advanced faster and further. At times, peoples representing a lower culture have destroyed higher forms of culture. Such was the destruction of the Roman Empire by the Huns. The exploits of Genghis Khan in the 13th century was an example of the dominance of a non-white people, in that case representing a lower form of culture, who subjugated a more advanced people. He led nomadic tribes from the Gobi Desert in Mongolia to the conquest of much of the then known world. He perfected one of the most powerful military machines the world had ever known. En route to world conquest, his forces first captured ancient Cathay, among the most advanced civilizations of the time. From this vantage point, he invaded the rest of Asia and most of Europe. If barbarity might seem a peculiarly white trait, in view of the more recent history of dominant white nations, note what Harold Lamb had to say about the barbaric nature of the forces led by Genghis Khan. Indeed, it is difficult to measure him by ordinary standards. When he marched with his hordes, it was over degrees of latitude and longitude instead of miles. Cities in his path were often obliterated and rivers diverted from their courses, deserts were peopled with the fleeing and the dying, and when he had passed, wolves and ravens were the sole living things in the once populous lands. This destruction of human life bewilders the modern imagination, enriched though it be, by the concepts of the last European war. Genghis Khan, a nomad chieftain, emerged from the Gobi Desert to wage war upon the civilized peoples of the earth and was victorious. History abounds with examples of non-white people who were the dominant force at one time or another. In the 13th and 14th centuries, societies on several continents were more or less equal in their level of development. There is much evidence to suggest that several African societies as well as China were at a higher level of development than most of Europe. W.E.B. Du Bois points this out in these words: there can be no doubt that the level of culture among the masses of Negroes in West Africa in the 15th century was higher than that of Northern Europe by any standard of measurement. Homes, clothes, artistic creations and appreciation, political organization and religious consistency. Throughout the whole of the Middle Ages, West Africa had a more solid politico-social organization, attained a greater degree of internal cohesion, and was more conscious of the social function of science than Europe. My conversations with the Americans in Mali took place in a country which in the 13th century was at least on a par with all European countries and more advanced than most. We were talking about the Africans' ability to build a better life in a country that had produced the city of Timbuktu, which, in the Middle Ages, was a foremost seat of learning in the world. At that time, Mali's economy had begun to develop extensive commerce. It is estimated that over 20,000 camels were in the trade caravans going to various parts of Africa, as well as to the Near East and Asia. The Empire of Mali, which was later succeeded by the Songhai Empire, was geared to take a great leap forward. If this had occurred, world history might have been different. There is also ample evidence that China in medieval times had the same potential. Thus, in the 13th to the 15th centuries, two non-white societies, one of yellow people in Asia and the other of black people in Africa, had the possibilities of advancing themselves and mankind to higher levels of social, political, and economic organization. Their development was arrested, however, and it fell to several European nations to carry. 52. 53. Historical progress forward for the next several centuries. What arrested the development of Mali and China? What was it that led the European coastal nations to become the torchbearers of civilization? After leaving Mali, I placed these questions for discussion wherever I went, to see how people approached them. I was amazed at the lack of information that exists on why civilization in Africa did not advance further. Even African leaders with whom I discussed this were not of much help. In Moscow I presented these questions to the Ghanaian ambassador, Mr. J.B. Elliott, a well-educated, sharply intelligent and very knowledgeable individual. But his only answer was that Africans are very peaceful people and hence they became the prey of warlike peoples. First the Muslims enslaved them and later on the Christians. W.E.B. Du Bois, after describing how advanced the Negroes in Africa had been up to the 15th century, wrote, "What stopped and degraded this development? The slave trade, that modern change from regarding wealth as being for the benefit of human beings, to that of regarding human beings as wealth. The slave trade undoubtedly was an important factor in arresting the development of African culture, but by itself it seems to me inadequate as an explanation. For it does not explain how and why the European became so powerful that he was able to enslave an entire continent. Although Marx made no special study of Africa as he did of Asia, his profound study of the rise of modern capitalism and his scientific method provide the approach necessary to obtain a true picture." The British Marxist philosopher, Maurice Cornforth, in his book Historical Materialism, offers a useful summary when he says, "The fundamental laws of development of society are economic laws. They are objective laws which operate independently of men's will, and include both the specific laws peculiar to each particular social economic formation and the general laws common to all formations. This approach provides us with a useful guideline. Allowing for the primacy of the economic factors, we would also need to consider, it seems to me, the geographical conditions, the degree of contact with the rest of the world, the role of wars, and the effects upon Africa and other oppressed areas of the rise of capitalism in Europe. Even a superficial view shows that much more is needed to sustain life in Europe than in Africa or Asia. Because of climatic conditions, the European requires more cotton and wool for clothes, more food, and more substantial housing. In the pursuit of these needs, the European had compelling reasons for keeping open routes to Asia and Africa. The coastal nations of Europe were therefore impelled to develop sea power and seek routes to other continents. Two main developments compelled these nations to seek new routes to Africa and Asia to replace the overland routes into Asia through Russia and Asia Minor, and the sea routes through the Mediterranean. In 1493, the Turks captured Constantinople and virtually closed the trade lanes based on the Mediterranean Sea. At the same time, bandits along the overland routes made trading increasingly hazardous. Second, there occurred the plague of the Black Death, which created such devastation in Europe that contact with Asia and Africa became an immediate necessity for the sustenance of life itself. In this regard, Gerald Fiennes wrote in his book Sea Power and Freedom, "During the 14th century the population was reduced to one-half by the Black Death, the whole system of village, on which agriculture depended, was overthrown, and large tracts of land went out of cultivation during almost the whole of the 15th. Under the stimulus of these developments, the Portuguese navigator Vasco da Gama discovered a new route to the east by going around the Cape of Good Hope. Spain financed the voyage of Christopher Columbus across the Atlantic Ocean, and the New World was discovered. The opening up of new trade routes through these two discoveries profoundly altered the relations between Asia, Africa, and Europe. The latter thus came 54. 55. Into greater contact with the rest of the world, enabling the Europeans to bring to their countries the latest developments from abroad. One discovery was gunpowder, which was invented in China, giving the Europeans a decisive advantage in weaponry and warfare, and affecting the whole direction of human history. As we have noted, 13th century Mali was already beginning to evolve an extensive commerce with a flourishing trade based upon camel caravans. But it is clear that trade based on camels cannot keep up with trade based on sea power. As Basil Davidson puts it, always difficult to cross, the Sahara became no easier. Shipping improved in the 15th century, powerfully helping long-range travel on the seas. Shipwrights in Europe learned how to make better rudders, how to step 3 masts instead of 2, how to strengthen their hulls and transverse bulkheads. Navigation improved. Ships bore increasingly into the wind. But nothing supplanted the camel in the wastes of the Sahara. Thus, the rise in commerce and the revolution in transportation which occurred in the 15th and 16th centuries accelerated the evolution of some European societies toward capitalism. This took place while Mali stood still or retrogressed. As a consequence of these developments, some European nations outstripped not only Mali but China as well. China, possessed in the Middle Ages of a civilization higher than any in Europe, could very well have been the force to discover the New World. Instead of a world dominated by some nations of the white race, we might have had a world dominated by some nations of the yellow race. But in China, perhaps more than in Mali, the outcome of the class struggle explains why it did not play this role. As Davidson observes, by 1450, when Europeans developed the three-mast ships making possible their long sea voyages, the Chinese had been using such ships for centuries. But as the Europeans were opening world trade routes, the Chinese were closing their yards and destroying their ships. As Davidson sees it, the reasons for this appear to have lain in court. 56. Rivalries between the eunuch class, which had grown powerful on maritime discovery, and the official class, which both feared the power of the eunuchs and looked down on maritime trade as extravagant, luxurious, and disagreeably entangled in contact with barbarians. In any case, the officials won, but their triumph was more fateful than they knew. For in those very years when they were passing their edicts and burning their ships, European crews turned the Cape of Good Hope and entered the Indian Ocean. In Europe, on the other hand, sections of the old feudal classes were as interested as the rising merchant class in stimulating trade and commerce, as shown in the colonization policies of Spain as well as England. Wars and invasions have played an important role in retarding certain nations and advancing others. In the case of Mali, the Songhai Empire was arrested as the result of an invasion by the Moors. Regarding the effect of this invasion, Davidson wrote, "While Europe went through an industrial revolution and emerged in its present shape and state of mind, these civilizations of the Sudanese plains continued their slow life." The role of war in the ascendancy of England is indicated by J.L. and B. Hammond in their work The Rise of Modern Industry. The wars of economic nationalism, which succeeded to the wars of religion of the 16th century, have to be considered in two aspects. In the first place, they determined which of the states of Europe should be the predominant power in parts of the world which had great economic importance. They decided between England, France, and Holland as competitors for ascendancy in India and North America. In the second place, the strain of these wars told more severely on industry and commerce in some countries than in others, and thus affected their relative material progress. In both these respects, England gained at the expense of her neighbors. To illustrate this point, the Netherlands, in the 16th and 17th centuries, was the most powerful of the developing capitalist nations in Europe. The wars which raged on the continent, in 57, which the Netherlands became involved, resulted in a setback for Dutch capitalism and the emergence of Britain. Occupying an island off the mainland, Britain was in a uniquely favorable position to avoid total involvement. Ironically, Britain in time was supplanted by the United States as the most powerful capitalist country, largely for the reasons that Britain had supplanted the Netherlands over 2 centuries earlier. In our century, Great Britain became totally involved in 2 world wars, in relation to which the position of the United States was about the same as that of Great Britain during the Napoleonic era. The United States experienced no fighting or devastation on its own territory, and played the part of supplier to the warring nations. These lessons of history seem to have been lost on American policymakers. Today, it is the United States which is becoming heavily involved in exhausting wars, as in Vietnam, while the rest of the capitalist world looks on. All the races of mankind possess an inherent capacity for self-development. Whether they develop or not is dependent upon time, place, and circumstances. If it were only a matter of color, how could one explain the fact that there has always been uneven development among peoples of the same race? For example, during the time when Genghis Khan menaced all of Asia and Europe, people of the yellow race were among those under his heels. If one were to argue that the yellow race is a superior race, how would one explain this? Similarly, at the time when black people built a great civilization in the Sudan, other black people lived in more primitive societies in other parts of Africa. In the centuries in which the white race has been the dominant force, development of various countries has also been uneven. If color is the main factor, how does one explain the uneven development within a given nation, of the exploiters and the exploited? Or the fact that as capitalism evolved in Europe, many white nations were annexed by the stronger powers. The situation in which the world came under the oppressive heels of a few white-led nations did not result from the color of the exploiters or of the exploited. It was the result of a social system, capitalism, which is based on the exploitation of man by man, nation by nation, and race by race. In his book Capitalism and Slavery, Eric Williams puts the problem of racism in its proper perspective. Slavery has been too narrowly identified with the man of color. A racist twist has thereby been given to what is basically an economic phenomenon. Slavery was not born of racism, rather, racism was the consequence of slavery. It was with the rise of capitalism that black slaves became the victims of exploitation in the plantations of the New World, and racism was institutionalized. In the more recent period of capitalism, racism was reinforced by the colonialization of the darker peoples by the imperialist powers. The real source of imperialist subjugation was expressed frankly by Jules Favre, a premier of France, in an address to the French Chamber of Deputies. Is it not clear that the great states of modern Europe, the moment their industrial power is founded, are confronted with an immensely difficult problem which is the basis of industrial life, the very condition of existence, the question of markets? Have you not seen the great industrial nations, one by one, arrive at a colonial policy? And can we say that this colonial policy is a luxury for modern nations? Not at all, gentlemen. This policy is for all of us a necessity, like the market itself. Today, as you know, the law of supply and demand, freedom of exchange, the influence of speculations, all these move in a circle which extends to the ends of the world. Colonies are for rich countries one of the most lucrative methods of investing capital. Favre's speech was made in 1888, 3 years before the Berlin Conference, which led to the full conquest and partition of Africa. Colonization as a basic component of capitalism was placed even more openly and clearly by Albert Sarraut, French colonial secretary of state, in 1903 in Paris. What is the use of painting? 58. 59. The truth. At the start, colonization was not an act of civilization, nor was it a desire to civilize. It was an act of force. An episode in the vital competition which, from man to man, from group to group, has gone on increasingly. The origin of colonization is nothing else than enterprise interests. Imposition of the strong upon the weak. History shows that practically every mature capitalist state at a particular point in its development has taken the path of colonialism. The United States, which was the first colony in the modern world to shake off foreign rule, was itself forced to take this path toward the close of the 19th century. The demands for foreign markets to absorb surplus production and capital increased during the Depression of 1893. Senator Albert Beveridge summed up the needs and aspirations of American industrialists and financiers when he proclaimed, "American factories are making more than the American people can use. American soil is producing more than they can consume. Fate has written our policy for us, the trade of the world must and shall be ours. And we will get it as our mother England has told us how. We will cover the ocean with our merchant marine. Our institutions will follow our trade on the wings of commerce. And American law, American order, American civilization, and the American flag will plant themselves on shores hitherto bloody and benighted." 5 years after this speech, the United States fought a war with Spain to control Cuba and the Philippines, and later entered World War I, one of the bloodiest wars in history, to participate in the redivision of territories and markets among the capitalist powers. Thus, at a certain stage of its development, capitalism continues to expand by the super-exploitation of other peoples. This has been true not only of white imperialist powers, but also of Japan, the only non-white nation to become a modern capitalist power. It annexed as colonies countries inhabited by other 60 peoples of the yellow race. It joined Hitler in World War II in an effort to establish its domination over all other Asian nations. Thus, it was the development of capitalism as a world system and not color which led to some nations becoming the oppressor and others the oppressed. Inasmuch as capitalism emerged predominantly in white-led nations while the rest of the world, including peoples of all colors, became the oppressed, the problem of color does arise and cannot be ignored as a factor in super-exploitation. Furthermore, after centuries of cultivation, racist ideology also becomes a thing in itself, even though it is not the base of the problem. Consequently, it must be dealt with as a factor. But it is harmful to view it as the sole or the main factor. Oppression of black people in the United States is part of this worldwide process of enslavement of colored people. Thus, the American Negro is exploited and oppressed as a worker, as part of a racial group and as an oppressed national. And capitalism is the cause of all three aspects of this exploitation. Since racist ideology is deep-seated in the United States, the question arises, is it possible to overcome this deadly poison? Black America is on the march and is ready for radical solutions. But how about the rest of the nation? Does it face problems which eventually can lead white America to radical conclusions? In other words, can the black revolt be complemented by a general social revolution? I believe that objective conditions are maturing that can in time produce a radical shift in white America. Like the Civil War of over 100 years ago, the United States is confronting a political crisis. It is a crisis in which the toiling masses, black or white, will not for long be able to live with the status quo. It is a crisis that affects every aspect of our life. Black oppression merges with a crisis in foreign policy and the rise of a pro-fascist danger amidst a parasitic economy and a sick society. Part 2, we can overcome. Chapter 6. Crisis in foreign policy. Black oppression is a feature of our oppressive society. Thus, the struggle against black oppression is not a struggle apart from all others. It is related to every phase of American life. This struggle is affected by, and in turn affects, all sides of our national existence. There is a close relationship between the struggle for freedom and all domestic and international affairs. No U.S. diplomat can appear anywhere abroad without having to explain or apologize for Negro oppression at home. The struggle for freedom has emerged as an important foreign policy issue, and contributes to the deep-going crisis of U.S. foreign policy. Our foreign policy is in disarray because it collides with the aspirations of people's freedom everywhere. It has proven obsolete and is incompatible with the next thrust mankind must make to advance the world to higher plateaus of science, technology, education, culture, and the well-being of the Earth's people. It degrades and dehumanizes the American people. A change in this imperialist policy is, therefore, the central issue before the entire nation. Like slavery in the Civil War period, it is the issue that must be faced and resolved if the nation can progress toward a brighter and happier tomorrow. To do away with the old policy and to forge a new one which will correspond to the best interests of the American people and all others, we should understand the process by which we have come to this point in our history. 61. £2. Our present bankrupt foreign policy was conceived before the last shots were fired in World War II. The profit-hungry corporate interests in our country sought in the outcome of World War II the same opportunities to enrich themselves as they found after World War I. World War II brought together a grand alliance of all democratic forces in the world for the purpose of defeating fascism, which endangered the liberties of all. Our country participated in this great alliance, and our people were motivated by the loftiest ideals. They gave of their lives, their time, their energies, and their creative talents to defeat the Axis powers and to build a new and better world. But the unscrupulous, power-mad elements who dominated the economy of the country had other motives. Their goal was to make the 20th century the American century. Dr. Virgil Jordan, president of the National Industrial Conference Board, together with Henry Luce, publisher of Time, Life, and Fortune, were the main authors of this slogan. Dr. Jordan declared that we face an encircling world of beggars and robbers, and being so encircled, We must make a drastic either-or choice, either socialist serfdom or economic freedom." He went on to say, "We have in our hands almost alone the decisive instrument of overwhelming military and industrial strength. The American people must be prepared to use that strength, and they must subdue the world or it will destroy them." Central in the plan for world domination by the advocates of the American century was the penetration into and the control of the whole economic process in every land of this earth. Within 2 decades, American corporations extended all over the world. Either they built plants in other countries, or they purchased stocks in sufficient quantities in foreign firms to enable them to control their operations. Since World War II, U.S. foreign investments have shown a spectacular rise. In 1950, direct foreign investments of U.S. corporations totaled $11.8 billion, according to the Department 63 of Commerce. By 1965 they had grown to $49.2 billion. And these figures, which are book values, grossly underestimate the actual current value of the investments, which may be close to $75 billion. About half of the officially estimated total is in the Western Hemisphere, the special preserve of the U.S. monopolies some $14 billion in Canada and about $11 billion in Latin America. But in recent years the greatest growth has been in the economic penetration of Western Europe, where U.S. investments jumped from $9 billion in 1961 to $16 billion in 1965. Much of this is concentrated in the automobile industry. Today, fully 40% of Europe's mushrooming auto output comes from U.S. owned firms. The rest is scattered throughout other parts of the world, with a concentration of some $2.5 billion in the Middle East, where U.S. oil monopolies now control about 2/5 of oil production. In Southeast Asia and in Africa, U.S. investments are comparatively small, but here a relentless drive goes on with the aim of expansion, a drive now centered in the war of extermination against the people of Vietnam. Indeed, U.S. monopoly capital since World War II has been embarked on a campaign to take control of the economies of all other countries, not excluding those of its imperialist rivals. Triggered by the enormous profits of its corporations and the favorable capital position at the close of the war, U.S. imperialism in its drive for world empire has become the world's center of reaction, racism, and war. Here is the American century in its naked reality. Thus, the American century had as its primary purpose the aim of fleecing friend and foe alike. To enforce this ravaging exploitation, our government set up military bases everywhere and declared the whole world to be its oyster. Eric Sevareid, the CBS News commentator, took a trip through the Pacific to Vietnam and observed the following: as you fly throughout these areas, Sevareid reported, close to 700,000 U.S. troops were stationed. Today the number is over 1 million. The rationale offered for these military bases is the need to sustain our so-called strategic aims i.e., to halt the advance of world socialism. But the real purpose of their construction was to protect the investments of Wall Street's far-flung economic empire. Our policy, therefore, has antagonized the major ity of mankind, including even U.S. imperialism's allies. The efforts of the corporate rich to dominate the economics as well as the policies of our allies are backfiring. During the height of the Cold War we created a whole system of alliances, such as NATO, SEATO, and others. Today, they are in a shambles. Yesterday, signs and posters everywhere said, "Yankee, go home." Today, de Gaulle's France evicts American forces from her soil. Our policy in Europe is bankrupt. Yesterday, the United States in Korea had at least the token support of 23 nations. Today, American imperialism, almost alone, is forced to do the dying as well as the financing of its predatory efforts in the rice paddies of South Vietnam. It is clear that we are witnessing the beginning of the end of the American century. The world's peoples will have our imperialism no more. It has been shipwrecked by the waves of the most gigantic movement for peace that the world has ever seen. It has been thwarted by the heroism of, first, the people of Korea, then the people of Cuba and now the people of Vietnam. The much vaunted U.S. military power has been counterbalanced by the military strength of the Soviet Union. And its aggressive drive is being met by the rise of a significant peace movement within the United States. A new world has arisen, and American foreign policy is out of tune with it. A growing body of American opinion makers, 65, are beginning to reflect this fact. This was in the background of the 1960 election of President Kennedy, who campaigned on the theme of rebuilding the American image abroad. However, those circles of big business, and the late president as well, obviously had no intentions of ending the Cold War, but rather of making it more palatable and waging it more effectively. This was evident in the conduct of foreign policy of the late president in the early phase of his administration. But even he, as a result of continued setbacks, began to realize that more was needed than just a dressed-up operation. In November 1961, speaking at the American University in Washington, D.C., in a response to a query as to whether or not America can be the policeman of the world, he said, "We must face the fact that the U.S. is neither omnipotent nor omniscient, that we are only 6% of the world's population, that we cannot impose our will upon the other 94% of mankind, we cannot right every wrong or reverse each adversity, and that therefore there cannot be an American solution to every world problem." A new policy evidently was being contemplated by the late president. What it would have led to is anybody's guess. Nonetheless, the world wonders if his assassination did not have something to do with plans along this line. The war in Vietnam has become a focal point for debate on every aspect of foreign policy. Large sectors of the American people are joining with the people of the world to force a reversal of the present policy. Never before in this century has there been such widespread opposition among the American people to a war of aggression. The issue in Vietnam is the right of a nation to self-determination. Our nation once fought for that right against an outside power. Today we occupy the same position in Vietnam as King George II did in the colonies in 1776. Our troops there are like the hired Hessian troops who came here to keep us tied to a foreign power. In 1861, our nation went through a civil war to determine our destiny. Powerful forces sought the intervention of Great Britain on the side of the South. There is much evidence that Britain was preparing to intervene in that direction. But the English working class, despite economic hardships, gave a fine example of international solidarity, going on strike against the interventionist desires of the British ruling class. Their actions were decisive in allowing the American people to determine their own fate. The rising peace movement in the United States, which challenges our participation in Vietnam, is successor to the resistance of the British working class in 1861. It may yet prove decisive in allowing the people of Vietnam to work out their own destiny. The war in Vietnam provokes three different reactions. First, there are those forces which want to escalate the war without restraint, even though this may lead to war with China or a world war. Then there are those who see the bankruptcy of our position in Vietnam. They want to find a way out of involvement in Asia because they think our lines are stretched too far. They want to limit our participation in that area, but to continue the policy of the Cold War, and, where they consider it necessary, to launch hot wars in other areas. Finally, there is a growing body of our people who want to end the war in Vietnam, and to end the Cold War generally. Which of these alternatives will prevail has not yet been determined. But the situation is such today that mere palliative measures in the conduct of foreign policy will not suffice. What is needed is a fundamental change in direction, a change which systematically leads to the easing of world tensions and the enhancement of world peace. This is the overriding problem of our time, the issue which above all others puts our nation in a state of crisis exceeding that which prevailed before the Civil War. It is directly related to the liberation struggles. To the extent that we compel a change in the country's direction, will we find the means to meet the new problems posed in that struggle. Another problem which in time can induce white America to find common cause with the Black Revolt, racist ideology notwithstanding, is the growing danger of fascism. 66. Chapter 7. The Fascist Danger F. The drive of the big corporations for world domination has been accompanied by continuous waves of pro-fascist reaction on the home front. The American people have succeeded in blunting some of the worst edges of this drive, but the danger continues to mount. To meet the rising tide of pro-fascist reaction in a fundamental way is going to require radical measures that will fundamentally alter the entire structure of our present society. Fascism everywhere has common ideological weapons with which it seeks to paralyze the opposition. Those weapons are anti-communism and racism. Hitler disarmed his capitalist counterparts in Western Europe during the period preceding the outbreak of World War II by declaring his intention of destroying Bolshevism. On the home front, the first and main target of his reactionary measures was the German Communist Party. But Hitler's aims at home and abroad involved more than destruction of world communism. He invaded Austria, Czechoslovakia, Poland, the Netherlands, and France, and was preparing to invade Britain, before he launched his attack against the Soviet Union. At home, his effort to destroy the Communist Party was only the preliminary to the destruction of the popular liberties of all the German people. This was discovered by many of the German people after they had lost their own liberty, as the Protestant minister, Pastor Martin Niemöller, pointed out, when communists were jailed, it was all right, we weren't communists; when Jews were hounded, we didn't care. When the Union leaders were arrested, 67. 68. We preferred to keep quiet. When I was jailed, I was too late. The fascist elements in the United States employ identical tactics. The Cold War was formally launched by the late Sir Winston Churchill in the early part of 1946, in his famous Iron Curtain speech at Fulton, Missouri. His clarion call to save the world from the menace of communism was immediately followed by a number of measures designed to cripple and destroy the Communist Party of the United States. As in Hitler Germany, these measures also effectively undermine the Bill of Rights and the U.S. Constitution, and threaten the destruction of the liberty of all the American people. The first main blow of this offensive was struck, several months after the Churchill Cold War pronouncement, by the infamous House Un-American Activities Committee. Eugene Dennis, General Secretary of the Communist Party, was called to testify before it in line with its effort to brand the Communists as part of a worldwide conspiracy designed to subvert and overthrow American institutions. But Dennis rose to the occasion. He refused to testify and placed an indictment against the committee, challenging its constitutionality. In his heroic condemnation of the committee, which led to his imprisonment for over a year, he said, "I deeply regret that the real issues in this case were not joined in the course of the trial. Through my counsel, witnesses, and documents, I sought to submit evidence establishing it as a matter of fact that the House Committee on Un-American Activities is in contempt of the Constitution and Bill of Rights, that it is trying to establish a system of totalitarian thought control through police inquisition and the hated Gestapo card indexes and political blacklists, that, in short, it is an instrument of those who seek to impose a form of fascism on our America." But unfortunately, the jury was not permitted to hear this evidence. I also sought to establish, as a matter of law, that the House Committee on Un-American Activities is not a proper legislative 69. Committee, is without constitutional authority, and acts in violation of the First and 14th Amendments. But the evidence amply supporting this contention was also excluded. Dennis challenged the constitutionality of the committee, among other things, on the grounds that the Dixiecrat congressmen on it had been fraudulently elected, in violation of the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. Dennis and the party he represented were almost 20 years ahead of the current civil rights movement. In 1965, the Freedom Democratic Party of Mississippi organized a protest in Washington against the Dixiecrats who sit illegally in the halls of Congress. The frantic anti-communist hysteria which gripped the nation was carried out not only by elements which had heretofore been considered reactionary, but also by many liberal and pro-democratic elements. The drive was conducted by all branches of government. Congress adopted a whole series of repressive laws: the Taft-Hartley Act, the McCarran Act, the Walter McCarran Act, and others. The executive branch of government, as early as 1946, provided the backdrop for Senator Joseph McCarthy with an executive order calling for a loyalty oath. Then, in 1949, came the indictment against 12 leaders of the Communist Party under the Smith Act, leading to the worst orgy of witch hunts and thought control that the nation has ever witnessed. The communist leaders were tried not for overt acts, not even for what they taught, but for what they conspired to teach. They were tried under a section of the Smith Act, which states that it is a crime to teach or advocate the overthrow of the United States government by force and violence. The jury was called upon to pass judgment on the state of mind of the defendants. They were convicted and the conviction was upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court, notwithstanding the clear unconstitutionality of the Smith Act. The High Court, by this action, gave legal sanction to the efforts of the legislative and the executive branches of government to subvert and undermine the Constitution of the United States. The resulting imprisonment of the top leaders of the party was followed by indictments and convictions of communist leaders from Hawaii to New York. I myself was later indicted under another section of the Smith Act, a clause making it a crime to join an organization whose purpose, allegedly, was to teach and advocate the forcible overthrow of the government. My case represented the first time in American history that an individual was convicted for mere membership in an organization. Prosecutions under the Smith Act opened up the floodgates for attacks against labor under the Taft-Hartley Act, against the Negro people as evidenced by the brutal murder of Harry Moore, Florida leader of the NAACP, and by the reign of terror unleashed against Negroes all over America as they attempted to break out of ghetto living. However, at this point, the warnings made by communists that civil liberties are indivisible went unheeded, and the observations of Pastor Niemöller were repeated on the American scene. Thus, the opening gun of the Cold War offensive made communists the main target, but by no means the only one. On February 9, 1950, Senator McCarthy of Wisconsin stood before a Republican gathering in Wheeling, West Virginia, and declared, "While I cannot take the time to name all the men in the State Department who have been named as active members of the Communist Party and members of aspiring, I have here in my hand a list of 205, a list of names that were made known to the Secretary of State as being members of the Communist Party and who nevertheless are still working and shaping policy in the State Department." This declaration opened up a new phase of the growing fascist danger. It set off one of the wildest, most fantastic witch hunts in the history of the United States, says Gustavus Myers in 1971. His book, The History of Bigotry in the United States. A spirit of fear blanketed the nation. Little McCarthys sprang up to threaten and terrorize the people. No one was immune from attack. Among government employees, thousands of non-communists were branded as security risks and fired from their jobs. People were summarily dismissed as a result of the statements of faceless informers. The man who guided the development of the atomic bomb, Robert Oppenheimer, one of our country's leading nuclear physicists, was dismissed from government service and barred from further access to secret information, symbolizing the wholesale attack on scientists, teachers, writers, artists, and their professionals. Foreign-born workers and naturalized citizens felt the blows of repression from the MC Karen Walter Act. From labor targets on the left, like union leaders Harry Bridges, Hugh Bryson, and Maurice Travis, and the more progressive industrial unions, the attack rolled on to threaten even the most conservative-led unions. Labor was rocked by the time bomb of the Taft-Hartley Law, passed among other reasons allegedly to save labor from communist domination. This law opened the way to passage of state anti-labor laws, including the notorious right-to-work laws now in effect in 17 states. The congressional investigations of communism opened another avenue of union busting. Giant monopolies like General Electric and U.S. Steel asserted their right to fire any employee who used his rights under the Fifth Amendment to avoid being forced to stool on his fellow workers. Thus, one of the most hard-won rights of labor, that of immunity from discharge for union activity, was stabbed in the back with the dagger of anti-communism. Senator McCarthy became intoxicated with the success which accompanied his attacks upon people of all walks of life. he proceeded to attack former President Harry S. Truman, President Eisenhower, and even the Army. It is clear that the senator from Wisconsin, though an important agent of the power stroke tour, did not realize where the real power was. His attack upon the Army, coupled with the recklessness of his methods, conjoined to give a bad image to the American power stroke tour. Because of this, combined with a growing opposition to McCarthyism by the American people, before long his day was done. Following McCarthy's hearings on the Army, which were televised throughout the world, a resolution was introduced in the U.S. Senate to censure him. A special investigating committee was set up, the Select Committee to study censure charges, with Senator Arthur V. Watkins, Republic of Utah, as chairman. On December 2, 1954, Senator McCarthy was formally censured by the Senate. The vote was 67 to 22. McCarthy was finished. McCarthyism as a national force had gone into decline. 2.5 years later, McCarthy himself passed into history with his death on May 2, 1957. The demise of Senator McCarthy was greeted by a sigh of relief from the worse abuses of civil liberties. But it did not end the problem of McCarthyism. The late Senator Herbert H. Lehman showed a profound grasp of the real situation when he observed, "The Senate voted against the man. We have yet to confront the ism / The vote of December 2 was clear condemnation of Senator McCarthy. But it was by no means a clear repudiation of McCarthyism. McCarthyism was not one man alone. The ism was not destroyed, it has reappeared in new forms with new names. Today, instead of McCarthy, it is the ultra-right, symbolized by such names as the John Birch Society and Barry Goldwater. Goldwater took up where McCarthy left off. He and his mentors evolved a much more comprehensive program than that of the late senator from Wisconsin. Goldwater took over the classic domestic position of the conservatives who operate in and around the Republican Party, as well as a position on foreign affairs which brought grist to the mill of the most war-minded forces in the country. His was an elaborate plan. 72. For an American brand of fascism. And unlike Senator McCarthy, who made no direct bid for power, Goldwater set out to capture the Republican Party. At the same time that Goldwater began to emerge, we witnessed the rise of the John Birch Society. This society went even further than Senator McCarthy in its characterizations of public figures. Fred J. Cook, in his book The Warfare State, describes the founder of the John Birch Society. This was the self-revealed world of Robert Welch, a world in which no man is safe, no man is above suspicion. It was a nightmare world in which facts could never compete with suspicion, in which no man would ever be judged by his actions, in which even an Eisenhower and a Marshall could become, by some warped process of the mind, dedicated communist agents. The coalescence of all the ultra-right and conservative forces around the Republican Party resulted in a victory for the Goldwater candidacy and, as such, posed a serious danger. The American people understood full well the consequences of a Goldwater victory at the polls. That is why they defeated him, and gave his opponent, Lyndon B. Johnson, the largest plurality in American history. Notwithstanding this resounding defeat at the polls, the ultra-right forces are still on the offensive as a result of Johnson's betrayal of his election mandate. It again threatens the nation. While the American people defeated the outright fascist elements in the elections of 1964, their understanding of the real source of this continuing danger remains obscure. However, a number of developments are placing the problem into sharper focus. The escalation of the war in Vietnam by the Johnson administration is bringing to the surface the fact that ultra-right elements operate in and around the government and have an important voice in affairs no matter who is president. President Eisenhower warned the nation of the military-industrial complex in his farewell address. The warning is reminiscent of another period in our history. The Civil War years had marked a new stage in our economic life, and President Lincoln was well aware of the way the business interests had utilized the war emergency to grow rich by both fair and foul means. He wrote to a friend in Chicago, I see in the near future a crisis approaching that unnerves me and causes me to tremble for the safety of my country. As a result of the war, corporations have been enthroned and an era of corruption in high places will follow. The money power of the country will endeavor to prolong its reign by working upon the prejudices of the people until all wealth is aggregated in a few hands and the republic is destroyed. I feel at this moment more anxiety for my country than ever before, even in the midst of war. God grant that my suspicions may prove groundless. The two tremendous power complexes of our warfare state the military and big business ONJ in a meeting of minds over billions of dollars in contracts the one has to award and the other to fulfill. Of the total military budget for the fiscal year 1960, some $21 billion was spent for the procurement of military goods and hardware. 100 top corporations carved up 3/4 of this enormous pie. The top 10 alone got $7.5 billion. Today, the escalation of the aggression in Vietnam has more than doubled the 1960 figures. The trend of government toward a garrison state is the most dangerous aspect of the ultra-right menace, for it noiselessly but consistently permeates our entire national life. The components that make up the fascist thrust are to be seen not only in the emergence of a Joseph McCarthy or a Goldwater or the betrayal of a Johnson, but also in the more hidden forces which operate in and around a government. The industrial military complex envelopes and in large part controls the police and intelligence aspects of government. The most fantastic development in this regard is the enormous power of the Central Intelligence Agency. Disclosures of how student, trade union, and other organizations have been drawn into the network of CIA activity have begun to give an idea of the vast scope of its operations. Operating mainly in international affairs, the CIA is supposed to be the intelligence arm of the government, but actually is much more. It makes decisions with far-reaching political consequences. Not even the President of the United States is aware of all its activities. It is now common knowledge that the CIA has participated in organizing and overthrowing many democratic governments throughout the world. As of 1963, it operated with a budget of over $4 billion. Not even Congress, which appropriates this money, knows how it is spent. It seems as if the CIA is a power unto itself. That is why it is called by some the invisible government. But, this is not a correct appraisal, since it is a part of the executive branch. The CIA, too, is responsible to the big corporate interests which dominate all branches of government. It is also a tool of the reactionary military elements. Another police force which operates on the domestic front is the FBI. In the name of security it has been given such powers that it has been placed almost above control. J. Edgar Hoover, its boss, has organized a pervasive network of surveillance against communists and other progressive elements. But its police power has been used not only against progressives. In the name of screening all who go into government, the FBI has a file on almost everybody in public life. With the skeletons that the FBI sometimes finds in closets, it is able to coerce or control many people who exercise decision-making power. In this way the FBI has far more effective power over who is employed in government posts than all the ravings and rantings of a Joseph McCarthy. Its power of intimidation is so great that even some leaders of labor, civil rights, and peace organizations, as well as many liberals, have allowed it to set the ground rules as to who may be members or officers of such organizations. Until the American people understand all the related aspects of the fascist danger, and until they are ready to take drastic measures against them, our democratic liberties will remain in constant peril. To defeat Goldwater at the 75, 76 polls and to leave the military-industrial complex intact is like an ostrich sticking its head in the sand. Fascist dictatorships all over the world have almost always come not as a result of electoral victories but as a result of military takeovers. Our government, mainly through the agency of the CIA, has facilitated such developments. Any move in the direction of fascism in this country will almost certainly find the military-industrial complex at its heart. Prior to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, a novel entitled 7 Days in May, by Fletcher Nebel and Charles W. Bailey, was published and later made into a film. There were many striking parallels in this novel with the assassination of the president. In the book, the Chief of Staff of the Hinted States Army organized a plot to overthrow the government because the president had participated in the easing of international tensions by concluding a pact with the Soviet government regarding atomic weapons. In so doing, he had, in the plotter's view, betrayed the national interest. This story ends with the dismissal of the disloyal officers. This ending indicates what will be required to really defeat the fascist thrust in our country and prevent a military big business dictatorship. The American people must eventually bring into office the kind of a government that will break up decisively the combination of power which has been allowed to grow since World War II. The situation requires not only an end to the Cold War, but also the removal from government of all the anti-democratic elements which have accumulated there. It means, even short of a socialist reorganization, the removal from power of all forces who represent the big monopoly corporations and the breakup of the power of the Pentagon over the affairs of the nation. We need a government based on all popular democratic forces. Chapter 8. A sick economy, a sick society are. A third feature which is promoting a general social revolution is the status of the economy. We shall proceed to examine what is new in it. Our economic system is the most exploitative and parasitic the world has ever known. But at the same time it has produced the world's highest living standard. Technology and science have made of us the most productive nation in the world. American agriculture could feed the entire world. Our industry is capable of producing enough goods to satisfy the needs of all the American people, and, on top of that, enough to help right the wrongs done to the peoples of the colonial world. But again, as in so many other things, this positive picture is overshadowed by the instability of our economy. The theorists of American capitalism claim that our system has licked the menace of cyclical economic crisis, a feature of capitalism throughout its previous history. This optimism is encouraged by the fact that for more than a quarter of a century there has not been a serious economic crisis in the United States. True, we have experienced 4 downturns in the economy, but they have been comparatively mild and have been classified as recessions rather than depressions. But the parasitism of the system creates crisis-like conditions for a large segment of the American people. In The Other America, Harrington describes it in these words. There is a familiar America. It is celebrated in speeches and advertised on television and in the magazines. It has the highest mass standard of living the world has ever known. 77. 78. In the 1950s this America worried about itself, yet even its anxieties were products of abundance. The title of a brilliant book was widely misinterpreted, and the familiar America began to call itself the affluent society. There was introspection about Madison Avenue and tail fins, there was discussion of the emotional suffering taking place in the suburbs. In all this, there was an implicit assumption that the basic grinding economic problems had been solved in the United States. In this theory the nation's problems were no longer a matter of basic human needs, of food, shelter, and clothing. Now they were seen as qualitative, a question of learning to live decently amid luxury. While this discussion was carried on, there existed another America. In it dwelt somewhere between 40 million and 50,000,000 citizens of this land. They were poor. They still are. Harrington made these observations at a time when no one talked of the poor when, in fact, it was not fully realized that so large a percentage of the American people existed under such conditions. But this situation has persisted and, among certain sections of the people, has grown all along. Like a malignant tumor, it has been part and parcel of the growth of affluence. Harrington's estimate, a few years ago, was that between 30 and 40 million people live below what is considered to be the poverty level. Government estimates are about the same. The well-known economist, Leon Kaiserling, probes deeper into the problem and estimates that about 80 million people live below decent standards. The magnitude of the problem outlined by Keyserling is greater than that pictured by Franklin D. Roosevelt, who, in the midst of the Great Depression, declared, "I see 1/3 of the nation ill-housed, ill-clothed, and ill-fed." The irony is that we are not living in a period of depression, but at a time when our economy has been expanding and our productive capacities are being used to a relatively high degree. But this is not the whole story. Many workers who are considered affluent live under conditions of great insecurity and strain. These workers, many of whom have moved to suburbia, live in constant fear of the future. Many bought homes, but they are heavily mortgaged. Many own automobiles, but they remain in perpetual debt to the finance companies. Many possess most of the modem gadgets nd/p/g overwhelmingly in debt. They live with the fun knowledge that at any time, due to automation, inflation, severe family illness or other unforeseeable circumstance gadgets, all of their possessions, could be lost of. And the more well-to-do workers usually reyg to achieve their affluence only by overtime work, and today the situation is even worse. A recent study placed the need for schools, libraries, sewers, and other capital projects in the New York metropolitan region in the 25-year period to 1985 at close to $42 billion. At least one authority, CMC Kim Norton, Executive Vice President of the Regional Plan Association, a nonprofit research group promoting closer governmental cooperation in the New York area, believes this is about twice as much as the area's local governments can possibly raise for these purposes under existing tax structures. The situation is no different in other big cities. Local governments more than doubled their spending in the decade ending June 30, 1960. Their general outlays rose from less than $15 billion in the fiscal year 1950 to over $34 billion in fiscal 1960. They came nowhere near meeting their expenditures with their own resources in 1950, and they did still worse in 1960. The gap between their spending and the sums they were able to raise through their own devices, principally by taxes and special charges, amounted to $15 billion. This gap was made up principally by state and federal aid and by added debt, a lot of debt. Local governments, in fact, have been piling up debt more than 40 times faster than the national government since the end of World War II. The black ghettos represent the foremost problem in the nation's cities and must, therefore, receive certain priorities. 82. Many other problems also merit attention. Prominent among them are water contamination and air pollution. According to Dr. Abel Wallman, former chairman of the National Water Resources Board and more recently a top official of the National Research Council in Washington, D.C., practically every major waterway in the United States is polluted. Water authorities figure that, unless pollution is more effectively arrested at the source, we will be incapable of producing palatable water by 1980 in many metropolitan areas. The Public Health Service says that if fully effective pollution control is to be achieved, the United States will have to spend twice as much per year on it during the decade ending 1972 than the $300 million spent for that purpose in 1961. It is generally estimated that an additional $1.5 billion are going to be required at the local level of government. Where will these funds come from? In a continuing war economy, that is the $64 question. If the problem of polluted water staggers the imagination, then the problem of contamination of the air we breathe is equal to it, or worse. A recent issue of the Saturday Evening Post dealt with this problem in great detail. Ben H. Bagdikian, in a discussion carried on by this magazine on the American environment, declares that, death in our air, once a problem is now a crisis. Air pollution is sickening and is killing thousands of Americans and is poisoning both city and suburbs. Unless we act, things will get worse. Today polluted air threatens the health of most Americans, corrodes their property, obscures and obliterates their scenery, and disturbs their peace of mind. Unclean air is no longer rare in American cities, is the rule. Its victims are to be found in the suburbs as well as in the congested cities. It is generally estimated that meeting this problem would cost us an additional $3 billion per year. The problems of water and air pollution are but two of many which an economy based on priorities for war has produced. Among the deferred needs in present-day America are the health needs of our people. The Selective Service Board has pointed out that of 532,000 men examined in 1963, 50% were unacceptable. Of these, 24% were medically disqualified, and 21.6% failed the mental test. The steadily diminishing supply of doctors is also alarming. In February 1963, the Surgeon General of the United States told a committee of Congress that, whereat in 1930 each family physician had a potential patient load of 1,300, today that load has reached 1,900. By 1970, it will be well over 2,000. In order to cope with this problem, it is estimated that we need to graduate 22,000 physicians each year, an increase of 15,000. Housing, education, and a host of other problems are coming to the forefront in a way that cannot long be denied solution. Professor Seymour Melman, in his book Our Depleted Society, sums up all these problems when he points out the lopsided nature of the federal budget. In 1939, the federal government spent $8.8 billion for all purposes, or 42.5%. Spending by the federal government is expected to be $100 billion or more by the fiscal year 1965, and expenditures for human welfare items is estimated at $7.2 billion or about 7%. This catastrophic drop in budgeting for the needs of the people as against the sums spent for military purposes epitomizes the major problem of our time. Melman sums up the situation thus: the cost of sustained parasitic growth is not measured by the large budgets for overkill. We suffer the penalty of depleted minds and bodies. All the foregoing problems combine to make our people the most insecure anywhere in the world. They are the backdrop of a sick society. We are the nation of tranquilizers and phenobarbitals. Over 10 years ago, the Hoover Commission reported that 9 million Americans suffer from mental illness, and that mental patients outnumber all other patients combined in the hospitals all over the nation. Since then this number may have doubled. 83. 84. Mental illness, the byproduct of a parasitic economy, takes its toll among all strata of the American people. Each day brings new evidence of the sickness of our society. Symptomatic of the sick society is the ever-growing crime rate. In 1961, according to J. Edgar Hoover, crime prevention, prison maintenance, police budgets, and similar items, plus the value of stolen property, approached the astronomical figure of $22 billion. The rising crime rate is associated with the mounting problem of juvenile delinquency. The Chicago Police Superintendent, O.W. Wilson, recently made a gloomy prediction that by 1975 Chicago will witness a 5% increase in crime per year. Dr. Philip M. Hauser, internationally known population expert, says that the rate will be even higher. Both base their predictions on a growth in the number of young people in the 15 to 24-year age group. Neither indicates any solution to the problem. The problem of crime is dramatized by the following observation of Jack Odell: the nearly 5 million prison population in America constitutes the third largest city in the U.S. Its size alone makes the prison system one of the major institutions in contemporary society, and indeed this reality may itself be something of a commentary on American life in this age of much boasted affluence. The high rate of crime, mental illness, and other social maladies derives from the nature of the economic system under which we live. American capitalism in this post-war period has brought ethics in our society to an all-time low. Gaylord E. Freeman, Jr., Vice President of the First National Bank of Chicago, stated the business ethic bluntly in a speech before the Installment Lending Conference of the Illinois Bankers Association in October 1958. Profit was the motive, he said, and it should be frankly acknowledged. In placing the issue in these terms, banker Freeman put in clear perspective the choice that, in truth, confronts the mass industrial society of the 20th century. Shall the only recognized and valid goal 85 be the private profit of the huge corporations? Or must the private profits of such industrial satrapies be subordinated to social goals in the mass society, to the actual needs of that society and the benefit of the vast majority of its members? Of course, profit has always been the principal motive of capitalist production. For American capitalism, however, never before has there been so much loot tagged. Out of the fierce competition engendered by this fact, ethics go by the board. A notorious aspect of the corrupt practices of the big corporations is the dumping of inferior products on the market. In industry after industry, goods are being manufactured for quick obsolescence and renewal and to keep the public in debt. The most notorious and best known example is the automobile industry, which even sacrifices safety for profit. Newsweek pointed out that United States consumers were $290 billion in debt. This included $175 billion in home mortgage debt, some $43.5 billion due on installment purchases and loans, and some $13.5 billion in charge accounts, medical bills, and single payment loans. Credit gone wild, Newsweek stated, can breed immorality and harm. The fierce, animal-like passion with which big business pursues the almighty dollar, coupled with repeated scandals such as those involving Bobby Baker and Billy Sol Estes, has created a cynical attitude toward all institutions of our present society. Fred J. Cook, in his book The Corrupted Land, says, the idea that any man by honesty, thrift, and hard work, can carve out for himself a secure and rewarding niche has been buried along with the dinosaur, an individual man, crushed in the pressures and insecurities of the mass society, recognizing the non-ethics of that society, turns as all his betters have turned to the arts of manipulation, to the techniques of the racket. With the moral decline in our country, a crisis in ideology is developing. Of this, Gus Hall wrote in his pamphlet For a Radical Change, the reason for such a 86 crisis of ideology is that capitalism is losing its ability to appeal to reason. There is no reasonable explanation for the mass napalm burning of a people. There is no reason for rat-infested slums when all could have decent homes. There is no reasonable explanation for the oppression of 20 million Negro Americans. There is no reasonable argument for imperialism, for the waste of war production, for the insanity of overkill. The bankruptcy of capitalist ideology, which Hall points up, coupled with job insecurity, poverty in the midst of affluence and racism are the basic causes of the sick society. In the final analysis, capitalism is the source of an imperialist foreign policy, a fascist danger, a sick society and black oppression. These common problems will increasingly pull diverse forces together against a common foe. The process will take place as each learns that there can be no real progress except in the united struggle. But consciousness of the interrelationships of these struggles will not come automatically. It will require great efforts by more advanced and progressive elements within all categories of the people. Chapter 9. The struggle within capitalism are. Since capitalism is the source of the inferior status of black people, it would follow that only with the elimination of the system can Negroes gain equality. Generally, this is true. But from this truth some wrong and harmful conclusions can be and are being drawn. There are some who advance the idea that no substantial change in the Negro's status is possible in the capitalist framework, that only token gains can be made. For example, Paul A. Barron and Paul M. Sweezy, in their work, Monopoly Capital, say the following: today Negroes are on the bottom, and there is neither room above nor anyone ready to take their place. Thus only individuals can move up, not the group as such. Reforms help the few, not the many. Acceptance by the Negro movement of this viewpoint, would set the struggle back for generations to come. This line of reasoning can only result in passivity towards struggles of an immediate character. It is an abstract propagation of socialist views. Those who advocate a policy which sees no progress for the struggle of the masses even while capitalism still exists are like a farmer who expects a bumper crop although he has tilled no soil, planted no seeds and cultivated no plants. The road to the socialist reorganization of society is no longer a matter of hypothesis or guesswork. 1/3 of the world has taken the socialist path and another sector among the newly liberated countries is heading in that direction. Thus, a wealth of experience has already been accumulated. As the 87, 88 struggle for socialism goes forward in the rest of the world, new experiences will be added. Within that framework, some universal truths have stood the test of time. Among these is the fact that the struggle for socialism develops within the framework of democratic struggles in the capitalist system. In all instances where the socialist struggle was successful, it was preceded by a stage of struggle which placed the necessity for a radical shift or change within the old society. Today in the United States the Negro's struggle for equality is essentially a democratic struggle. And in this struggle it is possible to change his status substantially, short of socialism. Indeed, the results of the struggle during the last 15 years have in some areas have already passed beyond tokenism. The desegregation of public places, both in the North and the South, represent a substantial gain. In sports baseball, basketball, and football, to mention a few, substantial progress has been made. Negro employment in government services is more than token. It is true that in an overall sense the Negro's gain in the last period has been minimal. Nevertheless, important changes have been made. Given the circumstances of increased struggle by all segments of the American people, even greater progress can be made in the economic and political fields to advance the status of all black people, not just a few. Some argue that placing the question this way can only feed illusions about the capitalist system. It is true that reforms under capitalism can temporarily create such illusions. But it is also true that the ongoing struggle for greater and more radical reforms can also expose the limitations of the system and lead to greater consciousness of the need to change it. The experience of the Negro movement already proves this to be the case. There are forces in the black community who have come to an understanding of the necessity to change the whole system as a prerequisite for equality. They include people in most organizations, even the conservative ones. These same 89 people 10 years ago would not have accepted the propositions they now embrace. It was in the struggle for partial demands, such as school desegregation and voter registration, that they came to realize the limitations of what capitalism has to offer black people. So, in the black movement, life itself shows the processes through which people must go to attain socialist consciousness. Usually when people find out that the system must be changed, they become impatient and proceed to deny others the same methods of attaining this understanding. They thus set up unnecessary barriers between themselves and less conscious forces. Such barriers not only operate against the ability to win partial demands but also postpone achieving the prerequisites for changing the system itself. This impatience about getting on with the job of changing the system, along with other problems, is creating a crisis among freedom forces as to the best method to use in waging the struggle. Clearly, the methods and techniques of struggle used yesterday are inadequate to meet the demands of the present period. But much confusion exists as to what is required now. Floyd McKissick, executive director of CORE, for example, calls for discarding the demonstration form of struggle. He claims that the nation does not respond to nonviolent demonstrations. Some of the younger radicals around SNGC, like Stokely Carmichael and Rap Brown, have appealed for guerrilla warfare within the ghettos and cities in the United States. They are fed up with so-called milder methods, while taking note of the growing conspiracy on the part of government, as well as ultra-right organizations, to carry out a program of annihilation of black people. People like Carmichael and Brown have been greatly inspired by guerrilla methods in Vietnam. Here they see a poor, backward, undeveloped nation holding at bay a great world power. They are also influenced in the direction of armed struggle by the Cuban Revolution, which started with a Small band of guerrillas. From these facts they deduce that a black minority, led by militant, armed groups in the United States, can do no less than the former colonial peoples. However, they overlook one important factor, namely, the support given the guerrillas by the overwhelming majority of the PEOPLE. The guerrilla movement in Cuba was successful because it got support from the majority of the Cuban people, in the countryside and in the cities. What was true in Cuba is even truer in Vietnam. It cannot be argued successfully that an armed struggle of an offensive nature in the United States, as of now, would enjoy the active or passive support by any significant number of Americans, or even of the Negro community. Under such circumstances, the resort to arms along those lines could only lead to suicide. Our people have fought too long and too hard to reach this point and simply commit suicide. Let those who are inspired by Cuban experience also understand that black people are free today in Cuba through armed struggle, but an armed struggle waged by Cubans of all colors, not only blacks. Initially, only a few Afro-Cubans joined Castro in the mountains. Black people in Cuba did not free themselves merely by their willingness to die. The political climate was right and there was support in depth for the armed struggle. The same conditions will be required in the United States. And those from afar who counsel black people in the United States to take up arms as the way to freedom regard less of the political circumstances do the Negro people, as well as themselves, a great injustice. I am certain that history will prove this to be the case. Dr. King was wrong when, in a moment of despondency, he said that the power structure responds with concessions only to violence. Actually, until now the power structure, although badly shaken, has responded to all forms of struggle with nothing more than minor concessions. Turbulent struggles have raged in the nation's ghettos for the past 3 years. Yet, the balance sheet in terms of results is not much different from the period 90-91, which was characterized by nonviolent demonstrative forms of action. The demonstrations of the past decade and the violent ghetto upheavals have one thing in common. Both dramatize the plight of the black man and register his determination not to live peacefully with Jim Crow. They help to put into motion forces which hitherto were passive and aloof. As a result of ghetto upheavals, greater concern is being registered by some white forces to do something about the terrible conditions in the cities. The Johnson administration's answer to the revolt of the black poor is guns, but more sober people are probing into ways and means to correct, at least partially, some of the conditions which provoke violent responses. Thus the struggle is enhanced to some extent by actions which develop violently as well as those which are non-violent. But beyond dramatizing the issues and bringing new forces into play, violence in itself has its limitations. To win substantial concessions will require changing the entire fabric of our society. Thus the problem is more complex than whether emphasis should be placed on violence or nonviolence on the part of the victimized and aggrieved Negro minority. The Communist Party of the United States has had considerable experience dealing with the problem of force and violence. From 1948 through the decade of the 1950s, it was hounded, persecuted, and prosecuted on the pretext that it was in collusion with a foreign power to overthrow this government by force and violence. Over 130 party leaders were convicted under the Smith Act. Many served long prison terms. Others had to leave their homes and operate the organization from underground. This was the period of McCarthyism. Perhaps some of the present militants were too young to know at first hand what went on. But in any case, they should ponder over some of the experiences, which may be useful as a guide to action today. Throughout the Smith Act trials, the Communists never 92 renounced force and violence as such. They said that at certain periods armed struggle may be required. They declared that this would become necessary if the ruling class blocked the channels for peaceful change. Under such conditions, American communists stated, they would have no hesitation in calling for the overthrow of the government by all means, including armed struggle. They still hold that this is the correct approach. The present wave of violent actions in the ghettos by black people is of a defensive nature, and the right of the Negro people to defend themselves, even by arms, should be supported by all who stand against injustice. This is a constitutional right. Moreover, the black community should prepare to defend itself even before the attack comes. But it is one thing to defend oneself from attack by all means, and it is another to choose this way as the main arena of battle. As communists pointed out in various Smith Act trials, there may well come a time when other forms of struggle must be supplemented by armed struggle. But this should not be done promiscuously. It is a matter of time, place, and circumstance. Before any individual or organization advocates armed guerrilla warfare in the cities of the United States, an assessment should be made as to whether all other forms have become obsolete. If such an assessment shows this to be the situation, then revolutionary forces should prepare for such struggles. It is the opinion of American communists and this writer that the doors have not yet been closed. All people of goodwill must note with alarm the growth of racist ideology within the nation. All face the threat of a fascist America, with concentration camps for all who dare to dissent. We know that the first victims will be black people who might be slaughtered by the millions, as was the case with the Jews in Germany. And it is just so much nonsense for inexperienced people to go around shouting, "If America wants to play Nazi, Negroes will not play Jews." This sound and fury signifies nothing. 93. Yes, 22 million black people face the problem of survival. More riot training for police, more National Guardsmen, more caches of weapons in white communities, more repressive laws, more racist hysteria whipped up by the press, all are signs pointing in the direction of genocidal treatment of the Afro-American people. Even so, actions must be decided by sober assessment and not by government and reactionary provocations. What must be stressed is not only courage but clarity of purpose. It is wrong to conclude, as some do, that the channels for advance have been closed, even though racist and reactionary forces are seeking to close them. The latter notwithstanding, not only have the doors not been closed but the Negro people are opening them wider every day. The elections in 1966 and 1967 indicated that trends are in motion, even though a long, hard road still lies ahead. Ernest Callaway, a Negro leader in the Teamsters Union, took note of this development, when he said, "While the eyes of the nation in the recent off-year elections were piercing the political darkness for the various and sundry backlashes manufactured by the daily press of the nation, a real political revolution was quietly taking form in the big city ghettos of America. For the most part it had all the earmarks of a new, sustained political development brought on by the historic Supreme Court's decision in the legislative reapportionment case." Representative John Conyers, Jr. of Michigan, after taking note of the gains made in 1966, optimistically looked to the future when he told the press on December 1, "By 1970, we can expect to double the number of Negro congressmen and have mayors in Newark, Baltimore, Cleveland, and Detroit." The developments which evoked these responses came as a result of the election of nearly 150 Negro Americans to office in the 1966 elections. The number elected to state legislatures was doubled. For the first time since Reconstruction, a Negro was elected to the U.S. Senate. That year also marked the Elec. 94. Of a number of Negroes on statewide and county tickets, as well as 6 mayors in California, Ohio, Texas, and Michigan. The migration of Negroes into the larger cities, North and South, the putting into effect of voting rights legislation in the South, and the growing political consciousness of the Negro masses, all herald a new era of Negro representation which could surpass the achievements of the Reconstruction period. Negro representation in the South has grown considerably in recent years. There are now Negro representatives in several southern states. Callaway further reports, in 6 states and 12 cities, 30 Negroes were elected to state general assemblies, 4 state senators, and 26 lower house members. Texas elected a Negro woman to the state senate and she becomes the second Negro woman sitting as a state senator. Maryland elected the first. In Alabama, the first Negro sheriff was elected since the Reconstruction period. The trends of the 1966 elections, which was in the nature of a revolt at the polls, continue to swing upward. The results of scattered elections at the close of 1967 are a harbinger of greater things to come. The election victories of Carl B. Stokes in Cleveland and Richard G. Hatcher in Gary and the victories scored by the Freedom Democratic Party in Mississippi are clear evidence of where the great mass of the Negro people are heading. In most cases they are voting as a bloc. They are shaking up the old well-oiled political machines as they assert their independence. The white power structure and its black lieutenants will not be able to withstand trends in this direction for long. The possibility exists for black people to dig into ever greater power in the political arena. For the first time black people are moving into position not only to elect officials to positions which were heretofore off limits, but to establish controls over their elected representatives. The aforementioned should not be construed to mean that the black community must be left defenseless while emphasis is placed on struggles in the economic and political arena. Free. 95. DOM forces also face the necessity of finding ways and means to prevent mass slaughter in the black ghettos throughout the land. As this is being written, on the eve of the summer of 1968, there is much evidence that the government, at all levels, is preparing to drown in blood even the mildest forms of protest. There is also much evidence that forces are organizing at the citizen level with the aim of promoting racial war. In view of such developments, it is necessary for black people to be prepared to meet these planned attacks. White Americans should also understand that measures directed against black people are also going to be used against them, when they demonstrate for peace, when they engage in strike struggles, and so on. In a previous chapter we cited the statement by Pastor Niemöller, in which he lamented the fact that he had failed to act before Hitler came to power in Germany. In a way, his error is being repeated in the United States. It makes no sense for commissions to examine a problem area after an explosion and come to the conclusion that rotten conditions and inadequacies of government were the basic causes, as was done after the upheaval in Newark, New Jersey in 1967. It makes no sense for labor leaders to call for measures to relieve conditions in the ghettos after the fact, as was done by labor leaders in Detroit in the same year. The situation requires whites in general and labor in particular to take measures now to support their black brothers before the fact. Labor has the power to prevent black people from being slaughtered in our streets. If the workers put down their tools and refuse to work in a given city, the power structure will be forced to take a different approach. We have reached the point where political strikes must complement economic ones. This would be the best way to prevent mass police terror. Freedom fighters should convene conferences involving all segments of the community, and place demands before labor along these lines. While appealing to the general white community for support, black people must prepare to defend themselves. Black workers in many plants and shops have the power to close down production. The community should seek ways and means to organize that power. Ghetto explosions in the past resulted in the loss of hundreds of millions of dollars, but in the final analysis it was the ghetto which suffered mainly from burn, baby, bum. The big industrial complexes, where the real power lies, were virtually untouched. Most big plants are in suburbia or on the outskirts of town and not in the ghetto. The best method to affect the captains of industry is for all workers to put down their tools, stopping profits. If white workers are not prepared to do this initially, then black workers can set the pace, as they have done on so many other occasions. In the final analysis, Negro communities must be prepared to defend themselves by all means, including armed resistance. This proposal has nothing in common with acts of provocation, nor is it a program for black liberation. It is aimed at preventing black people from being slaughtered. With these thoughts in proper focus, we shall now return to the problems of liberation and the path ahead. Basically, what is required is the elaboration of programs and methods of struggle that go to the heart of the capitalist system and pave the way for socialism. It is also necessary to know concretely what can be accomplished in a capitalist system and what cannot. 96. Chapter 10. Program within Capitalism F. A fundamental necessity in this period is the creation of a program or a series of programs that tie together the special problems of Black America with those confronting most Americans. Important works by several authors in recent years, probing into almost every aspect of American life, can be of aid in drawing up such programs. Mellman, for example, defines the problem in these general terms: the Cold War, with its fearsome ultranationalism, military threats, and depletion, can be made to give way at home and abroad to the competence of a productive society bringing productive power to bear for the solution of man's problems. Whitney Young, executive director of the National Urban League, attempts to define the nature of the period ahead of us and what is required to meet the problems. He likens it to the New Deal period of the 1930s. As a result of the war economy and the deferred social needs, he says, we are now confronting problems that will have to be tackled in a manner characteristic of the New Deal administration of President Roosevelt. However, the problems we face are far deeper and will require much more radical solutions than the reforms of the New Deal period. For one thing, the class alignments are different. In the New Deal, some sections of monopoly capital supported FDR. The problems of today require a challenge to the controls of big business as a whole over the direction of the government. In fact, the government will have to establish direct controls n. 98. Over the whole system of so-called free enterprise, to promote the interest of the working people. Such a government will be called upon to nationalize many industries. There are a number of reasons why this will be necessary, but foremost among them is the problem of automation. Unless the government supervises profits, wages, and hours with a view to reducing the working hours and at the same time guaranteeing no reduction in real wages, automation will result in a substantial section of the labor force becoming permanently unemployed. A more radical government will also have to create conditions whereby the displaced agricultural workers in the South, most of whom are black, will be able to receive land and equipment. This will require encroaching upon the big insurance companies and banks who now control most of the land and credit in the South. It would be foolish to expect that monopoly capital will willingly give up its control over the government and the economy. Yet, unless these things are done, all talk of meeting the pressing problems of the dispossessed, black and white, will be idle chatter. Hence, progress today dictates the need of building a powerful coalition against monopoly capital as a whole. The foregoing does not preclude the possibility of forcing concessions even before monopoly has been ousted from positions of power. But they will not suffice to meet the problems in a substantial way. Young not only defined the general character of the coming struggle, but he placed the Negro question in a central position. Unfortunately, most of the authors who have written about our social ills do not deal with this problem. Young places it as a special problem and says that what is needed is a special effort. Over a quarter of a century ago, FDR said that the South was our number one economic problem. Today, the Negro constitutes the nation's number one economic problem. In his book To Be Equal, Young writes, the American Negro has been out of the mainstream for more than 3 centuries and a special effort must be made to bring him into the central action of our society. The effects of more than 3 centuries of oppression cannot be obliterated by doing business as usual. Many organizations have advanced programs to combat poverty. A few years ago, the Communist Party presented a comprehensive plan which called for a program involving the outlay of over $150 billion in the next 10 years. The labor movement has advocated a program along similar lines. More recently, the Randolph Institute, working with the economist Leon Kaiserling, has produced a plan designated the Freedom Budget, that calls for an outlay of $180 billion in the next 10 years. This plan tackles the problems facing Americans generally, as well as many of the special problems of the Negro in the ghetto. It has been endorsed by a large number of people's organizations, both Negro and white, including labor bodies. There are many inadequacies in the plan, and one must take issue especially with its contention that the program can be achieved within the framework of a war economy. Nevertheless, one can embrace it as a meaningful program to meet the ills of our society. It is not the kind of program that can be won overnight, however, it dovetails with the American agenda as seen by Professor Mellman. It is a long-range plan, but it should not on that account be construed as unobtainable, to be set aside until times get more favorable. The time to advance such a program and to fight for it is now, and it is not impossible that many of its aspects can be won in the immediate future. The struggle for such a program proceeds on two fronts. One is the legislative struggle, which means the drafting of bills and the fight for their passage. Side by side with this are the struggles that must take place outside the arena of government. Both must relate specifically to struggle inside the black ghettos. The intervention of government at all levels, federal, state, county, and city, is a fundamental requirement. Massive federal intervention is especially necessary, as the free DOM budget points up. But substantial changes in the ghetto can also be won, with or without government aid, through direct mass struggles. A program to overcome, therefore, requires first of all a fight to raise the wages and secure jobs for Negro workers. This entails a certain relationship to the trade union movement, a point which cannot be stressed too much. The most outstanding weakness of black activists, especially among the younger radicales, is their failure to comprehend this fact. Some liberation leaders are beginning to recognize the primacy of this question. In fact, CORE has made some efforts to organize unorganized black workers. Martin Luther King showed a growing awareness of the role of black workers when he said that young Negroes should seek careers in the labor movement. The disenchantment of the youth with the labor movement is understandable. To be sure, during the last 15 years under the leadership of George Meany, the labor movement has done many things to chain the working class to the chariot of American imperialism. The activities of the George Meany J. Lovestone clique constitute some of the most shameful pages in the history of the American working class. But despite this, black leaders must come to understand that unless changes take place within the labor movement, making it a more effective instrument of struggle for the interests of the working class and the people, no really meaningful changes for the Negro will occur in our country. How can we conceive of making serious inroads into the low wage rates paid Negro workers without a struggle to organize the unorganized workers, both black and white, in the South as well as the North? How can we conceive of making inroads into the estimated $22 billion differential between wages paid white workers and those paid an equal number of Negro workers, without a struggle inside the unions for the upgrading of Negro workers? Such struggles are required to raise the Negro's economic status, and yet this is the most neglected sector of the battlefront. Millions of black workers are employed in service in 101 dust rise where the wage level is often lower than the income of people on welfare. These workers must be organized, and anyone who does not address himself to this problem and still talks about black power misses the essence of what is required to achieve that power. The organized labor movement is one of the most powerful forces within our society. Its weight in economic matters is undeniable. And if some workers, both black and white, enjoy some part of the nation's affluence, it is not only because the imperialists hand them some crumbs of the super profits they obtain from the exploitation of the Third World. It is primarily because the workers, through their unions, have waged tremendous strike struggles and forced the employers to make concessions. Labor's ability to shut down production is the most potent weapon working people possess. Whether this power is always exerted on behalf of the best interests of the worker is beside the point. The important thing is that the power is there, and if it is not being used adequately, a struggle must be waged to make it available to protect the interests of the workers and of all the people. The ability of the organized labor movement to bring about meaningful political changes has no peer among the democratic forces. Its membership, which comes to some 16 million, its finances, which run into the hundreds of millions of dollars, the experienced organizers at its disposal, its ability to effect organization not only in the shop but in the smallest political subdivision, all these things make it potentially the common people's most powerful weapon. Obviously, The failure of this movement to live up to these potentials is due to reactionary and opportunist leadership. But given a highly organized rank-and-file movement with a program, this too can be changed. If the labor movement is not measuring up to its responsibilities, then it is incumbent upon the conscious freedom forces to bring the necessary pressures to bear and to find forms of organization to get on with the job of making labor serve the needs of the Negro people and, thereby, all the people. 102. One aspect is the need to tackle discrimination within the unions. For Negro freedom fighters to stand on the sidelines and deplore the terrible conditions within the unions without trying to get inside to fight for solutions is to withdraw from the battle. Until recently, the Negro brewery workers in New York City were being discriminated against by both the company and the union. They were never able to acquire enough seniority to enable them to get permanent union cards. As a result, they did not get much work. But they did not resign themselves to discrimination. They led a struggle to change the situation and succeeded in breaking the system down. The Amsterdam News noted that, as a result, they brought an additional few $1 million into the black community. This is only one small example. But many others exist across the land and, given a determined approach by the freedom fighters, practices of discrimination within the unions can be broken down. It is in this light that freedom forces should look at the labor movement. There are a few million black workers in the unions. It should be the concern of every black activist to assist in all efforts to organize this force to play an independent role in the House of Labor, to make of it a dynamic people's force. Black power, therefore, should also be seen as black workers acting as a positive force for better unions. Organized forms, such as the NALC, Black Caucuses, and others, should be established in every union local where Negro workers hold membership. These organizations and caucuses should be built in depth to express fully the wishes and hopes of the rank and file. They should be open to Negro union leaders both of an elective and appointive character, but controlled by the rank and file. Only in this way can the white-dominated power structure in the unions be prevented from rendering the organizations and caucuses ineffective. As a corollary to the above, an all-out effort by all Negro trade unionists, all white trade unionists of goodwill, the black community, and democratic-minded groups within the white community, should be mobilized to put an end to discrimination within the building trades unions. These unions are the main backbone of racism in the labor movement, the main force which keeps black workers in the lowest paid levels. If and when a program is one like the Freedom Budget provides, the building and construction industry will feave an unprecedented boom. With it will come millions of new jobs. These jobs call for skills which the black worker won't have unless the building trades unions' discriminatory practices are reversed. At present, these unions are successful in most cases in preventing Negroes from acquiring the necessary skills. To cope with this problem, Negro workers who already possess skills and are discriminated against, together with potential trainees, should be organized into black unions in the building trades, as a step toward overcoming discrimination in the unions. And in every job situation, both the employers and the unions should be confronted. Advances along these lines could be one of the central thrusts of the Negro people's movement in the coming period. The job and wage battle is primary. Within this context, the struggle to organize the Negro market can enhance significantly the income of the ghetto. Floyd McKissick defines the Negro's consuming power as one of the central aspects of the Black Power fight. Timuel Black, leader of the Freedom Movement in Chicago, has pointed out that the power structure of our country does not respond to moral persuasions, but responds only when profits are disturbed. Long ago labor found that to gain concessions from the exploiters, it had to use its power to stop production and profits. The Negro using his power as a consumer is also employing a basic weapon to defend his interests. The period ahead must witness the growth of organizations which will promote the struggle on the consumer front. There are many precedents for organizational activity along these lines. There was a time when most white-owned busy. 104. Nesses operated in the ghetto with black people employed only as janitors or in the most unskilled jobs. In 1930 a movement was launched in Chicago against such practices at F.W. Woolworth. This company, with 3 stores on the South Side, employed Negroes only as janitors. There was not a single Negro clerk. The campaign was organized under the slogan, "Do not spend your money where you cannot work." It was so successful that in a few months sales were reduced to almost nothing. This was the kind of action which gained jobs for Negroes in all capacities, including managers, in white-owned businesses. The movement spread from Chicago like wildfire. Similar organizations arose, such as the Sufi movement in Harlem, the Future Outlook League in Ohio and countless others. Today the job fight and consumer pressure must go forward on a higher level. Now most businesses operating in the ghetto employ Negroes. The task today is to force a change in employment practices by companies which operate within and outside the ghetto. In Chicago, Operation Breadbasket, part of the program of the King-led Southern Christian Leadership Conference, has chalked up victories that can have national significance. It has won concessions from a number of chain grocery stores doing business in the Negro community, concessions which have helped all strata of the Negro people. Over 1,500 new jobs were won, enhancing the income of the ghetto by at least $11 million. The Jewel Tea Company, which operates 250 grocery stores in the Chicago area, signed an agreement with SCLC along the following lines. Jewel agreed to buy products from Negro-owned companies for sale throughout the chain. It agreed to hire a Negro contractor to build its next store in the ghetto. The agreement also called for the deposit of company funds in Negro banks, and for the hiring of 50 Negro store managers. In addition to these concessions, the company agreed to hire 150 Negro high school students and to step up the hiring of Negro work ERS. This victory was a model of how to wage an all-class Negro people's struggle. It was a victory that produced substantial gains for all classes among the people. Similar agreements have been reached with a number of other concerns. Spurred by these successes, Dr. King then convened a meeting of representatives from over 42 cities across the nation. The conference launched Breadbasket as a national organization and set as immediate targets the General Motors Corporation and 3 national food firms, T.J. Kellogg Company, National Dairy Products, whose sale of Kraft Foods and seal-test dairy items are considerable throughout the Negro ghetto, and the California Packing Company, producers of Del Monte brand foods. If the national breadbasket drive is successful, it will mean more than 60,000 new jobs annually for Negroes in the slum areas, millions of dollars deposited in Negro banking, savings, and loan institutions, advertising revenue in Negro magazines and newspapers, the display and sale of countless Negro manufactured products, and new opportunities for Negro lawyers, accountants, bookkeepers, and a wide range of businesses, including construction, exterminator and scavenger firms. Such actions can advance the status of all classes of black people. The key to the success of the program will be the ability to organize a nationwide boycott of the firms selected by the movement. Most of the big monopolies operate outside the black ghetto and have a certain built-in immunity. But the boycott method can hit them directly no matter where the points of production are. To effectively increase the income and reduce the super-exploitation of the ghetto requires constant struggle and organization on many fronts. Wherever there are disparities in the prices of commodities, there must be organization to eliminate them. Wherever there are exorbitant interest rates, there must be laws to reduce them. These types of action, as well as the struggles of a trade union movement in which Negroes play a greater role, involvement of the underemployed Negro, and utilization of consumer power, are part of the march forward. A program to meet the problems of the ghetto must reflect the interest of all the people within it. But the problem of Negro youth transcends all others in urgency. Dr. Conant and others have already pointed to this urgency, but the power structure brutally avoids responding in the way the situation requires. These youth have been the prime factor in recent years in propelling the civil rights movement forward into a new historic stage. Regarding their role, Dr. Robert C. Weaver, Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, told a national conference of the Urban League, August 15, 1966. Negro youth can be, and has been, constructive and effective in its protest. For the young Negro college students made the sit-ins, assuming a leadership role, displaying phenomenal courage and fortitude. The Negro protest might well have never gotten off the ground had it not been for them. And had it not been for the Negro protest, the progress of civil rights of the last few years would not have occurred. Thus, I do not ignore the angry words of the new militants. For their tone, their demand for immediate reform, their challenge of dominant values, their repudiation of middle-class behavior are real and basic. While the overwhelming majority of Negro youth still maintains a positive approach to struggle and is playing the role Dr. Weaver speaks of, an alarmingly large number are falling into depths of despair and hopelessness. Mayor Lindsay of New York City, speaking recently at Princeton University, emphasized this point when he said the youths in the Bedford-Stuyvesants, the Folsoms, and the Watts of our cities seem to be approaching the belief that nothing they do can bring any tangible improvement in the world that imprisons them. As a result of this hopelessness, thousands of Negro youth have organized into gangs and are roaming the streets of the ghettos. The difficulties and problems confronting them constitute one of the main challenges of any program designed. 106. To change ghetto conditions. Whitney Young, in his book, pointed out that when a national disaster, such as a flood, hits any section of our country, the federal, state and city governments rush in with funds and other assistance to alleviate the hardship and suffering. The problem of these youths is of a similar order. The catalytic agent in the 156 eruptions in the black ghettos in the last 2 years has been the youth, and yet no relief is forthcoming. The program on poverty, with its job training, has thus far proven to be a farce. An approach to how this problem could be met has been presented by Director Edwin Berry of the Chicago Urban League. Following the upheaval on the west side of Chicago in 1965, he convened a conference of some major industrial leaders, welfare agencies, and others. He placed before them a plan for a crash jobs program which called for industry to open its doors to at least 30,000 Negro high school dropouts. He pointed out that it would be necessary to lower some of the rigid requirements industry uses to screen prospective employees, such as a high school diploma, no jail record, etc. He called for an on-the-job training program in the plants, with guaranteed employment following the training. The leaders of industry resisted a program on such a scale because they prefer to maintain division between Negro and white. Eventually they were forced to accept at least a minimum plan. Agreement was reached to work to integrate 3,000 Negro youth along these lines. An organization called Jobs Now was set up, with most of the social agencies joining to help process the plan. But the initial plan proved woefully inadequate. Of the first 125 persons enrolled, 29% dropped out. Some social workers seeking the reason were told, "Man, I can make more money hustling back in the community than I can on that man's job." It became evident that Negro youth are resisting continued entrapment in menial jobs and remaining in the army of underemployed. Because of this militant resistance, the youth going through this program are now being given jobs offering more than poverty-level wages, and with upper 107. 108. Opportunities for promotion. As a result, no doubt, dropouts will decline. This is a small beginning, but it is in the right direction. What is needed now is a national effort, led by the federal government, to set up a job training and placement program for at least 500,000 Negro youths across the land. Such a program would require an immediate outlay of several $billion. It would require that all the pressure of the federal, state and city governments, having contractual relations with private enterprises, be used to compel concessions along the lines of the Chicago Project. For unless there is a threat to profits, big business will not yield. The social problems we have been discussing, the Cold War and the deferred economic and social needs of the nation, the dangers inherent in the military-industrial complex, the sick society, the crisis in civil rights show clearly that we are dealing with problems that are malignant in character and eventually will require surgery. Needed is a re-examination of old concepts by all strata of the American people, retaining those that are still valid, but unhesitatingly discarding those that are obsolete, bankrupt, and incapable of moving our society forward. The American agenda, as outlined by Professor Melman, requires a radical shift within the framework of the existing system. But such a shift calls for a reconstruction of American life on a scale we have never before known. Yet, almost all the writers who have described the present state of affairs have failed to address themselves to what is required in the political arena in order to achieve change. Fred Cook speaks of a warfare state, but does not tell us what is needed to end it. Seymour Melman tells us what is on the agenda for the next 20 years, but he does not tell us what will be required in the political arena in order to carry out that agenda. The crux of the matter is that the deprived masses in America cannot successfully resolve these problems in the context of the two-party system as it presently exists. They can do so neither through the Democratic Party nor the Republican Party. Both are vehicles of the very forces that have brought our country to this critical state. Through their experience, the masses will learn that eventually they must form a new People's Party, which will be capable of making some very substantial changes. The Negro people are today giving a splendid example of how to approach the solution of the problem. The concept of black power means essentially the right of the Negro people to have a share in the power structure of this country. In this regard, the struggle for Negro representation, for Negroes having a share of power, is in the national interest and is not divisive. The slogan of black power, hated by some, deplored by others, and distorted by many, can have a positive effect in accelerating the rise of political independence by all segments of our people, both within and outside of the two-party system. The Lowndes County Freedom Organization, also known as the Black Panther Party, and the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party are important steps in the direction of the realignment of political forces. Of course, a new People's Party will not emerge full-blown overnight. The path will be marked by many twists and turns and by many local variations. Thus, the Black Panther and the Mississippi Freedom Democratic parties are playing an important role in moving the Negro masses into an independent position outside the confines of the old parties. However, this is not the sole arena of struggle, since the fight must be waged also within the two major parties. I do not mean that the advanced progressive forces can capture either party. However, there are growing divisions in these parties, some of which will undoubtedly play a role in the arena of independent political action. The trend toward increased Negro representation will proceed differently amidst varied circumstances. The process cannot be compressed into a rigid mold. The slogans under which Negroes run for public office will also vary. For instance, in an area of Negro majority where there is a white incumbent, it may be best to raise the slogan of Negro representation and strive to obtain bipartisan unity of all Negroes in the area. On the other hand, the slogan of Negro representation may not be the main. 109. No slogan raised in an area of a Negro minority. If this is true on local levels of government, it would apply even more at big city, county, and state levels, in those parts of the country where the Negro is a relatively small minority. The experience in Lowndes County, Alabama, as important as it is for one phase of electoral activity which pertains to an area of Negro majority, will not suffice to meet the situation in localities where Negroes are a small minority. In placing political representation as one of the principal needs of this period, the Negro people must do so in a way which will help win masses to this necessity, without compromising 1 inch with racist ideology. Whether they come from areas of Negro majority or areas of Negro minority, Negro representatives must show that they are capable of representing the true interests not only of the black masses, but of the impoverished and dispossessed whites as well. Objectively, the ability of Negro representatives to project what is needed by the masses will often exceed that of their white opponents. Congressman Adam Clayton Powell, as chairman of the House Committee on Labor and Education, was among the outstanding defenders of the interests of labor that this committee or any other has ever had. During Reconstruction, Negroes held offices at almost all levels of government. The election of Negroes then did not hurt the broad masses. It hurt the former slaveholders, who were the exploiters of both black and white. Moreover, Negro legislators in that period made contributions that to this day stand as a hallmark of Southern progress. Their role is described by Dr. Du Bois in his book Black Reconstruction in America, the first great mass movement for public education at the expense of the state, in the South, came from Negroes. Many leaders before the war had advocated general education, but few had been listened to. Schools for indigents and paupers were supported here and there, and more or less spasmodically. Some states had elaborate plans, but they were not carried out. Public education for all at public expense was, in the South, a Negro idea. 3. The coming period will witness an ever stronger drive to achieve greater Negro representation. We must be concerned with the quality as well as the quantity of representation. On the quantitative level, many Negroes elected may be more responsive to the white political power structure than to the Negro masses. On the qualitative level, we can expect more and more elected Negroes to be responsive to the desires and needs of the masses, and they will therefore come into conflict with the power structure. Freedom forces should endeavor to aid and facilitate both developments, because in the final analysis, even those selected by the white power structure will increasingly find it politically advantageous to identify with their people and not with the machine politicians. The outcome of such developments will bring the Negro into positions of strength and power in the political life of the country. The situation shaping up today brings to mind the realignment of political forces prior to the Civil War. At least 20 years before a significant section of the people understood the necessity for a new party, the abolitionists founded the Liberal Party. But this party, although based on the program to which the nation later rallied, was at that time too narrow to bring about the changes desired. However, its formation and activity no doubt helped to make other forces aware of the necessity for a change. Later, the breaking away of the Free Soil Party from the Whig Party greatly increased the forces committed to non-extension of slavery and an end to the compromises with the slave power. Still, they were not strong enough to take over the reins of government. After the Kansas-Nebraska Act in 1854, a bloody battle ensued to prevent the extension of slavery. This act was, so to speak, the straw that broke the camel's back, and a few years later a large block of Whigs broke away and formed the Republican Party. The new party gathered all the popular Democratic forces to its side, including the abolitionists. Thus, it became a party which expressed the national mood and was capable of waging a successful contest for power, leading ultimately to a successful outcome of the struggle against slavery. Today the issues and the class forces are different, and there are many other dissimilarities. But the process involved is instructive for those who would build a new People's Party capable of winning a national election. The advanced forces will find it necessary to form new local parties, independent tickets, etc. But in addition to such activity, these forces must view themselves as a part of an ever-widening process influencing developments within as well as outside of the Democratic and Republican parties, in the direction of the formation of a new People's Party. With regard to political representation, the Negro can move into every arena of government. In addition to increased political power, other radical changes are also possible as a result of struggle. Inroads can be made in the system of super-exploitation, ghettos can be transformed, and the Negro can get some land in the South. However, even these changes would still leave the Negro with unequal status in this society. The 300-year differential between black and white will not yet be wiped out. The Negro will still have no means of basically influencing the economy, and where there is no economic equality, there is no real political equality. Moreover, there will still remain elements of super-exploitation. To meet these problems, a socialist reorganization of American life is required. A socialist system based on public ownership is the only means to destroy completely exploitation of black and white in any form. What is required is a program which sets forth clearly the relation between the struggle for reform and the struggle for a socialist society. The fight for partial demands within capitalism can lead to an awareness among the masses of the need to change the system, as its inability to meet their problems becomes clearer. But this will not happen automatically. The struggle for socialism is a continuous process. It must be waged with ever greater intensity, together with the struggle for immediate demands. The failure of socialist forces to do so feeds illusion among the masses about capitalism, leading them to believe that capitalism can be reformed and made workable, and therefore they will see no need. 113. To change it? The history of the socialist movement is full of examples of both deviations, that is, those who talk about revolution but bypass reforms, and those who talk about reform but ignore the necessity for revolutionary change. The time to put forward the reasons for a socialist solution is now. Socialism exists in 1/3 of the world. It is on the agenda in a number of the underdeveloped countries in Asia and Africa. While avoiding mechanical translations, we should learn from this world experience. In a general way, the inspiration for the black man in the United States to seek a socialist solution has arisen out of the ebb and flow of the African Revolution. Past 3, The Way Out. Chapterii. Africa and the Socialist Path. The revolutions in Africa, like most contemporary revolutions, generally pass through two states of development: the democratic and the socialist. In the first stage, the fight for independence, diverse forces are joined together in a struggle to free themselves from outside domination. But after having secured independence, a sharp struggle then takes place among the victorious forces over the character of the next stage. In Africa, as elsewhere, the main points of contention arise with respect to the need to defeat neocolonialist policies and over the choice between a capitalist or a non-capitalist path of development. One of the vital problems which was being discussed when I was in Africa was neocolonialism. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah has done more than any other to define it. Despite the pressures and duties to which he was subjected as president of Ghana, he found time to produce a book entitled Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, which, I am confident, will take its place alongside the classical works of political theorists. There he defines neocolonialism as follows: the essence of neocolonialism is that the state which is subject to it is, in theory, independent and has all the trappings of national sovereignty. In reality, its economic system and thus its political policy is directed from outside. Neocolonialism is not an entirely new form of rule. For years, it was practiced in China by all the imperialist powers. Outwardly, China was independent. She had her own government. 115. 116. Her own diplomatic relations, and she went through all the formal motions of an independent state. But one had only to visit the old China to see the realities of foreign rule. These were evident not simply in the insulting and humiliating way in which Westerners acted toward Chinese, but also in the restricted international settlements in major ports, in the Western-owned factories and banks, in the numerous American, British, German, French and other advisors in government departments, the armed forces, the police and other institutions, in the Western-run newspapers and cinemas and above all, in the Western gunboats lying menacingly in the river outside Shanghai, ever-present reminders of the realities of foreign power. But China was not the only country where such methods were practiced. For years Britain exercised her power in the Middle East through these methods. The Arab countries had nominally independent status, but behind their rulers stood Britain, and in control of their economies were the British monopolies. For the United States especially, this method of rule is nothing new. For decades U.S. imperialism has pulled the strings in Liberia, determined its policies and controlled its economy. The Philippines too, were granted nominal independence, but for years have in actuality been a colonial victim of the United States. It is in Latin America above all that U.S. imperialism fashioned and practiced this tactic. Mexicans apparently ruled Mexico, Brazilians Brazil, Bolivians Bolivia, and Argentinians Argentina. Outwardly the Latin American republics were independent, and the rulers of Wall Street and the White House could proclaim, "We have no colonies. We are not an imperialist power." Today they sing the same refrain in an attempt to persuade the people of Africa and other continents to accept their offers of aid as the acts of a disinterested friend. Yet, there never was a bigger lie than the myth of America's anti-colonialism. The real fact is that in Latin America the 117 United States has established one of the cruelest, bloodiest, and most profitable empires the world has ever seen. It has taken not only profits from Latin America. Militarily, U.S. imperialism has used Latin America as its colonial hinterland, establishing bases, installing military advisors and imposing military aid programs and agreements, all designed to build bastions for the protection of U.S. domination. When American politicians and businessmen talk about giving aid to Africa, what they have in mind is imposing the same pattern they have established in Latin America: the economic exploitation of politically independent countries. When African countries, one after the other, won their independence, the imperialist powers did not flee from the African continent in panic. In most places they withdrew their state apparatus of colonial rule in an orderly manner. But at the same time they did everything in their power to leave behind a leadership in each country that would continue to be subservient to them. The famous American Negro novelist, Richard Wright, went to Africa and wrote a book called Black Power. In it he tells of a conversation with one of these responsible and safe leaders, a man who was a member of the Supreme Court of Sierra Leone, and who described himself as follows. "You see, for a long time we Freetowners have been in contact with Europe. We are called Creoles. It's from us that the English draw their best African leaders, teachers, doctors, lawyers. If we didn't have the help of the English, we'd be swamped by the natives in Sierra Leone. We in the colony are but a handful, about 100,000, and the tribal people number almost 2 million. Against such numbers, we few literates rule by prescriptive right. What happened in the Gold Coast will never happen in Sierra Leone. No sir. No tribal rabble will sweep us out of our positions." To which Wright responded, "Say, you know, if you were not 18 black, I'd say that you were an Englishman. In fact, you are more English than many English I've met." The following dialogue ensued. "I am English / he said. "But you cannot live like the English / I reminded him. "What do you mean? Do you have the British Constitution in Sierra Leone? * No, but why not? They are not ready. What do you call ready? Are people civilized and ready to govern themselves when they become so desperate that they put a knife at the throat of their rulers? Must the native rulers of all of Britain's colonies be graduates from prisons?" He rubbed his chin and grinned at me. "But it mustn't go too fast / he mumbled stubbornly. "Who's to time this development?" I asked. In some situations, the imperialists were able to install men of the mentality described by Richard Wright, but in others they were not. The British ruling circles were very clever and flexible in their tactics. When confronted with situations that brought to leadership men like Kwame Nkrumah and Jomo Kenyatta, they adopted a policy of surrounding them with ministers in defeat. Placed in positions where they could take advantage of any temporary difficulties, these men could be used to carry out a coup d'état. The imperialist powers employed many devious methods. They arbitrarily split up countries into small uneconomical units. The classic example of this is the Congo. When the Belgians realized that Lumumba wasn't going to be their puppet, they supported a puppet ruler in Katanga province, and from this base fought to undermine the freedom and independence of the Congo as a whole. As a consequence of these imperialist maneuvers, a struggle rages all over Africa today between the people portrayed by Richard Wright and the real, dedicated freedom fighters. Africa and the Socialist Path. 119. Whatever the variations in tactics employed by the imperialists, they were designed to retain control over the economic life of the former colonies. and they have had considerable success. Nothing dramatizes this fact more than the growing gap between the poor and the rich nations, a gap that has continued to widen even after the have-not nations secured their political independence. On this point, a report to the Secretary General of the United Nations said, between 1960 and 1962 the average annual per head income in the developed market economies increased by almost $100 while that in the developing countries increased by barely $5. The two-thirds of the world's population living in the less developed regions still have to share less than one-sixth of the world's income. Income per head of the population in these areas in 1962 averaged $136 a year, while that of the population in the advanced capitalist countries of North America and Western Europe averaged $2,845 and $1,033, respectively. These facts make it clear that the winning of independence, as important as it is, does not add up to equality of the underdeveloped nations with their former, absentee rulers. Moreover, they show that while the imperialist powers under pressure yield some of their political power, they still retain their economic power. It is the problem of transference of economic power that puts socialism on the order of the day. The idea of socialism has emerged as a central factor in almost all African countries. It has become so widespread that Western scholars have gone to Africa to study it. William A. Friedlander and Carl G. Rosberg, in their book African Socialism, note: the present decade has seen the mushrooming of a new doctrine, largely unknown only 5 years ago, which African leaders call African Socialism. The expansion of writings on this subject surely marks one of the most rapid developments of an ideological orientation in recent times. The speeches of a great many of Africa's political leaders, their articles, their books, and 120. In many cases their programs of economic development, have contributed to the development of African socialism. This observation is sound. In fact, it can be said that the great majority of the African national parties and new governments have declared themselves in favor of a socialist path. There are many differing views among them as to what constitutes socialism and the means of achieving it. Nevertheless, the idea implicit in most of these views of socialism, at least in their public presentation, is the rejection of the capitalist path of economic development. Objective conditions play a role in the choice of paths. The new African states in their present stage are not typical capitalist societies. Hundreds of years of slavery and robbery, topped by over 60 years of imperialist domination, have distorted their economic development and class formations. Hence, these African states cannot take the normal capitalist road of development. The experience of Latin America shows that relatively weak, economically backward states which still adhere to the capitalist world system are inevitably dominated by more powerful capitalist states. The result of this imperialist domination is that the semi-feudal and backward agrarian character of the weaker states is largely preserved and their industrial development is held back. If the new African states try to take the capitalist road, they too will find themselves dependent on foreign investment and hence dominated by imperialism, and will be prevented from achieving full economic development as capitalist states. It is too late for Africa to go through the process of full capitalist development. Monopoly capitalism is far advanced on a global scale, and the world is turning from capitalism to socialism. Contemporary Africa enters the scene as part of this historic world process and in its own development will turn also towards socialism. The independent African states have only two real choices: either they seek a capitalist path, and in so doing bind themselves to imperialist domination, the very barrier to their economic development. This is the path which can only drag Africa further through the morass of capitalism in decline. 121. Or the African states can reject the capitalist path and choose a non-capitalist one, leading towards socialism. Should the first choice be made, Latin America shows the results after many years of neocolonialism: 120 million persons suffering from chronic undernourishment, 140 million illiterates, an average life expectancy of 35 years, millions of children dying before they learn to walk, grave disease and mass epidemics, millions of landless peasants and a handful of great landowners, miserable wages and mass unemployment, and $1.5 billion drained off to the United States each year in profits. Such has been the fate of Latin America. And such, too, would be the fate of Africa. Only a non-capitalist path of development, leading to socialism, can avert that fate. In the winter of 1965, when I returned to Africa to study trends and currents there, I was gratified to learn about the widespread trend towards socialism on the continent. But I was disturbed to find the path to socialism being frequently distorted by many aspects of bourgeois nationalism. Socialism as a system of society has certain universal features. The path to socialism varies from country to country, but the system as such cannot be equated with a given geographical area or racial group, no more than capitalism as a system is the attribute of any given locality or race. In reading the literature from some countries, I came across formulations such as Arab socialism, African socialism, etc. Since the Chinese communists were speaking of the Sinification of Marxism-Leninism, the question arose as to whether a similar approach might become the dominant trend on the African continent. I was especially interested in studying the transition from the first stage of the revolution to the second stage, to better understand the problems facing Afro-Americans, particularly with respect to what might be achieved under capitalism and what might have to await a socialist reorganization of society. In Mali I was able to converse with the leaders of the Sudanese Union Party and with government officials. Their efforts to build 122. A new life for themselves on the foundation of a new social order enthralled me and evoked a deep feeling of admiration. Mali is a very small country and, even by African standards, very poor. Despite this handicap, Mali's leaders had come to grips with the problem of its eventual industrialization. Unlike Ghana, they could not begin with a program for building machine-producing industries. They told me that their main immediate concern was to increase agricultural production. This was being done in order to secure capital with which to build up a few lighter industries, mainly for manufacturing foodstuffs. This would in turn lay the basis for a program of industrial development. In Mali, I found little or no evidence of a merger of bourgeois nationalism with the socialist current. I found only the healthiest desire for cooperation with people of goodwill all over the world. I found a readiness to collaborate and to utilize the experience of all mankind in Mali's evolution towards socialism. It was in Ghana that I found the clearest presentation of the path toward a socialist Africa. I went there with some apprehension, because in reading the preamble to the Constitution of the People's Convention Party, I found references to African socialism. But when I got there, I learned this had been changed and that now Ghanaian socialists referred to themselves as scientific socialists. I found a growing socialist cadre centered around the Kwame Nkrumah Ideological Institute at Winneba and at the Bureau of African Affairs, as well as the publication Spark. Together with Dr. Nkrumah, they turned out a voluminous amount of literature defining their concepts and goals. While basing themselves on the universal principles of Marxism-Leninism, Ghanaian socialists made a far-reaching contribution in showing how these principles apply to specific conditions in Africa. This is especially expressed in Dr. Nkrumah's books. At the same time, they were faced with the task of building a socialist society under circumstances far more difficult than any group of socialists have previously confronted. While I was there, I found a fierce struggle taking place within the People's Convention Party, between socialist and non-socialist forces. Dr. Nkrumah and his socialist co-workers were making efforts to transform the character of that party, which was no small task. The People's Convention Party had been founded as the instrument for winning independent status for the country. It was a mass party, embracing people of many ideologies and social backgrounds. It was capable of carrying through the first stage of the revolution, but the struggle for socialism required a different type of party. History offers few instances in which such an undertaking has been carried out. national revolutions have been initiated and led by forces other than communists. But history shows that to consolidate such revolutions and move on to socialism, parties of a different character, a Marxist-Leninist character, are required. In some cases, where communist parties were not initially strong enough to lead, communists merged with other forces to create a party of a new type, the kind of party Lenin built in Tsarist Russia. In such cases, a communist or socialist cadre had already existed. But in Ghana at the time of independence, the number of socialists could probably be counted on the fingers of one's hands. Thus the Ghanaians were in a race against time in their efforts to build a socialist cadre potent enough to transform both the party and the government. Since my visit to Ghana, counter-revolutionary elements, aided and abetted by British and American imperialism, have for the present taken power. The reasons for their victory have not been examined fully. I am inclined to believe that although objective factors were dominant, there were also some weaknesses of a subjective character. I noticed when I was in Ghana that the socialist forces were utilized mainly for ideological purposes, while the government apparatus was run mainly by non-socialist elements. It may well be that this was a necessity bomb of the scarcity of technically trained cadre in general and socialist cadre in particular. But there is a question whether everything possible was done to place socialist forces in charge of governmental operations. 123. In this regard, the experiences of the Russian October Revolution are of interest. At that time, there was a big debate over whether the Bolsheviks could keep power even if they took it. Some argued that the party members had little experience in administering the affairs of government and that they would have to rely upon cadres trained by the old regime, who would sabotage the efforts of the workers' government and bring about its downfall. Lenin answered this argument by stating, "As for the higher officials, of whom there are very few, but who gravitate towards the capitalists, they will have to be dealt with in the same way as the capitalists, i.e. severely like the capitalists. They will offer resistance. This resistance will have to be broken. We know these THIRD-WORLDISM by name, we only have to consult the lists of directors, board members, large shareholders, etc. There are several hundred, at most several thousand of them in the whole of Russia, and the proletarian state, with the apparatus of the Soviets, of the employees' unions, etc., will be able to appoint 10 or even 100 supervisors to each of them, so that instead of breaking resistance it may even be possible, by means of workers' control, to make all resistance impossible." After the Bolsheviks came to power, these views of Lenin became the guiding line. Many of the old, better educated and technically equipped cadre who had served the Tsarist regime were left in their positions, but without power. In many cases, illiterate workers and peasants who were loyal and devoted to the cause of socialism were the superiors of the old cadre. Many commanders who had been loyal to the Tsar and the Kerensky regime were in charge of troops, but co-responsibility was held by a system of political commissars. The commanders had control only over military matters. The political commissars, often men with little or no military training, had control over all other matters. This system of surrounding the old cadre with the most devoted and loyal people is no doubt a prime reason for the 124. 125. Success of the Russian Revolution. Whether it could have been applied in Ghana, I do not know. The reasons why the counter-revolution succeeded in Ghana will in time become known. And this knowledge will help in the ultimate establishment of a durable socialist society in Ghana and in other parts of Africa. At this point, I want to address a few words to Dr. Krumah. Dear Comrade Krumah, even though several thousand miles of land and sea separate us, I reach out my hand to clasp yours firmly in brotherhood and comradeship. I want you to know that I, along with many other people in the United States, share with you the pain that you must have suffered when the white power structure of the West was able to install at Accra men whose names will live in infamy throughout history. We share with you the conviction that the misrule of these men will be short-lived. How long it will take to unseat them, you know, perhaps better than anyone else. However, those of us from afar know that history is on our side. And whether it will take 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years, the people will out. In these hours of deep disappointments, take consolation from the fact that what you did on the Gold Coast of Africa in the last 20 years will live forever. Mankind throughout the centuries to come will applaud your efforts as among the finest in the long evolving struggle of man for freedom. And, so, with the warmest revolutionary greetings, I salute you as one of the great captains of human history. I live with you and will labor with you until black men will walk this earth as free men, and as equals to all other races of mankind. Comradely yours, C. Claude Lightfoot. Chapter 12. The Afro-American and the Socialist Path. The road to the solution of the Negro question in the United States, like the African experiences, must proceed in stages. The first stage of the African people's struggle was to secure political independence. But as we have shown, independence did not lead to equality or complete freedom. The Negro in the United States at present wages his struggle to secure the maximum benefits within the capitalist system. In an earlier chapter we pointed out how some major concessions could be achieved within this framework. We also noted that such changes would not result in complete freedom or equality. For this, we stated, the struggle would have to go forward to achieve the goal of a new system. The African Revolution has profound meaning for Afro-Americans. In Africa, particularly in Ghana, I was impressed by the manifestations of black power I saw on all sides. Stepping off the airplane in Accra, I saw black hostesses emerging from the planes of the Ghanaian and Nigerian airlines. This was a new sight for me. I have traveled a great deal in the United States but, with only 1 or 2 exceptions, I never have seen a black hostess. Wherever I went in Ghana, everything I saw reflected a black-led society. The more I thought about this, the more I said to myself, here is the dream of Marcus Garvey come true. Here is what Elijah Muhammad calls for to solve the problem of Afro-Americans, a black-led republic. But as I probed into the problems confronting Africa, my own convictions were reinforced. 126. 127. That it is difficult to have a strong black republic in a world still largely dominated by imperialist powers. Even where Africans have obtained independence, if they have no control over their own economy and in fact do not possess economies which can be competitive in the world market, there can be no talk of securing black power in the full sense of the word. Take the example of Ghana. It was black-led, moreover, it was then a country with a militant and determined leadership not in the least subservient to the imperialists, but a foremost exponent of the struggle to rid the continent of imperialist rule in any form. Yet, this government was overthrown. Ghana was free and independent in the political arena, but it had to sell its main crop, cocoa, on the world market. The financial overlords, operating from the United States and Great Britain, combined their power to depress the price of cocoa. This economic offensive helped greatly to bring the Ghanaian government to the ground and install in its place a government of men and women who, although black, were willing to prostitute themselves to white-led imperialist powers. The lesson for the Afro-American is clear. If Ghana was unable to exercise its power as a free and equal nation in today's world, how then does Elijah Muhammad think he can establish a free and equal black republic within the capitalistic setting of the United States? Clearly, the first important lesson of the African Revolution is that the black man's destiny is intertwined in numerous ways with the trends and currents prevailing over the entire world, especially with the global struggle between capitalism and socialism. Unfortunately, some of the people who worked with Dr. Nkrumah did not understand this fact. Richard Wright, a former communist who was unable to transcend his many nationalistic limitations, went to Africa and wrote a book called Black Power. He concluded this book by advising Dr. Nkrumah to steer clear of the worldwide struggle between capitalism and socialism. George Padmar, together with Dr. Nkrumah and Drive W.E.B. Du Bois, contributed greatly to the elaboration of Pan-Africanism, but he did not understand. 128. The nature of the struggle for full African liberation. He conceived of a Pan-Africanism along socialist lines, but in isolation from worldwide trends toward socialism. An attitude of neutrality toward the rest of the world and particularly toward the socialist world, leading to isolation from one's main allies, could serve objectively only to help the imperialist powers maintain their rule. While there is much in African experience that will be useful for the Afro-American, there are those among the young freedom fighters in the United States who have drawn some wrong conclusions about the relationship between the Afro-American liberation movement and the African, Asian, and Latin American movements. They too often tend to view the anti-colonial national liberation struggles as a third world, having an existence and future within itself, unrelated to the central fact of our time, the division and contradiction between the growing community of socialist nations and a declining capitalist system of imperialist oppression and war. As Ghana shows, the destiny of all emerging nations and liberation struggles must be viewed as part of a world on the way to socialism if full freedom is to be won. Many freedom fighters are inspired by the writings of Frantz Fanon. It is therefore relevant to recall that in addition to basing himself on an analysis of the specific features of colonialism on the African continent where he lived and died in an anti-colonial struggle, Fanon fully recognized and expressed solidarity with those world forces which are the friends and allies of all national liberation revolutions. In Wretched of the Earth, he wrote that if the imperialist citadel is no longer invulnerable, it is because the colonized peoples are now strengthened by the unconditional support of the socialist countries. There is a tendency among freedom fighters here to translate mechanically African experience to the United States. Such tendencies, while incorrect, are understandable and even inevitable, since the pattern of oppression and super-exploitation of Afro. 129. Americans has many features resembling the status of the colonized peoples of Africa. Stokely Carmichael and Charles Hamilton, in their book Black Power, The Politics of Liberation in America, write that black people in the U.S. have a colonial relationship to the larger society, a relationship characterized by institutional racism. They also state that American pluralism quickly becomes a monolithic structure on race issues. When faced with the demands of the black people, the multi-faction whites unite and present a common front. However brilliant their observations, they lean toward the error of rigidly equating the condition of black America with that of Africa. They also tend to view as fixed and static relationships which are actually in the process of profound flux and change. It is not enough to see in our colonial-like status only that which resembles the African experience. The politics of liberation in the United States imposes the inescapable obligation also to recognize what is unique and different in the Afro-American experience. The central aspect of American experience is the fact that the big business military oligarchy uses racism to divide and rule a society based on the institutions both of race oppression and class exploitation. The racist class system in the United States is neither stable nor static. It cannot forever withstand the power of an idea whose time has come. The majority of 180 million whites cannot escape for long the system of class exploitation and war, while more than 20 million black people live under the twin institutions of class and racial oppression. Each day many white Americans are learning this truth. An attempt to maintain monolithic white unity behind the oligarchy of big business must contend with the vast breadth and depth of opposition now shaping up against the system of poverty, war, and oppression. If the slaveholders failed to sustain monolithic unity to perpetuate their system in the last century, it is inconceivable that present-day ruling classes can do so in the face of internal and worldwide resistance, embracing 130. The majority of all the races and peoples of the earth. The idea that a monolithic white unity actually exists or is inevitable plays into the hands of those who falsely claim that the concept of black power is anti-white. It also tends to place the concept of coalition in such a way as to limit tactics within narrow confines and to deny the black power movement the full range of its potential. This becomes especially apparent when black and white coalition is seen as something to be put off to the distant future, to be achieved at a later stage. What we work for and what we do in this stage will determine the shape and content of the next stage. Carmichael and Hamilton write that, Black people would have to organize and obtain their own power base before they begin to think of coalition with others. To rely on the absolute assistance of external, liberal, labor forces was not a wise procedure. It is absolutely imperative that black people strive to form an independent base of political power first. Of course, black people should not passively rely on assistance from any source. However, it would be most unwise and self-defeating to allow estimates of past coalition experiences to rigidly fix our coalition outlook for today. Today's realities demand that we recognize not only the striving of black people for an independent power base but also the mounting trends among white masses for an independent alternative. To refuse to think of coalition with others until an independent political base is first fully formed, would actually weaken the movement and postpone reaching the goals of black power. The politics of liberation necessitate determined building of black power, along with the foresight to use that power now to influence and mobilize every possible ally against the white oligarchy. This is the true meaning of tactics involving coalition. In their book, Carmichael and Hamilton have a chapter called The Myth of Coalition. However, it is not the tactics of coalition that is a myth. Monolithic white unity is the real myth. The politics of black power must be applied with the aim of speeding the end of white supremacy. This will be done with tactics which hasten the death of the myth of monolithic white unity. In a keynote speech at the Western Regional Black Youth Conference in Los Angeles, James Forman stated that, traditionally, when one thinks of colonialism, images of foreign powers occupying another land and subjecting its people are the kinds of mental pictures we frame. But our own colonial status is unique in that we are the descendants of people enslaved and transplanted into colonial status. But Forman does more than emphasize what was unique in the origin of black oppression in the United States. He probes deeper into the inner changes that have developed within the pattern of Afro-American oppression, adding that our exploitation results both from class positions as well as our race. Vastly different conditions prevail in the United States, where black Americans, a minority within a majority nation, are locked into the urban ghettos and shanty towns, north and south. In African countries, where the majority is black, if the liberation movements get some white allies, so much the better. But they have no pressing necessity for white allies within these countries. Their white allies are on a world scale, especially among the socialist countries. Moreover, in most cases, their struggles have to be waged against the white minority. In the United States, to make fundamental changes, the black minority requires white allies within, along with the mounting solidarity it is receiving from peoples of all colors around the world. The first stage in the African Revolution securing political independence was achieved within a world still largely controlled by imperialism. To be sure, as Fanon pointed out, its success was conditioned largely by the decline of world capitalism and the emergence of a socialist world sector. But African experience also demonstrates, as we have shown, that economic independence can be carried forward only within the framework of an expanding socialist world and the growth of socialism in Africa. Otherwise, the system of neocolonialism would keep the 131. 132. African nations as economic appendages of the old colonialism. Much of what has been plundered from black peoples during slavery and many decades of super-exploitation will have to be returned to them in one form or another. One can get out of this life only that which one has the power to command. And it is only in a socialist setting that such power can be fully attained. The struggles of Afro-Americans within the capitalist system can produce substantial results, but not full equality, for in this system the Negro cannot get full economic status. And without this, political status remains in jeopardy. The situation of the African countries demonstrates this. If, therefore, the Negro is to be equal, he must have some ownership, some voice and vote, over the basic means of production within our society. This huge industrial empire is now owned and controlled by a handful of billionaires who are the core of the power structure. Thus the problem, in the long run, is how to acquire voice and vote in determining the policies of this complex. Today the struggle in the South is being waged to win and exercise the right to vote for the millions of disenfranchised Negroes. The problem in the North is to use the vote more effectively. The achievements of these goals can give the Negro a significant voice in the political arena. These struggles will not produce the right to exert control over the economic affairs of the nation. To have a voice in them under our present system, the Negro community would need sufficient wealth to buy a substantial share of ownership in the big banks, insurance companies, and the factories, mills, mines and workshops. 200 years of slavery and another 100 years of super-exploitation have robbed Black America of that possibility. And to expect that the captains of American industry, out of the goodness of their hearts, will provide funds to make up this wholesale robbery is, of course, sheer fantasy. The 300-year differential can be wiped out only in the context of a situation in which the dispossessed white workers, together with their black brothers, take full control of our country, establishing a system of socialist public ownership. Indicative of the possibilities inherent in such a system, is the difference even now between employment in private and government enterprises. In the former hardly a Negro is to be found in a position of managerial authority in any major industry, and he is limited in his ability to force concessions along this line. In government, on the other hand, geopolitical pressures can bring about changes. In the post office, for example, through the years many Negro college graduates found employment in white-collar capacities, while they could find none in private industry. More recently, thanks to the increased role of the black voter, Negroes are assuming top positions in the post office. There are Negro postmasters in several major cities, as in Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York. No private enterprise of any consequence has a Negro in a similar top capacity. To take another example, the Department on Urban Affairs, which administers an agency larger than most private enterprises, is now headed by a Negro, Dr. Robert Weaver. He has no counterpart in private industry. The total number of non-white workers in federal, state and local governments rose from 214,000 in 1940 to 845,000 in 1959. This almost fourfold increase compares with an increase of only 43% in total non-white employment during the same period. Negroes as a proportion of government employees during this period rose from 5.6% to 10.8%. Since Negroes comprise 10 to 11% of our population, these figures indicate that they are approaching a fairer share of governmental employment. To be sure, his relative position in managerial posts has not kept pace with that in general employment. However, Negro employment has been steadily increasing at all levels of government at a time when the black worker is being automated out of private enterprise. If there were governmental ownership of all major industries, such as steel, railroads, mining, electrical, etc., it is clear that the position of the Negro would be vastly improved. The Afro-American and the Socialist Path 133. 134. In a capitalist society, too, gains made are never secure and can be easily cancelled out. This is one of the main lessons of the Reconstruction period, when the Northern capitalists, having defeated the Southern slaveholders, used the Negro as a mass base from which to consolidate their power over the former slaveholders. As a consequence, Negroes secured a large measure of political power with their own struggles as well. But when it suited the purposes of the Northern capitalists to come to terms with the former slavocracy, the Negro was deserted and left to the tender mercies of the Ku Klux Klan. This betrayal took place when the infamous Hayes-Tilden Agreement was consummated in 1876. That was more than a century ago, and never since has the Negro occupied such positions of influence in the South or in the North. Because of the background of whites using Negroes to pull their chestnuts out of the fire, many Negroes view white people with skepticism. They ask what guarantee is there that the white workers will not betray the Negroes in a socialist society just as the bourgeoisie betrayed them in a capitalist society. Skepticism and doubt regarding white workers are also rooted in many disappointments in the Negroes' relationships with them. The capitalist betrayal of the Reconstruction period was followed by desertions of the Negroes by the poor whites during the populist movement toward the end of the last century. The labor movement has erected barriers to compound the second-class status of black Americans. In the 1930s, the Negroes participated with white workers in the formation of the CIO. During this period, the unity of the workers, black and white, reached an all-time high. But during the post-World War II years, many of the same white workers who had fought alongside their black brothers in the shops and factories became active participants in the mobs which besieged Negroes who had moved into all-white neighborhoods. Obviously, this long background of frustration and disappointment makes it necessary to convince black workers that things will be different in a socialist society. It will be necessary. 135. To prove that the situation will be different, both theoretically and through practical experience. A prime factor in the fear of Negroes that they might be betrayed under socialism is the deep-seated nature of racism in the United States. Many Negroes have concluded that the virus of racism has penetrated so deeply that it will be impossible for whites to ever rid themselves of it. This is one of the main motivations behind the nationalist theories of separation. Not only the extreme nationalists manifest distrust of whites. The fear of betrayal is the concern of most Negroes even when they are in alliance with whites. A white communist leader, discussing the nature of racist ideology, once stated that white people carry the stench of the slave market, whether they are conscious of it or not. But no matter how it appears, in small deeds or in large, the Negro can smell it. In view of a long background of racist ideology in the United States, it is especially necessary to understand the factors that would prevent betrayal under socialism. In the first place, racism is not inherent in man. As an ideology, it made its appearance only after the birth of capitalism. In all preceding systems, including the slave states of Egypt, Greece, and Rome, there was no evidence of it. The ancient slaves included people of all races. In Rome and Greece, more often the slaves were white, blue-eyed and Anglo-Saxon. All slaves were considered barbarians and no distinction was made among them on color lines. Prejudices against other peoples existed earlier, but were directed primarily against the exploited classes of both slave and feudal society, who were declared to have been born to toil for the slave owners and the nobility. Aristotle, in ancient Greece, defended slavery, by nature, too, some beings command and others obey, for the sake of mutual safety, for a being endowed with discernment and forethought is by nature the superior and governor, whereas he who is merely able to execute by bodily labor is the inferior and natural slave. No doubt, the term lower classes, with its chauvinist implications but used with impunity up to the present day, can be traced to the justification of the inferior status of the slave. Montague shows how racist ideology started to develop. He writes, a study of the documents of the English and American slave traders down to the 18th century also serves to show that these men held no other conception of their victims than that, by virtue of their position as slaves, they were socially their captors cast inferior. But that was not all, for many of these hard-hearted, hard-bitten men recorded their belief that their victims were often quite clearly their mental equals and superior to many at home. It was only when voices began to make themselves heard against the inhuman traffic in slaves that, on the defensive, the supporters of slavery were forced to look about them for reasons of a new kind to overt the dangerous arguments of their opponents. The champions of slavery could only attempt to show that the slaves were most certainly not as good as their masters. And in this highly charged emotional atmosphere there began doleful recitation of the catalogue of differences which were alleged to prove the inferiority of the slave to his master. Thus racism was specifically a product of capitalist society, serving as a cloak behind which to mask the drive for profits. Profits and super-profits, this is the rationale behind the oppression of the black people. Therefore, the removal of the economic incentives which give birth to this ideology is the main way to destroy it. Socialism, which is based on the elimination of exploitation in all forms, will necessarily come into conflict with the old order in all its aspects, including racism. Indeed, a socialist reorganization of American life will not be possible without a much greater degree of cohesion between black and white workers. Creating the kind of unity necessary will entail the destruction of a great deal of racist ideology on the road to socialism. But after the goal has been won, some ask, what will then prevent a betrayal? We have already indicated that the incentives breeding racism will be destroyed. But we must face the fact that ideologies die hard. Even after a socialist revolution, for a considerable time the new workers' state will have to wage unrelenting warfare against racism. Its very survival will depend on how vigorously this fight is made. The old order of capitalism, after being removed, will continue to fight to return to power. To gain allies, the deposed capitalists will appeal to old prejudices and fears among the masses, just as the ultra-right forces seeking power in the United States today appeal to racial prejudices. The so-called white backlash is a case in point. Goldwater in the 1964 election called for the impeachment of Earl Warren and, if elected, no doubt would have packed the Supreme Court with men like Eastland and Wallace. In other words, he promised to cancel out the token gains of former years. A capitalist class seeking its way back to power would of necessity have to make the kind of appeals Goldwater made in 1964. Thus the goal of socialism, once attained, cannot be consolidated or made permanent without a continuing struggle against attitudes of white superiority. Another factor of great importance guarding against betrayal is the role Negroes will play in the new society. It is in this respect that black power, the power of the Negro people, will help prevent a betrayal. A socialist reorganization of our society will have to rely, in the first place, on the working class. 95% of all Negroes are workers or are among the poorer strata of the farmers. Today this is a disadvantage, tomorrow it may be an advantage, because the working class will have to take the command posts in every aspect of life in our country. Because of this, the Negro's role in positions of power and influence will be far greater than his numerical weight. Every socialist revolution which remained successful has had to place in positions of power people who were not necessarily the technically trained. The Afro-American and the Socialist Path 137. 138. But the most devoted, those who had the most to lose with the return of the old order. The Negro in the United States is in that category. Finally, there is the evidence of experience. Socialism has existed in the Soviet Union for 50 years. Its experience demonstrates the ability of socialism to solve these problems basically. Today, socialism is only 90 miles from our shores in Cuba. Socialist forces have been in power there almost 10 years. What has been the experience of black people there? I made 2 trips to the Soviet Union and Cuba to find the answer to this question. Part 4, Socialism and Equality. Chapter 13. The Soviet Union and Equality of Nations. I visited the Soviet Union in 1965 to study both its assistance to underdeveloped countries in all parts of the world and the solution of the national question within its own borders. In Moscow I received the fullest cooperation from Soviet officials and institutions. I met with their experts on the problems of underdeveloped nations. To appreciate what the Soviet Union has given from its own resources to aid the newly liberated people in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, one has to understand how much suffering and sacrifice are represented by that aid. In the past, nations devastated by war have usually been reduced to second or third-rate powers. The Soviet Union, however, is exceptional. It suffered enormous military destruction in war, yet bounced back to surpass its pre-war achievements and power. True, after World War I, Germany was restored to a position of power, but this was accomplished with the support of the victorious imperialist nations, who helped Germany recuperate in order to use it as a spearhead against the Soviet Union. The victory over the forces of fascism in World War II was won at an unprecedented cost in lives and property. Almost all countries on the European continent were severely hit. But nowhere did the devastation approach that suffered by the Soviet people. Over 20 million lives were lost on the field of battle, in concentration camps, in the towns and cities under siege. My wife. 139. 140. And I gazed down upon the graves of over 750,000 citizens of Leningrad who perished in that great war, buried in what is perhaps the largest graveyard in the world. The Soviet Union also suffered huge material losses. The Nazis destroyed towns and villages by the thousands, and millions of people were made homeless. Tens of thousands of factories and mills were reduced to ruins, and others overnight had to be removed over vast distances behind the lines of battle. Thousands of miles of railroad track were destroyed. Collective and state farms, machine and tractor stations were pillaged. This was the greatest destruction of people and material wealth in history. By all past standards, the Soviet Union should have been reduced to a third-rate power, but today it stands second only to the United States in many areas of industrial production, and in some fields it stands first. It has accomplished this remarkable feat on its own, with no outside aid and in the face of the obstacles created by exploitative forces within our own country. This is the background that one must understand in assessing the aid given by the Soviet Union to the underdeveloped nations, as well as to other, newer socialist countries. As I rode from the Moscow airport into the city, I was impressed by the many prefab housing projects that are changing the landscape. But as I came to realize how far short these fell of the needs of the Soviet people, and as I learned of the extent of foreign aid, I was amazed at the capacity of these people to give away so much of their resources while they, themselves, needed far more than they were giving away. This is all the more astounding when we take into account that this aid has been given freely, with no effort whatever to exploit the receiving countries. This can be explained only by the fact that the Soviet Union is a socialist country, adhering to the teachings of Marxism-Leninism on proletarian internationalism, the identity of interests of the workers of all lands, regardless of race, nationality, or color. Lenin and his co-workers, long before the October Revolution. The Soviet Union and Equality of Nations 141. Developed the internationalist concepts of the relationship of the working class of the oppressor nations to the peoples of oppressed nations, and of the responsibilities of the working class where it comes to power. Lenin noted that the major capitalist powers, mainly white nations, had brought the whole world under their domination, a process entailing the brutal suppression and super-exploitation of the peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The growth of a world economy, capitalism, brought people together in the only way that a system of exploitation can, on the basis of the exploitation of nation by nation and the destruction of national sovereignty. This bred among the peoples of the oppressed countries the desire and the struggle for national liberation. It was Lenin's thesis that in order to lay the basis for peoples eventually to be united as equals in voluntary association, the working class had to fight for the full right of oppressed peoples to self-determination, including the right to secede from the mother country. Moreover, he called upon the working class to render all possible aid to overcome the effects of many years of exploitation by world imperialism. It is in the context of these internationalist concepts that the Soviet Union has aided the underdeveloped countries at a time when it really needed all its resources for home use. Soviet aid, while not as large in terms of money as that of the capitalist countries, is given to promote economic self-sufficiency of the former colonial peoples, not to promoting their exploitation. This is a fundamental distinction. We have already seen in relation to Africa that if there is no economic independence, the content of political independence remains very limited. The chief motive of imperialism, whether in the form of direct colonialism or neocolonialism, has always been to prevent the building of large-scale industrial enterprises within the countries it dominates. Aid given by the imperialists, leaving aside military considerations, is mainly for such purposes as building roads, ports and airports, and for the purchase of consumer goods. Not more than 10% of American economic aid, and less than 14% of the credit given by the World Bank have 142 been set aside for construction of industrial enterprises. Of course, the developing countries must build bridges, roads, ports and airfields. But the imperialist aid places the stress solely on the development of those fields of production that preserve colonial structures in the economy of the developing countries. This aid perpetuates the colonies in the role of suppliers of raw materials. The ports and roads, therefore, are generally built to further the monopolist aim of exploiting natural wealth. The ruling circles of the Western powers have repeatedly admitted that one of the most important objects of their aid to the economically backward countries is to facilitate the export of private capital to these countries and to strengthen the positions of the imperialist monopolies in the key branches of their economies. Industrial enterprises are built in Asia and Africa on Western credit now and then, but very few heavy industry projects are among them. Furthermore, what little Western aid is provided for industrial development is a concession to the persistent demands of the developing countries, and an effort to forestall aid from the Soviet Union and other socialist states. Unlike the aid of the imperialists, Soviet aid has been mainly for the purpose of building industrial enterprises. Total Soviet commitments for economic aid up to January 1, 1963 amounted to nearly 4 billion rubles. Of this sum, 2.8 billion rubles were allocated to investment in industry, or 70% of the total compared with 10% of U.S. aid. By the beginning of 1963, a total of 167 enterprises had been built with Soviet aid and placed in operation. The largest of these was the Bilhai steel mill in India, which has an annual output of 1 million tons of steel. The largest project in process is the Aswan Dam in the UAR***. For the data in this chapter I have drawn upon G. Glezerman, Democracy in the USSR, the Soviet Union and Developing Nations, Moscow, Soviet Uzbekistan Today, Moscow, 1965, and Files and Papers of the Academy of History, Moscow, and of the Academy of Science of the Uzbekistan Republic. The Soviet Union and Equality of Nations 143. At the time I was in the Soviet Union, agreements had been reached to help 9 African nations build more than 250 projects. Of these, 100 were industrial, 20 were agricultural, 40 were for transportation, and 40 were schools to train technicians. The terms of Soviet aid are remarkably easy. The annual rate of interest is 2.5 to 3% as contrasted with 6% or more on loans from the capitalist countries. Loans are to be repaid within 12 years, and payments do not begin until a year after the completion of a project or provision of the equipment required. Some countries, like Mali, even received aid interest-free. In addition to aid in the form of loans, equipment, and the building of projects, the Soviet Union has sent thousands of its technicians to aid these countries in the development of the projects. At the beginning of 1963, over 9,500 Soviet technicians were working in the underdeveloped countries, not only to help build industrial enterprises but also to train local personnel. Also, the Soviet Union has opened the doors of its universities and training centers to students from the underdeveloped countries. More than 22,000 foreign students are now in the Soviet Union. They receive their transportation to and from their home countries, their tuition fees and a monthly stipend higher than that given Soviet students. Clearly, the Soviet people are scaling the heights of proletarian internationalism and blazing the trail for a new kind of world, a world based upon the equality of all peoples. As the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries expand their own economies, and as other, particularly industrialized, nations become socialist, the capacity to aid developing nations will grow. Of course, much depends on preventing a devastating world war. The Soviet Union, which pulled itself up by its own bootstraps from its former state of underdevelopment, has shown the vast potential of socialism for all developing nations. An even greater contribution than direct aid, however, is the solution of the national and racial problem within the Soviet Union. While never a major colonial power, Russia was an 144 empire which had drawn together over 200 different nationalities into one multinational state. Within that state, there were the oppressing and the oppressed nations, the latter consisting in very large part of the yellow and brown races. This was the legacy the Bolsheviks inherited when they took power in 1917. Encompassing these diverse peoples into a free and equal union was one of the most challenging problems facing the new workers' state. One of the very first acts of the new government was to proclaim the full political equality of all the inhabitants of the Soviet Union. In the pursuance of this goal, the right of self-determination of all the formerly oppressed peoples was recognized, including the right to secede. Most of these nations chose to remain a part of the new state. For them, the Soviet government established the political means by which they could exercise their national rights as members of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. This was expressed in a document, the Declaration of the Rights of the Peoples of Russia, published in November 1917, one of the first acts of the new government. It proclaimed the equality and sovereignty of the different nationalities of Russia. The right of nations to self-determination, including secession and formation of an independent state. Abolition of any and all national privileges and restrictions. Freedom of development for all peoples and national groups inhabiting the country. The Constitution of the USSR, adopted subsequently, proclaimed the equality of all citizens, irrespective of nationality or race, in all spheres of life: economic, cultural, political, social. Any direct or indirect restriction of the rights of or, conversely, the establishment of any direct or indirect privileges for citizens on account of their race or nationality, as well as any advocacy of racial or national exclusiveness or hatred, are declared crimes punishable by law. The Soviet Union and Equality of Nations 145. But the concept of equality has two aspects. One is equality under the law, proclaimed in the USSR at the very inception of Soviet power. The other is actual equality, which depends on the degree of economic, political, and cultural development of a people. If Soviet power had limited itself to the proclamation of legal equality, the equality would have remained only formal, since many nationalities and peoples, owing to their economic and cultural backwardness, would have been unable to exercise the rights granted them by law. To implement the proclamation, therefore, the Supreme Soviet was set up in the form of two chambers of equal status, the Soviet of the Union and the Soviet of Nationalities. The function of the Soviet of the Union is to express the common interests of all citizens, irrespective of nationality, and it is therefore elected on the same basis of representation in all of the Union republics, one member per 300,000 inhabitants. The function of the Soviet of Nationalities is to express the specific interests of the different nationalities on a basis of equality. In this body, all Union republics have equal representation, regardless of the size of the territory or population. For example, the Russian Soviet Federalist Socialist Republic, which has a population of over 113 million, elects to the Soviet of Nationalities the same number of deputies as the Armenian Soviet Socialist Republic, which has a population of about 1,500,000. Each Union Republic sends 25 members to the Soviet of Nationalities, each autonomous republic, 11, each autonomous region, 5, and each national area, 1. To take fuller account of the interests and requirements of all the peoples, the Soviet of Nationalities set up in 1965 an economic committee to help in the further improvement of national economic planning, and to find better solutions for problems of economic, social, and cultural development in the republics. When I went to the Soviet Union, I was already familiar in a general way with these political actions and the economic and cultural advances of the nations that had been oppressed under the Tsar. My interest had been sharpened by my trips to Africa, which made clear to me the necessity for economic equality as the basis of real political equality. As I pondered the need for Afro-Americans to obtain economic equality, my interest grew. Hence this mission to Moscow, to see what had been done to promote economic equality among the peoples comprising the Soviet Union. In Moscow I had a series of meetings with the professors at the Institute of History. Several participated in each session, and each came prepared with a sort of working paper. It was one of the most illuminating experiences of my entire life. I listened in amazement to the story of how the Soviet Union had solved the problems of economic inequality among the various nationalities in a period of 20 years. This accomplishment was all the more breathtaking in view of the fact that many of these nationalities had been nomadic tribes which had not even reached the feudal stage of social development. Many had no written language and lived at a social level characteristic of about 1000 AD. The professors were somewhat embarrassed that it had taken so long to achieve these results. But, thought I, if within 20 years after the establishment of a socialist America, the Negro can erase the ill effects of 300 years of persecution and oppression, I, for one, would be highly satisfied. The Soviet achievement was all the more remarkable because it was accomplished during a period which included counter-revolution, civil war and World War II. Furthermore, during these years the Soviet Union had to depend entirely on its own resources. I was provided with innumerable charts detailing developments within the various republics. I will cite a few examples from these to show the magnitude of the leap taken. Usually a nation's industrial progress is measured by the rate of increase of the gross output of industry. In the USSR as a whole, the gross national product from 1913 to 1963 has increased 52 times. In Kazakhstan it increased 79 times and in Tajikistan 49 times. The Republic of Uzbekistan has for the last several. The Soviet Union and Equality of Nations 147 years been developing at a more rapid pace than the USSR as a whole. The annual rate of increase of gross output of industry in 1963 to 65 was 11.2%, while for the USSR as a whole it was 7.4%. In the Uzbekistan Republic today, among leading industrial products first place is held by machines for cotton growing and for processing raw silk, second place by cotton fabrics, third place by mineral fertilizers, silk fabric * and vegetable oil, and fourth place by cement, slate, and coal. At present, Uzbekistan is among the top producers of non-ferrous metals and natural gas. Soviet successes in promoting economic equality of different peoples have been accompanied by achievements of equal magnitude in the sphere of education. Of these, Professor G. Glezerman writes, an educational newspaper estimated in 1906 that it would take at least 4,600 years to wipe out illiteracy among the Central Asian peoples. According to the most optimistic estimate, it said, the Tajiks, if they survived as a people, could expect to be literate in the year 6500. The Soviet state, however, wiped out illiteracy in the Central Asian republics in 2 decades. The achievements in terms of the educational and cultural uplifting is observable in the following figures. First, the enrollment of students in middle and higher institutions of learning for the USSR as a whole increased 443% or in the Uzbekistan Republic 447%. The percentage increase in the number of people working in mental capacities is as follows: USSR, 884, Uzbekistan, 878, Kazakhstan, 870, and Tajikistan, 875. In addition to the sessions at the Institute of History, I went to Uzbekistan. There I found a people whose achievements almost baffle the imagination. They are very warm and friendly, and very proud of their accomplishments. Traveling through Uzbekistan, one sees construction going on everywhere. The capital city of Tashkent is in many respects more modern than Moscow. I was taken with a group of Americans on a tour of the city. In one small quarter, mud huts, worse than the cabins. 148 of Negroes in the plantation areas of the South had been left standing, a remnant of the past. I was struck by the reaction of one of my companions, an artist, who showed little or no excitement over the modernization of an ancient city but who became quite interested in painting a picture of the hovels in which people had formerly lived, as representing the real Tashkent. One can understand why an artist might want to paint a picture of the old Tashkent. but an artist who would portray reality should not paint the old without also portraying the new Tashkent, the picture of how its people have been able to overcome. We visited many factories, schools, and pioneer palaces. Everywhere we went we found dynamic social force. We met for several hours with the professors of the Academy of Science of the Uzbekistan Republic. I had already been briefed at the Institute of History in Moscow on Uzbekistan's achievements. But now I learned much more. The accomplishments of Soviet power in lifting this formerly illiterate, peasant-based people from the Middle Ages into the 20th century will go down among the brightest pages of history. We were provided with many contrasts between the conditions of life in Uzbekistan and those in other Asian nations which remain within the orbit of capitalism. Uzbekistan, which not long ago shook off its feudal past, today exports industrial and agricultural produce to 71 countries. Indeed, the people of Uzbekistan have not only far outstripped their neighbors in Iran, Afghanistan, India, and other Asian countries, but in many spheres compare with and even exceed more industrially advanced countries such as France and England. For example, it is estimated that the number of doctors in relation to population is higher in this republic today than in France and England. The same is true in many other areas of human endeavor. Now to take a look at another formerly backward republic, Bashkira, which I first visited in 1935. The Bashkir Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic is located on the Volga River near Siberia. Its peoples combine the features of the Mari, Chuvash, Ossetian, and Kabarbas. I was unable to distinguish one from another. But one thing struck me: so many people with white skin and Mongolian features. This country was on Genghis Khan's path. Back in 1935, the country reminded me of films I'd seen of the Old West in the United States. The Bashkirs were then a hardy, dedicated people operating with the most crude tools, but confident where they were going to the world of tomorrow. 30 years have passed since then, and what is the box score? Today Bashkira produces 4 times as much electrical energy as the whole of Russia in 1913. Industrial output by large-scale enterprises was 32 times greater in 1966 than in 1940. In 1929 Bashkira had 183 farm tractors. Today there are 26,000 tractors and 13,000 combine harvesters. Before the revolution Bashkira's 198 schools were run entirely by priests. Today the republic has 5,000 elementary and secondary schools, 60 specialized secondary schools, 7 colleges, and a university. 1 out of every 4 inhabitants is engaged in some form of study. Bashkira has 20 research institutes. Employed in its educational and research establishments are 158,000 specialists, including 54 holding the degree of Doctor of Science and 777 candidates of science. Before the revolution Bashkira did not even have an alphabet or literary language of its own. Today it publishes about 500 books annually, in a total printing of 3 million copies. It has 7 professional theaters, 3,000 cultural recreation centers and 2,000 libraries. In Bashkira and Uzbekistan, as in all the republics comprising the Soviet Union, there are firm industrial bases that make the republics equal. When we consider the fact that the industrial growth of Western capitalist powers required the acquisition of colonies as sources of raw material and as markets for manufactured goods, these Soviet achievements are an eloquent testament to socialism. As I was about to leave the Soviet Union, I was shown some of the plans to be submitted to the 23rd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Again, I was flabbergasted at what I learned. Although economic equality had already been established among the fraternal republics, the 5-year plan of the 23rd Congress still placed the main growth in the formerly more backward republics. The plan called for growth in industrial output of 50% in the Russian Federation and in the Ukrainian, Latvian, and Estonian republics. These were the more advanced nations in the Tsar's empire. For the formerly oppressed nations, the plan provided for 70% growth in the Kazakh and Moldavian republics and 80% in Tajik and Armenia. In the face of these achievements, I become deeply disturbed when attempts are made in our country to use some remnants of anti-Semitism or the problems with some African students to sweep under the rug these magnificent examples of peoples living in equality. On one of my trips into Africa, aboard the plane was a young Ghanaian returning home after a visit to the Soviet Union. We were seatmates and conversed quite freely. During these conversations he was quite positive about his trip. I met him again in Ghana, and he told me that on his departure from the Soviet Union the Russians had sent him out into weather about 30 degrees below zero without an overcoat. This was just unbelievable. But then, I thought, it is possible such a thing might have occurred. Later I learned he was a photographer who had won a contest conducted by the Soviet Union in Europe, Asia, and Africa. His prize was a free trip to the Soviet Union and $5,000 to help him set up his own studio. When I heard this side of the story, I tended to discount everything he had to say. On my return to Moscow, I was on a plane which carried 30 to 40 young Africans, on their way to attend Lumumba University. I had been in Moscow about a month earlier and I knew what the weather was like. I sat there on the plane extremely worried about these young Africans in tropical clothes. When the plane arrived I was greatly relieved as I saw Russians come aboard and provide each with a warm fur overcoat. And then I remembered that story and thought, what a hypocritical, ungrateful fool that man was. He was primed to do an injustice to the whole Soviet people for what one or another Soviet citizen may have done that was not decent. Soviet society is not perfect. Old habits are not easily changed, and, even after many years of Soviet power, many ideological problems remain. But only a utopian dreamer or a peddler of dishonest ideas would attempt to bluto up minor defects out of all proportion to their place in the totality. Whatever ideological problems in regard to racial or national chauvinism the Communist Party and the Soviet government have yet to overcome, the central fact is that the Soviet people have shown the world that racism is not inherent in man. They have shown that once the exploiting classes are removed from power, once exploitation is abolished, the various races of mankind can live in peace. The Soviet Union and Equality of Nations ISI. Chapter 14. The Black Man in Cuban History. While in Moscow, I talked to the Cuban ambassador about the race problem in Cuba. He was most generous with his time, explaining how the new revolutionary government coped with the question of ending the unequal status of the Afro-Cuban. I was struck particularly by one of the points in our conversation. In a discussion within the leadership, I was told, Fidel Castro had held that no structural changes would be needed nor would it be necessary to enact many new laws. In the Soviet Union, one guarantee for political equality of the oppressed nations had been the establishment of the House of Nationalities, a new government structure aimed at promoting equality between nations. Coming from the United States, I had been convinced that even greater structural guarantees would have to be given in a socialist North America. Therefore, I was puzzled as to why Fidel had been so confident that Cuba could solve the problems without too many special laws or new government bodies. I remembered that measures to end discrimination in Cuba had been among the first acts of the revolution. The impact was so great that barely a year after the ascendancy of Castro and his forces to power, the Chicago Defender, one of the best-known Negro weekly newspapers, proclaimed Castro the Man of the Year. Most of the Negro press hailed the new regime for its strong stand on race relations. Joe Louis, former heavyweight champion of the world, set up an agency to promote tourism of black people to Cuba. This in itself was something new, for under the previous regimes in 152. The Black Man in Cuban History 153. Cuba. The Afro-American as well as the Afro-Cuban could not use the resort hotels and the beaches, the fancy nightclubs or other places of amusement. These were the happy playgrounds of the idle American rich, and woe unto any black man who might attempt to break that pattern. This included Batista himself, black by North American standards. Even this man, who had dictatorial powers over the lives of all Cubans, found many places in Cuba off limits to him because of his color. So, in the early stages of the revolution, black people in America hailed what was taking place inside Cuba. Later the State Department intervened, it banned travel to Cuba and launched a most vicious propaganda campaign against the Cuban leadership. Much ignorance exists in the United States as to what has taken place since then. During this period many books have been written about Cuba, some by progressive white North Americans, but, with few exceptions, they have dealt but little, if at all, with the problems of race relations. This, despite the fact that the solution of the problem between black and white in Cuba is perhaps the greatest contribution this revolution has given the world. Cuba is not the first nation to take the socialist path. It is the first in this hemisphere and therefore of great significance. Socialism had already encompassed over 1 billion people, 1/3 of the world, before it came to Cuba, and Cuba's experience in building socialism must be weighed in that context also. But what socialist Cuba has done to promote unity between black and white has no precedent in the modern world. I determined to study this question further, before going to Cuba, to see with mine own eyes what was taking place. If segregation and discrimination could be overcome so speedily, I thought, there must be an historically different background than in the United States. Undoubtedly, the differences in the origin and development of slavery in the two countries had an important bearing upon 154. Race relations. In Cuba, slavery was established against a background of a dying feudal system in Spain, while in North America it arose and developed in the context of a rising capitalist society, both in the mother country and in the colonies. After the discovery of America by Christopher Columbus, the Spanish conquistadores came in search of gold and other wealth to be extracted as tribute from the indigenous peoples. They first arrived in Cuba in 1509, and from there pushed into Mexico and Peru, and eventually most of South America. It was not until almost 3 centuries after landing in Cuba that commercial agricultural production employing slave labor began to develop in that country, with the growth of the sugar industry. The British began their colonization of the New World almost 100 years after the Spanish. England was then in the process of transition from feudalism to capitalism, and its merchant capitalists came to the New World in search of commodities. But unlike the Spanish Indies, whose wealth quickly supplied means of support, the North American coast proved barren of precious metals or such established Indian agricultural commodities as the Spaniards found in Cuba. Furthermore, the breakdown of feudalism in England, with the peasantry being driven from the land and forced to live under intolerable conditions in the cities, provided a base for a migration to the colonies. Many came as indentured servants, and later, as industry in England began to absorb some of the surplus population, black slavery proved not only a lucrative means of accumulating capital but also provided the cheapest labor for the first tobacco and sugar plantations and then for the cotton lands. In a relatively short time, as compared with Cuba, slavery was established as a system of exploitation on the plantations, and this, perhaps more than any other factor, explains the harshness of the slave system and its codes as they evolved in the United States. Regarded as chattels, slaves in North America had no rights the master had to respect, including the right to their own lives, no recourse to any institution beyond that of the master. To maintain this absolute form of slavery, strict legal barriers were. The black man in Cuban history. 155. Placed against any mixing of the races. White superiority was sustained by force and doctrine, and racism was firmly planted on American soil. Attitudes were crystallized that continue to this very day. The legal codes governing slavery in Cuba were transplanted from Spain, and dated from the codes established under Alfonso X, between 1263 and 1265. These were the outgrowth of a relationship among the races that had developed since the first Moorish invasion of the 8th century, which was followed by a long period of continuous contact between Castilian whites, Moors, and black Africans. Furthermore, black slaves in Spain were largely domestic servants and, as already noted, even in Cuba it was not until the end of the 18th century that slavery became important on the plantations. Accordingly, the slave code in Cuba was far more lenient than the absolute code governing slavery in North America. There is considerable dispute among historians as to how much weight should be given these legal differences, since slavery as a system of exploitation did eventually develop in Cuba, and the Spaniards proved just as brutal as the North American slave owners in the suppression of dissent or revolt. But there seems to be no doubt that the more lenient codes which evolved in Cuba even at a later date, reflected a more humane relationship between white, black, and mixed. The Spanish codes, for example, considered slavery a necessary evil, and the slave a human being, possessing many legal rights as well as obligations, and in contrast to the Virginia codes. Legally, at least, he was assured personal security and the right to some property, and by his admittance to the Christian faith he also enjoyed sanctity of marriage and parenthood. The slave had recourse to the courts on certain matters, and a new series of codes beginning with 1789, legislated on such matters as health standards, diets, working hours, clothing, and even minimum housing standards. Of course, here as elsewhere, a vast difference existed between the law and its enforcement, and at times the slaves suffered from such savage treatment as can be found anywhere. However, even after the slave plantations were established, the black slave in Cuba was also often employed in the skilled trades in the cities and on the small farm economy. He worked side by side with freedmen, white and colored, and there was considerable intermarriage among them. Under prevailing customs and codes, it was also much easier than in North America for the slaves to procure their freedom. Naturally, this did not do away with the disadvantages of the slave status, nor did it overcome discrimination and racial prejudices arising from the slave system. But slavery existed in a more fluid social context and in a more lenient legal framework than in North America. Because of these differences, black people came to play a highly important, and at times even decisive, role in Cuban history. This is reflected significantly in cultural matters. Unlike slaves in the United States, the Afro-Cuban retained family ties, even tribal connections. To this very day, he maintains a certain identity with his African background. This is expressed in varied ways. Many Afro-Cubans, for example, know the names and places of the African tribes from which they came. The African heritage is widely reflected in language and in dance. In the Catholic Church, the African god symbols often appear alongside the Christian symbols. These traditions are also seen in the famous annual carnivals. Because he retains a long heritage of his own, the Afro-Cuban can live more easily in dignity. In the United States, on the other hand, not only was the ancestral background of the Afro-American obliterated, but also his role in American history was hidden from view. Millions of white Americans have gone through the educational system learn the black man in Cuban history 157. Little or nothing about black Americans, nor have the latter been taught much about their own history. In fact, what is taught leads many to believe that the Afro-American is descended from monkeys and apes swinging from trees in the dark continent. Such is not the case in Cuba, where the achievements and contributions of the Afro-Cuban are in full public view. His role in Cuban history was to a large degree a result of the high proportion of black people in the total population. At one time they were in the majority, and down through the years they never constituted less than 1/3 of the population. Another significant factor is the large proportion of black people who were free throughout most of Cuban history. In 1861, for example, there were 748,534 whites and 613,039 colored, of which 213,167 were free. The large number of freedmen tended to improve race relations in Cuba. In the armed forces, for instance, the freedmen achieved prominence at an early date. As far back as 1770, in the 3 battalions and 16 companies existing at that time, there were no less than 134 Negro officers. It was from this background that the great black leader, General Antonio Maceo, emerged. In the struggle for independence, he fought alongside José Martí, the philosopher and politician, and General Máximo Gómez. This triumvirate guided the Cuban independence struggle for over 28 long years. These heroes would be the counterparts of Thomas Paine, Thomas Jefferson, and George Washington. Today the grateful Cuban nation has placed a statue of Maceo, astride a horse, on the Malecón, a square overlooking the Atlantic Ocean, visible to thousands who come to Havana by land or sea. There were 27 black generals in the Cuban army when the struggle for independence ended at the close of the last century. 6 were brothers of Maceo. Today a park in the center of Havana is dedicated to Maceo's mother, a black woman. Here stands a is8 statue of her with a young black baby in her arms to whom she is saying, 6 of your brothers are generals in the Cuban army. You must grow up and do likewise. The role of black soldiers in the Cuban revolutionary armies was pointed out by General Thomas Jordan, formerly of the Cuban Liberating Army, who wrote a letter to a meeting of black citizens in the United States, in which he said, former slaves are fighting fiercely in the ranks of the Cuban army, not in separate organizations, as in the United States, but in the same companies side by side with the white people, and I have seen white men commanded by blacks. When we take note of these accomplishments of almost a century ago and contrast them with the situation in the U.S. Army today, the magnitude of the problems black Americans face stands out in bold relief. While there were 27 black generals in the Cuban army at the turn of the century, there have been but 2 black generals in the United States in its entire history. Today there is only one. In view of his role in the army and in the war for independence from Spain, it is conceivable that the Cuban black man would have achieved complete freedom had it not been for the intervention of the United States. Before the United States left the island after the war with Spain in 1898, she made certain that the political machinery and the forces in power would serve the needs of U.S. imperialism. One of the main byproducts of U.S. occupation was the importation of its brand of racism. A glaring example of what happened to the Afro-Cubans who had done so much to win the struggle for independence was the case of Quintin Bandera, who had been a major general in the Cuban army. He was offered a job as a mailman for $5 a month. Under the new conditions of U.S. control, remnants of slavery hung heavily over the black people. Lack of educational opportunities for Negro people was used as an excuse to exclude them from public office and from the professions. They were saddled with the hardest work for the lowest pay. Better jobs, requiring less physical effort, were denied them. In many of the U.S. companies established in Cuba, they were employed only for pick and shovel work and on other menial jobs. It is almost impossible for someone who lives in the new Cuba today to imagine that Negroes were discriminated against in the armed forces, especially in the air service, which was reserved exclusively for the sons of the rich. Pound and social and cultural life as well, black people suffered segregation and deprivation. Cultural pursuits and education were reserved for the dominant class. The centers of higher learning had few, if any, sons and daughters of the workers or peasants, black or white. Even Negroes with some economic means found great difficulty in entering college. Social discrimination was especially hard on the black youth who showed brilliant talent in sports. The few who managed to enter competition brought great glory to the Cuban teams. But then, only a few had the opportunity for training, for entering physical educational institutions and for participating in sports events and competitions. Social segregation in a country where the majority of the people are mixed creates castes and divisions even among black people themselves. Social segregation was reminiscent of the Deep South in the United States. Negroes were refused admittance to many hotels, barber shops, cafes, and other public places. In Santa Clara Province, for example, there were even separate walks in the parks. It is almost incredible that Cuba's sociable people could have been segregated at dances and carnivals. Most Cubans claim, however, that segregation was only practiced among the rich and that among the workers, peasants, and even in the middle class, there was always a relatively free mingling. As a product of the frustrations suffered by the blacks during the bourgeois republic, there were also separatist tendencies. On August 7, 1908, the Independent Party of the Colored Race, directed by Evaristo Estonaz, was organized. It came into being as a result of the 1908 elections, in which not a single Negro was elected to office. To the president, José Miguel Gómez, the Independent Party sent a greeting, introducing the new party and its 160 principles. The party's program was quite advanced for its time and far ahead of any other political group. It came from a people who had never seen anything which resembled social justice. The program demanded a republic with equality, sovereignty, and independence, without racial differences or social antagonisms, employment of Cubans instead of foreigners, the 8-hour day, distribution of land by the state, nationalization of public education, labor juries for the solution of labor problems, and free university studies and the establishment of an art school. President Gómez answered the greeting but did not acknowledge the existence of the party. When the party began to criticize the government, swift reprisals were taken. The head of the party was imprisoned because of an article he wrote. In retaliation and anger, the Independent Party leadership staged a hasty and ill-organized armed rebellion in Orient province. President Gómez sent a large armed force to crush the rebellion. Appalling butchery took place in Orient. 3,000 blacks and whites who participated in the action were killed, including the entire leadership of the Independent Party. The United States, always ready to aid the cause of racism and interfere in the affairs of Cuba, offered to send Marines. The reasons given did not differ much from those now used to justify intervention in Santo Domingo, namely, to protect American life and property. This, of course, left an aftermath of bitterness and resentment. Although the Cuban ruling class, aided and abetted by U.S. imperialism, had been able to saddle the blacks with all of the aforementioned burdens, the Negro people fought back and were able to win many important victories. The coming to power of Batista in 1933 was a symptom of the great influence black people wielded in the island. Batista was a sergeant in the Cuban army and eventually he emerged as the dictator of the nation. But in the initial period of his ascent to power, he brought a number of Negroes with him into important positions within the government, especially in the army. This development, however, did not improve the conditions of the great masses of black Cubans. On the contrary, their conditions became worse. These events bring to mind what has happened in the United States in the last 10 or 15 years where individual Negroes are placed in positions of great prominence, while the conditions of the black masses have deteriorated. It also helps to understand what Paul Robeson once said in explaining why he had taken the path that reduced his annual income from $250,000 to about $3,000. He said that in NQPST of his earlier life he had been motivated by the concept of individual success as a means to overcome the problems of all black people. With that thought in mind he became in school a Phi Beta Kappa man, on the gridiron an All-American star, and later one of the foremost baritones the world has ever heard. His voice and talents as an actor were heralded on all continents. But then, after these great individual achievements, Paul looked back and found that although he prospered, the condition of the masses of black people had become worse. So it was in Cuba. Although Batista, by American norms, was a Negro and was virtually the dictator, the Negro at the bottom could not advance out of his miserable condition until the whole regime headed by this black man was destroyed. It was the 1959 revolution which wiped out racial discrimination. If there be those who conclude that the revolution did not have much to do to eliminate discrimination, they overlook the actual situation which existed between 1902 and 1959. Notwithstanding the historical Cuban background which favored better race relations, it was not until after the United States was removed from the scene that racial oppression came to an end. How this problem was solved will occupy historians for a long time. The story of how a little island only 90 miles from our shores with a population of 7 million, was able to defy the imperial power of the United States and almost overnight end a Jim Crow system largely established by the United States, will evoke admiration of people for centuries to come. Chapter 15. In Cuba blacks and whites are equal. I went to Cuba in the summer of 1967 after a brief stay in Moscow. Traveling to Havana aboard one of the huge Soviet airliners was a new and exhilarating experience. The plane was a turbojet and made the trip, with one stopover in Murmansk, across the Arctic Ocean, down the Atlantic to Cuba. We arrived in Havana early in the morning, and as I gazed out of the plane there came into view a landscape most beautiful to behold. At that moment I was one with Christopher Columbus, who wrote in his diary of his discovery of Cuba, "Never saw I anything so beautiful, full of trees, the river entirely bordered, beautiful and green, different from ours, with flowers and fruit, each different." We were met at the plane by representatives of the press and the Cuban Foreign Office. I was brought to the Hotel Capri where people representing the press stay. This and the Havana Libre are among the most fabulous hotels in the country. They were formerly the playgrounds of the American rich and were off limits to black people. The Capri had been owned allegedly by George Raft and was one of the main centers of pleasure for American gangsters. It had two large gambling casinos which, since the Revolution, have been turned into nightclubs. It has several dining rooms and restaurants and a swimming pool on the roof, everything for the utmost comfort of its guests. I believe it is no exaggeration to say that I saw more black people going in and out of these two hotels in a few days than one would see in all the hotels in New York City in a week. While I was waiting for the conference of the Organization of Latin American Solidarity to open, I went on a site. 162. 163. Seeing tour of the city. Havana faces the Atlantic Ocean and along the shore there is a huge winding boulevard called the Malecon. It was here that middle-class Cubans once lived. As I strolled down the Malecon I gazed at fabulous apartment buildings with hundreds of black folk living in them, and I heard the story of how they came to be there. When the revolution took place most of the upper-class Cubans had an idea of what was about to happen. Fearing the revolution would put an end to their privileges, they fled to discrimination-ridden Miami. And as they fled the island, black folks flocked from the slums of old Havana into the apartments along the Malecon. As I strolled further along the boulevard, I looked up with great pride and admiration at the statue of General Antonio Maceo alongside Martí and Gómez, the triumvirate of the Cuban War for Independence. But then, concealed from view, as is the case in most cities in the United States, one finds the slums of Havana. Here black people, with rare exceptions, lived in the pre-revolutionary days. Many still live there. The government is destroying the slums as fast as it can and providing new housing for the people. But it is a problem that cannot be solved overnight. Walking through old Havana one sees buildings that must date from colonial days, buildings on a par with, or even worse than, the slums of Harlem or the south side of Chicago. But I found one important difference. Most of our people who are forced to live in slums have little hope of escaping these terrible conditions. Not so with the people of old Havana. They see what is happening around them and are confident that the day will soon come when they are put into an entirely new environment. In the meantime, they take great care to maintain the interior of the old buildings. I looked into many apartments. I saw that almost without exception they were clean and orderly. Great imagination was shown in making these buildings livable. A few days after the sightseeing tour, I began a series of discussions with scholars, historians, and political spokesmen. I soon discovered that I had come away from the discussion with 164. The Cuban ambassador in Moscow with a mistaken view about the absence of laws dealing with discrimination. There is a general law, the Declaration of Havana, adopted in a People's Assembly. It prohibits discrimination in any form. There is only one such law, unlike the many laws in the United States that cover a multiplicity of areas but are almost totally unenforced. Furthermore, it is true that it was not necessary for the Cubans to make special provisions in their political structure to guarantee equality for black citizens. I was shown copies of speeches Castro had made on this subject. On March 2, 1959, Only 2 months after the victory of the revolution, Fidel Castro delivered an historic address, known as the Proclamation against he called for the immediate and total destruction of every vestige of discrimination. He cried out that this is the central battle of the revolution. It was, he said, shameful to consider that a law must be passed to affirm a right which is integral to every human being by virtue of the fact that he belongs to the human race and is a member of society. He declared that the eternal enemies of Cuba are those who would divide us in order to destroy us, and racism is their weapon. Asterisk. He then defined the course that the revolution would have to take. In substance, he said, the revolutionary power must draw equally upon its people, black and white, in industry, on the farms, in the offices, the ministries, the courts, the high command of the rebel army, the National Revolutionary Police Force, the Air Force, and so on. Not a single inch of the social, political, and economic spheres should be ceded to racism, not in the agrarian reform, or in the urban reform, in the acquisition of farmland or a home, in schools, or in the dispensation of scholarships. Everything must be open or available to all without distinction of color. In characteristic Fidel Castro style, he went on to elaborate. These and subsequent quotations from Fidel Castro are taken from the English texts of his speeches as published in Havana. We must fight most of the ideas left over by the old ruling classes and the vested interests, and we must fight also against ourselves. We must fight most strongly against ourselves. Further, we must make anathema and bring to bear public condemnation against those who are full of prejudice and have few scruples, and who discriminate or mistreat other Cubans because of the color of their skin. This proclamation of Fidel was not a law but, in a certain sense, was more powerful than a law. We see in our own country that there are laws on the statute books, but the chief executive, the president, does not carry them out. In Fidel's statements, it was the chief executive himself making it clear that discrimination would no longer be tolerated. This speech had a powerful impact on the country. Nonetheless, there were people who manifested misgivings about these strong statements, and so, a few days later, on March 25, 1959, Fidel reiterated his determination not to tolerate discrimination in any form against Cubans because of color. The whole country then knew that he meant business. When I heard about these speeches, I could understand what the Cuban ambassador in Moscow had been trying to tell me. Then I probed a little deeper to find out how Fidel had implemented his general statements and proclamations. I was informed that they were overcoming the inequality of black people by establishing priorities for the solution of the problems of the poorest strata of the people. I thought this a very significant step. When I came into the United States revolutionary movement many years ago, I learned that the U.S. Socialist Party held that problems facing the black worker would be automatically solved as problems of the white worker were solved. The Communist Party of the United States had a different position. It stated that the black worker had problems which were different from those of the white worker. In addition to being a worker, he had a long historical background of inequalities that could not be erased by simply proclaiming that from now on he would be equal. In addition to being exploited as a worker, the Negro 165. 166 is also superexploited as a black worker. And so the Communist Party maintained that solving the problem of the working class in general does not necessarily solve the problems of the black worker. Hence, special approaches and special demands were necessary which encompassed both these aspects. It was this position of the Communist Party which influenced me to join it rather than the Socialist Party. When Fidel Castro gives priority to the poorest stratum of the working class, his position is the same as that adopted by the Communist Party of the United States, because this automatically places in the forefront the elevation of the condition of the Negro worker, who is almost sure to be found in the poorest stratum. As a result, one can probe into every area of Cuban life today and find that because of this approach the black people have gained most from the 1959 revolution. True, the conditions of all working Cubans have been improved, but those of black people more than others. When several thousand Cuban parasites attempted to return to the island during the Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961, there was one black man among them. He was captured along with the rest. Fidel is reported to have asked him, "What are you doing here with these people? This is your revolution." In those few words, the situation of the black man in Cuba is summed up. Investigate any institution in Cuban life and you will find this to be the case. During my brief sojourn it was impossible to look into every situation, but I learned enough firsthand to know that my conclusions are based on solid ground. In education, for example, one of the first acts of the revolution in Cuba was to tackle the problem of illiteracy. Toward this end a mass campaign was undertaken. Before the revolution 23% of the general population was illiterate. In the province of Orient, which is largely inhabited by black people, the rate of illiteracy was 52%. But when the revolution was only 2 years old, Cuba became the first country in Latin America to be virtually free of illiteracy. Out of 929,207 persons identified as illiterate, 707,212 became literate. Of the 271,995, 167 remaining illiterate, many were aged or retarded people. To accomplish the government's educational goal, the entire nation was mobilized. Some 271,000 teachers were organized in brigades that spread out in every corner of the country. This was followed by the reform of the entire educational system. The building of new schools opened educational doors to 1,253,375 children in the primary grades in 1 year. The most dramatic action was the conversion of 37 military barracks of the old regime into schools. For the first time in Cuban history, teachers came to educate the children in the rural areas. 671 new primary schools with 1,799 classrooms. In addition, in 1964, some 300 new rural schools and 500 primary schools were built. Such a vast increase in schools called for still more teachers, especially in the mountain regions. The first consideration was to collect all normal school pupils for intensive training. Many young men and women formed the now famous Frank Paez Brigades, named after a martyr of the Cuban Revolution, which taught mountain children and also qualified teachers for higher grades. The government then opened a central teachers training school high up in the Sierra Maestra Mountains, which now has 6,000 teachers in training. During 1964-65 the system graduated 13,737 teachers. An additional 2,000 teachers took intensive courses in the university and 9,000 more attended various teacher training courses in other schools. Before the revolution, Cuba's high school level was equivalent to what is normally considered ninth grade education. The Educational Nationalization Law provided for a full 4-year high school curriculum. By 1960-61, 71,057 pupils attended state-operated high schools and 12,000 attended private schools. In 1963-64 the number of students in high schools rose to 137,000. Now, every town of over 2,500 has a high school. Cuba is the proud possessor of 3 universities, one in Havana, one in Las Villas, and another in Santiago. The student body is growing constantly. It numbered 17,608 in 1962 and 26,934 in 1964-65. 168. The greatest problem in higher education in Cuba is to overcome as quickly as possible the lack of technical and scientific personnel needed to develop industry and mechanize agriculture. Formerly most of the technicians in Cuba came from the United States and these left Cuba after the foreign enterprises were nationalized. The university reform law, accordingly, called for a new emphasis on scientific research and technology. New departments in the universities and new schools are being built for this purpose. To train students in technology in preparation for entering the university, there are 21 industrial technical schools with 12,545 students, 11 industrial technological institutes with 8,900 students, and 6 agricultural technological institutes with 1,303 students. Also, on the outskirts of Havana, a new technical school for 10,000 students is under construction. The educational revolution is changing the composition of the university students. Formerly, very few workers' children and even fewer children of peasants had an opportunity to enter the university. Now, not only has compulsory education been brought to the working people on all levels, but special provisions have been made to prepare workers and farmers for the university entrance examinations. This was made necessary by the fact that before the revolution the average worker or peasant reached only the 3rd grade. 2 years ago the University of Havana opened an evening preparatory school for 900 workers with a 6th grade education. They were put through intensive training to prepare them to enter the university. A year ago all 3 universities instituted similar preparatory courses, concentrating on technology and agricultural science. When I was a child attending school I heard of the 7 great wonders of the world, which included pyramids of ancient Egypt and the viaducts of the old Roman Empire. Now, during my visit to Cuba, I saw the 8th great wonder of the world. Never have I experienced a sensation which so enthralled me as when I saw what had happened in Miramar. This is the most fashionable district in Havana, undoubtedly on a par with any 169 similar district in the world. It was previously inhabited by upper-class and rich Cubans as well as by the U.S. rich who maintained winter homes in Cuba. Along a stretch of miles are mansions with huge lawns and swimming pools. Going through the Miramar today one does not see rich ladies from Park Avenue, fat-bellied bosses from Wall Street or gangsters. This fabulous area was taken over by the government and transformed into an internal school system for the children of the poor. One sees thousands of little black and white children running across the lawns and using the swimming pools, the black children far out of proportion to their number in the population. This, too, is an example of what can be accomplished when a society gives priority to solving the problems of the poor. Here little black and white children go to school together. They eat together. They sleep together. They work together. They play together. Racism plays no part in their lives. Cuba is creating a new man. I was so impressed by what I saw it is impossible to find words to describe my innermost feelings. To visualize this in terms of U.S. conditions, imagine that a government had come to power, one of whose very first acts was to go to Southern California in San Fernando Valley, along the Sunset Strip, in Bel Air, in Beverly Hills to purchase the huge, beautiful estates of the kings and queens of Movieland. Imagine that it then proceeded to Mississippi and Alabama, picked up all the little black children that it could find, sons and daughters of sharecroppers, of people who had been driven from the land and are now starving in the South, and had then gone into the hills of Appalachia in West Virginia, Kentucky and Tennessee and picked up all the little white children, sons and daughters of the poorest strata of white America, and had taken them all, black and white, to live, to work, to learn, and to play together in these famous areas in sun-kissed California. This to my mind would be the 9th great wonder of the world. Black people represent not only the greatest percentage of 170 scholarship holders in Cuba, but also of the teaching profession. On a trip to San Andrés I visited a school. In that particular area black people constituted about 10% of the population, but the overwhelming majority of teachers in the school system were black. As I beheld this, I thought about the black ghettos in the United States where most of the teachers of black children are white. I could think of no instance where mostly black teachers instruct whites. I was told about a school on top of the Sierra Maestra Mountains, called Minar de Frio. The director is a Negro, as are most of the leading teachers. The student body of 6,000 is mostly white. If anyone thinks I have exaggerated these accomplishments, then let us take the observations of a leading American propagandist who, by no stretch of the imagination, can be considered a friend of the Cuban Revolution. James Reston, an editor of the New York Times, was in Cuba at the same time I was. In a story published on August 3, 1967, after the customary anti-Cuban diatribes, he wrote, "There is a remarkable and in most ways admirable program afoot here to wipe out illiteracy, and provide education for every energetic and talented child in Cuba. The government takes over the care of infants after the first 45 days of life, cares for them in nurseries and then in local primary schools, where the brightest of them are selected as exemplary students for special training in schools here in the capital. There are now more than 100,000 of them in Havana. From 8 to 18 and sometimes 20, they attend the becados, or scholarship schools, where they are under the strictest academic personal discipline. Even these achievements in the field of education are outstripped by the remarkable progress made toward building a healthy nation. Public health in Cuba is one of the most outstanding accomplishments of the revolution, and in this, as in all other fields, the chief beneficiaries have been the Afro-Cubans. The national budget for health has risen from 12,670,000 pesos in 1959 to the impressive figure of 140,410,645 pesos in 1965. In order to appreciate these figures, one must realize that before the 1959 revolution the health conditions of the Cuban workers were deplorable, typical of those in the most underdeveloped countries, while Havana's rich enjoyed the most beautiful and well-equipped hospitals. Now an impressive system of rural clinics and hospitals reaches into the most remote sections, to the highest mountain tops. Every man, woman, and child has access to medical attention. The institutions are fully equipped with doctors, nurses, research laboratories, X-rays, and facilities for special maternity and child care. All graduates from Cuba's medical schools are obliged to practice for 2 years in the rural areas, unless they are needed for special scientific work. The recently held National Medical Congress stated that it is Cuba's goal to bring public health services to the entire people, to every part of the country, entirely free of cost. To accomplish this, a network of preventive medical centers has been established. There are 2,000 of them across the country: general hospitals, clinics in the neighborhoods, workshops, institutions, and dispensaries. This network guarantees both preventive and curative medical care for every family in their own community. Complicated cases are taken to the cities and major surgery is performed there also. The health centers attend to epidemic control, vaccinations, and the like, and also instruct the people in hygiene, proper eating, and nutrition. Cuba is the only country in Latin America free from infantile paralysis. Since 1962 there has not been a single case in Cuba. Every child has been given the oral vaccine. Cuba's health gains have not been made in a vacuum. They are the result of profound social changes and transformations in the economic structure of the country. The new laws providing for an extensive network of medical institutions would not have been possible without the basic agrarian reform, the first act of the revolution. This act liberated the peasants from landlordism and from exploitation by foreign companies. Thus, new social and economic conditions were created which paved the way for an entire program of social and economic improvements. In addition to accumulating factual data on educational and medical institutions, I made a study of housing. A shortage of both urban and rural housing has always existed in Cuba. In the cities, the evidence of this can be seen in the amount of slum housing which still exists despite the great progress already made. How the problem is being dealt with can be seen best in the countryside. During the July 26 celebration, Fidel took the delegates of OLAS and the press corps to the top of a mountain in Gran Tierra, where he made a speech on the perspectives of the Cuban Revolution. In this speech he observed that to understand Cuba, one must see it in proper perspective. Visitors are often in a hurry when they come to Cuba. They only have time to visit Havana, and Havana is the super-developed capital of an underdeveloped country. Speaking frankly, he who visits Cuba and sees only Havana leaves this country without knowing Cuba. And we don't want to show our visitors only the pretty things, we would like them to see also what we haven't achieved yet, the things still to be done, and most of all we would like them to see where the revolution is making its main effort, where the direction is and the difficulties we have to overcome. How much poverty accumulates in a country that for centuries has lived subject to the most unmerciful exploitation. Not wanting to fall into the category of these visitors referred to by Fidel, I began to make plans for visits to other parts of the island. I, too, on the basis of what one had seen in Havana and its suburbs, had begun to conclude that life in pre-revolutionary Cuba had not been too bad. These illusions were soon dispelled when I took to the countryside. Accompanied by a comrade who worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I visited San André, located on the western coast of the island, on the Gulf of Mexico. To reach it requires traveling over many mountain ranges and through hundreds of small towns and villages. We went by car so that I could see the small rural communities. Everywhere we went I saw the old and the new side by side. 173. There were the new homes, completely modern, alongside huts made of palm thatch. The latter still dominate the landscape, and when I saw them I knew that I was indeed in a country that had for centuries been exploited by domestic as well as outside interests. The huts of the peasants reminded me of the old tin houses I had seen a few years earlier on the highways of Bombay in India. They reminded me too of the mud huts that I had seen in some African countries. But here there was a big difference, for I also saw evidence of change, which I didn't see in the other countries. Upon returning to Havana I was taken for a visit to a new housing project in a place called East Havana. Once again I saw a development which almost left me breathless. East Havana is an entirely new community which was built immediately after the revolution. It, too, dramatized the meaning of priori ties to the poorest strata of the people. Here in East Havana is a housing project fit for the gods. I have seen its counterpart nowhere in the world. In it are housed 11,000 adults and 3,000 children. Most of them came from the worst slums of old Havana. It is said when the revolutionary government came to power, Fidel visited the slum which was called Yaguas and saw living conditions that defied description. People lived in houses made of old tin knocked together, of decayed wood houses without toilet facilities, indoors or outdoors, with no sanitation of any kind. People died like flies, crime was rampant and even the police were afraid to enter the area. But Fidel visited this district and the project of East Havana was bomb. Viewed from a distance the project looks like a paradise on earth. The architectural design is merged with the creative blending of colors and forms. It has 85 buildings with 1,860 apartments. It is surrounded by the most beautiful parks and playgrounds. It is a complete community of institutions serving all the needs of the people, including nursery, primary and high schools. It is surrounded by shopping centers, medical centers, sports grounds, and children's parks. 174. When I arrived at the project and saw the high degree of cleanliness, I was amazed. What a contrast between housing projects of the poor in the United States, the richest country in the world, and this one in East Havana. What struck me was that the people themselves seemed to be keeping these projects up. In most of the housing projects in the United States the people have very little reason to care about what happens to the projects. After a brief tour of the various buildings, I met with the director and his staff. The first question that I asked them was, "How did you organize the people here to take such an interest in keeping this project a beautiful place in which to live?" They told me that when the project was first opened they had some really serious problems. Many of the most expensive fixtures were stolen and sold in other parts of the city. These included toilet fixtures and plumbing. In addition, in view of the conditions under which most of the people had previously lived, there was the question of how to teach people to keep the houses clean. The director told me first they enlisted the support of the tenants in itemizing all the problems. Then they called a meeting of the 11,000 people. Here, they first discussed the nature of the problem and then set up committees to work on recommendations for correction, which were to be brought back to the whole body for approval or rejection. These committees drew up regulations and codes dealing with all the infractions, to be presented to the people as laws governing the operation of the project. They proposed to set up 3 institutions. First was a series of services for the tenants to help them learn how to live in these beautiful surroundings. Second, they proposed councils for each of the buildings, which would handle all minor problems. And third, they called for the election of a people's court. After this was done, they again convened a meeting of the tenants at which these proposals were discussed, amended, and finally adopted. I was informed that during the first year the people's courts had to handle as many as 400 to 500 cases each month. They had been given permission to penalize violators of the various codes. None of the penalties were highly punitive but nonetheless were sufficient to make it uncomfortable for those who failed to comply. Penalties ranged from the performance of some service chores around the project to much more laborious tasks. In cases of a Series B nature, and especially those involving criminal activities, persons could be assigned to work on one of the farms around the project, for at least 6 months or so, in addition to their regular job. The money accruing from this labor was used to pay for the damage inflicted by the person involved. The children were mobilized to police the adults. Again my mind went back to the United States, where the children are often destructive, marking the hallways and littering because they have no incentives and constructive outlets. In addition to these measures, the people were provided with economic incentives. Those who came to the project to live were mainly from among the poor. They were not required to make down payments for their apartments, but were given rents based on their income and in no instance higher than 10%. After 5 years of residence, the tenant becomes owner of his apartment and no longer has to pay rent. The people were told, now, in 5 years this will be yours. If you dismember it, if you do not preserve it, at the time it becomes yours it will not be worth living in. These examples in the fields of education, health, and housing show that the advances being made by the black people in Cuba have no parallel in interracial societies anywhere in the world. I am certain that an examination into every field of endeavor will produce the same results. Although it is true that Cubans of African origin are fully integrated into the total life of the community, what is happening in regard to assimilation? And to what extent does the Afro-Cuban possess instruments of power to guard against possible betrayals? With respect to integration and assimilation, I was 175. Struck by the continued enhancement of the black man's cultural heritage. The revolutionary movement is taking all measures to preserve this heritage as a part of Cuban culture. African culture is embraced as part of Cuban culture and belongs to all of its citizens, both black and white. During the OLA sessions, a cultural evening was held in the fabulous golf club to which even Batista had been denied entrance. The most outstanding event was a dance performed by Afro-Cubans based upon a tribal dance which came to Cuba from the Congo. Various instruments represent the people's power. One of them is the organized trade union movement. Negroes are predominantly the officers of the unions. The unions are 2 million strong, or 1/4 of the entire population of the country, with the power to close down the industrial productive machinery of the entire country. Another instrument of power is the armed forces. As we have seen, throughout Cuban history black people were an integral part of the Cuban army, even in conditions of slavery. The situation in revolutionary Cuba today continues a long military tradition. Black people constitute the main backbone of the Cuban rebel army, not only in the ranks but also in the officer corps. Juan Almeida, an Afro-Cuban, is chief of staff of the armed forces. One of the first things that struck me when I arrived in Havana was the large number of black soldiers supervising life in the city. Coming as I have from the slums of Chicago and New York, where I witnessed black communities literally controlled by roving bands of white police bearing arms to control black folks, I looked at Havana and cried out, for the first time in my life I have seen black folk with guns in hand standing guard over the general welfare of both black and white. I said to myself, if under such circumstances the black man should be betrayed in Cuba by internal forces, he would have no one to blame but himself. I am convinced that the Negroes have acquired a guarantee for equality and freedom by 176. Reason of the power they wield in the Cuban armed forces. I am further convinced that if there is a fundamental reversal of the trends that now exist in Cuba, it will come from external forces and not internal. This is not to suggest that all problems related to black and white have been solved. The important thing is that the trend has been decisively set in the direction of solving them. Toward the close of the OLAS conference, a reception was held in the presidential palace. I have attended such affairs in a number of countries, including the Soviet Union and Czechoslovakia, but this was perhaps the most elaborate reception at which I have ever been present. Held in a beautiful building near the ocean, I gazed out the window toward the sea. My mind went back through the centuries and I recalled the grandeur of another Caribbean rebellion, the Haitian Revolution led by Toussaint L'Ouverture. I thought about my childhood when I looked upon this man as my hero because he had done so much to bring about a successful rebellion of the black man in the New World. I recalled that in 1804 Dessalines, after a long and bloody war with France, proclaimed the independence of Haiti, establishing a black-led republic for the first time in this part of the world. Again, it was the dream of Marcus Garvey who envisioned a black republic in the 1920s, and now again, Elijah Muhammad proclaims the necessity for a black-led republic in the United States. As I stood there, I contrasted in my mind the plight of the black people in Haiti at this time and the situation in Cuba, a socialist country led by both black and white. I said to myself that Toussaint L'Ouverture and Dessalines must be turning over in their graves. In Cuba, the once downtrodden Negro people are marching triumphantly to a better life, whereas in Haiti they are suffering under conditions of a terrible dictatorship, their living standards the worst in the hemisphere. What makes this difference? It does not lie in the fact that one is black-led or the other is interracially led, but is due to a difference in the influence and power of the United States. 177. 178. Today the United States controls over 70% of all the resources in Haiti. In Cuba, it controls none, and it is due to the difference between a capitalist society and a socialist system. The Cuban Revolution surfaced a number of fundamental facts which black people in the United States must grasp if they too are to be free. The first is the fact that racism can be overcome. Some will say that white people in Cuba are different due to the circumstances of history, and it could never happen in the United States. To overcome racism in Cuba was relatively easier than it will be in the United States. That more will be required than a few speeches is evident. Great structural changes will be necessary. However, the Cuban experience shows that racism is not inherent in color, and given the proper economic, political, and social setting, man's habits change. One social system can bring out the worst in man. Another can bring out the best. The essential difference is between capitalism and socialism. A socialist Cuba also proves that black people will have safeguards to protect their freedom, that they will not have to depend on the goodwill of other ethnic groups. When I left Cuba, my heart was sad. I had before me the tale of two countries, the two most powerful nations in today's world. On the one hand, is the Soviet Union, without which a socialist Cuba could not have developed and survived. A country several thousand miles away became decisive in creating the kind of conditions that are required for a nation such as Cuba to become a socialist state, ET type of society which can erase racism. Soviet aid is many-sided, economic as well as military. After the missile crisis several years ago, Fidel Castro illustrated the unselfishness of this assistance when he declared, "The Soviet Union, which lost more lives in the war against the fascists than the entire population of Cuba, so as to defend its right to exist, did not hesitate to take the risk of a big war in defense of a small country. It will always be a great country." This is the story of one country. What about the other? I left Cuba more ashamed of my own country than ever before. Racism in Cuba is almost irreversible when it comes to internal forces. However, the United States is turning heaven and earth to destroy this little country inhabited by only 8 million people. But it is not numbers that count. U.S. imperialist forces see the Cuban Revolution as a prelude to revolution all over this hemisphere. The Latin American revolutionaries, inspired by the Cuban example, bring a cold sweat to the Rockefellers, who own vast riches in Latin America. They bring jitters to the corporate interests who plunder and rob the people of these countries in such a ruthless fashion that Fidel was forced to cry out in the Second Declaration of Havana, in this continent of almost 200 million human beings, 2/3 of whom are Indians, mestizos, Negroes. There die of hunger, of curable diseases. Some 4 persons per minute, some 5,500 per day, 2 million per year, some 10 million each 5 years. Meanwhile, there flows from Latin America to the United States a constant torrent of money, some $4,000 per minute, $5 million per day, $2 billion per year. For each $1,000 which leaves us, 1 dead boy remains, $1,000 per death. That is the price of what is called imperialism. 4 deaths every minute. 1. The threatened loss of these gigantic profits, derived from one of the highest rates of exploitation in the world, is what drives our policy makers to acts of insanity. This is why they hate and fear the Castro regime. I came away from Cuba with a determination to do all within my power to acquaint my countrymen with the facts and to help arouse public opinion against the anti-Castro policies of Washington. Appraising the character of the American Revolution in 1776, one of the revolutionaries declared they had acted in behalf of all mankind. When Cuban revolutionaries set up a socialist. 179. 180. Society in this hemisphere and ended racism, in a deeper sense they acted on behalf of all mankind. Let mankind in general and the people of the United States in particular act now in behalf of the Cuban people by preventing the United States from destroying them. Imperialism is on the run, but is still very powerful and is more than a paper tiger. Its economic power is still greater than that possessed by the socialist sector. This enables it to bribe and corrupt elements in the so-called Third World. I came away from these trips to socialist and undeveloped countries with a deeper conviction of the necessity of unity among the forces for freedom, the socialist bloc of nations and the peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Unity is their greatest weapon. At times stresses and strains between these forces develop out of differences on how best to promote the common cause. It is unrealistic to think that there would be no differences. The important thing is that these differences be dealt with in an atmosphere of mutual respect. They must not be allowed to prevent a common front against imperialism. There are people in the United States, some unwittingly, others consciously, who seek to drive a wedge between the Soviet Union and the so-called Third World. They try to pick their brand of socialism from one or another of the various forces. Some do it on a color basis. But after all is said and done, the country that has contributed the most and sacrificed the most to change the complexion of the modern world has been the Soviet Union. Their people are human and make mistakes. But one must understand that the destiny of mankind depends on the success of the Soviet people in achieving the power with which they can nullify the strength of world imperialism. These are the cardinal political facts of our time. They affect the outcome of the Black Revolution in the United States. Black people as well as white people, brown people, yellow people, and red people need socialism. Capitalism, in the words of Karl Marx, came into the world dripping from head to foot, from every pore, with blood and dirt. It was the blood of all mankind. It can be stanched only through a socialist reorganization of 181. Society. And only in such a society can black people find the means of protecting their equality once it has been established. The examples of the Soviet Union and of Cuba are the proof. However, the Soviet and Cuban examples of the solution of the national and racial problem were not automatically achieved. This is true even from an internal point of view. The history of socialism shows that men, sometimes after a lifetime of heroic and self-sacrificing activity, betray the very things their lives brought into existence. A case in point was Joseph Stalin, one of the foremost theoreticians on the national question. His work, Marxism and the National Question, remains an outstanding classic. Yet this great man in his latter years was guilty of serious errors in regard to the rights of minority nations and groups. Nevertheless, socialism develops such consciousness and vitality among the masses that it is difficult to undo what has been accomplished. Though Stalin deviated, the Soviet people marched on to new heights of proletarian internationalism. What was true in the Soviet Union will also be true in Cuba if forces should emerge which endanger the gains made in race relations based on building socialism. The main danger for reversal comes from external forces from U.S. imperialism. Hence it is in the interest of black people to join with all other popular forces in the United States and elsewhere to prevent Cuba from being destroyed. There is precedent for this approach. Black people, after emerging from slavery, were conscious of the interrelationship of the oppression of black people everywhere. In 1872, 7 years after the emancipation of slaves in the United States, at a time when Cubans of all colors were fighting for independence, black men held a meeting and declared, resolved that we, therefore, after 4 years patient waiting, deem it our duty, and do hereby petition our government at Washington, the President and Congress of the United States, to accord to the Cuban patriots that favorable recognition that 4 years' gallant struggle for freedom justly entitles them to. Almost 100 years later will Black America, at a time when the stakes are higher, when the self-interest of the Afro 182 American is more closely tied to the fate of the Afro-Cuban, be less conscious than its slave forefathers. As we have already pointed out, in the early stages of the Cuban Revolution, Black Americans appreciated how racial discrimination was handled. In 1960, John H. Sengstacke, editor and publisher of the Chicago Defender, visited Cuba with a number of black dignitaries to see for themselves what was happening. Sengstacke wrote, "There is no racial discrimination in Cuba. That is a resounding and important declaration. But it is the pattern Cuban Premier Fidel Castro is following as he goes into his second year as the leader of the country. Upon visiting Cuba at the invitation of the Cuban government along with other Negro journalists, I found that Castro has the full support of the Cuban people in this move." Mr. Sengstacke went on to quote others. Thomas J. Davis, editor of the Cleveland Call Post, stated, "My opinion, my truthful opinion, is that the Cuban people are shaping their democracy." Joe Louis also said that he had found no evidence of race discrimination. These comments were made 1 year after the revolution. Again, lest it is felt that this writer exaggerates for political reasons, let me present the testimony of James Reston of the New York Times. On August 1, 1967, he wrote, "Cuba is not a racist state. There is probably less anti-racial, anti-religious feeling here than any other country in this hemisphere. The Cuban Revolution must be defended by all Americans who cherish justice and fair play, and who cherish their own freedom. It is especially incumbent upon Black Americans not to allow this magnificent example of interracial living to be wiped off the earth. The Soviet Union and Cuba have provided in practice the rationale and institutions to guarantee that black people or any other people of color will not be betrayed in a socialist world. Black people can therefore proceed to build a socialist path without inhibitions and doubts." Chapter 16. Black Liberation Impossible. Without Communists. In the preceding chapters I held that a socialist reorganization of American life will be required to obtain full economic, political, and social equality for Black Americans. From this it follows that communist participation in the struggle for these goals is essential. The Communist Party has a long and glorious record in the struggle for Negro freedom. This record has been deliberately blurred over and distorted by the enemies of the party. Today, unfortunately, some who are sincerely working for Negro freedom parrot ruling class falsehoods that the Communist Party has become irrelevant. Communists have made contributions which to this day illuminate the path to Negro freedom. For example, the growth and extension on varying levels of Negro and white unity came directly as a result of the Communists' pioneering efforts. St. Clair Drake and Horace Caton document this in their seal-brand work, Black Metropolis. They state, "During the early 30s, marchers in left-wing demonstrations in Midwest metropolis frequently carried placards bearing the slogan, "Black and White, Unite." Interracial cooperation became associated in the popular mind with the red / of course Negroes and whites, as we have seen, have always cooperated in Midwest metropolis, but usually in white employer-Negro employee relations, or as Negro-white patron. These communist slogans, however, signified something that was new to the city, a small band of white men proclaiming a total 183. 184. Complete unity of Negro and white workers in a joint struggle to build a new society. Not even the abolitionists had stood for that. More recently, Monsignor J.D. Conway, a courageous Catholic priest, declared in the St. Louis Review, official organ of the St. Louis Diocese of the Roman Catholic Church, the Communists were 26 years ahead of the U.S. Supreme Court, 35 years ahead of the New Frontier, eons ahead of some prejudiced politicians, and who knows how much ahead of Congress and some of our reluctant bishops. These writers display great courage in speaking the truth as they see it. They also show a deep insight into social problems. Today their numbers are few, but tomorrow they will be far greater. Through the 1930s and 1940s, the Communists were pioneers in building the foundations of struggle against race and class oppression in ever-widening areas. They carried the fight against Jim Crow into every aspect of American life. They blazed the trail that revealed the real nature of Negro oppression and its real perpetrators. They introduced a new militancy into the freedom fight, reminiscent of the abolitionists and Frederick Douglass. They brought the nature of Negro oppression to the attention of the entire world and thereby made the fight against it worldwide. In their ranks a new group of Negro leaders emerged, totally dedicated and totally committed to whatever would be required to free their people, regardless of personal sacrifices. Of these we shall speak later. Drake and Caton Wright, with the Depression the Reds emerged as leaders, fighting against evictions, leading demonstrations for more adequate relief, campaigning to free the Scottsboro Boys. Their reservoir of goodwill was filled to overflowing, with even the Defender writing an editorial on why we cannot hate red/respectable leaders, all during this period, fought against these struggles led by the Communists. But today some of these 185 black leaders are forced by the circumstances of the times to adopt the same techniques and methods which only yesterday they condemned. The leaders who oppose communist participation in the Black Freedom Movement claim that communists are not truly interested in advancing Negro rights, but only seek to use the discontent of the Negro for the purpose of advancing the interests of a foreign power / namely the Soviet Union. Hence, they claim, the communists' interest in the Negro question is secondary. To bolster this contention, some seek to exploit certain tactical errors made by the communists during World War II. During that war, we communists declared that the central task was to defeat Hitler, who represented the most reactionary, the most chauvinistic, the most rotten and the most decadent forces in the entire world. We maintained further that the emergence of a strong Soviet Union in the post-war world would be a key pillar in erecting a new world order based on social and racial justice. Now, in the pursuit of this generally correct goal there was for a time a failure on the part of communists to push the struggle for Negro rights vigorously enough, out of fear of jeopardizing the war effort. Wherever communists made such errors, we communists today join in criticism. But it is one thing to criticize and another to use such errors in an attempt to destroy the validity of a broad basic truth. What the communists said during World War II, it is now generally acknowledged, was correct. Their farsightedness in regard to the Soviet Union's role in the post-war world was prophetic. Today, more than 2 decades after World War II, the Soviet Union has emerged as the main force against national oppression, generating enough power to give to peoples of color the world over the confidence that they can break the shackles of world imperialism. Were it not for Soviet power, offering an alternative to the domination of imperialism, it is doubtful that over 1.5 billion people could have succeeded in free 186 ing themselves from colonial oppression. Were it not for the Soviet power, could little Cuba have successfully defied the might of the colossus of U.S. imperialism? Without Soviet possession of the means of destruction comparable to those possessed by world imperialism, would the imperialist powers have conceded political freedom to former colonial countries without armed struggle? Without the existence of the Soviet Union and its aid actual or potential to the people's struggles for independence and freedom, these struggles would have been drowned in blood as in the past. The existence of Soviet power has helped provide the world setting in which Negro demonstrators can now march through the streets of our nation chanting slogans such as Freedom No Slash, and Black Power. However one views the social system of the Soviet Union, these are unshakable historical facts. During the Cold War years the ruling circles of our country, using anti-communism to undermine the people's movements, demanded the expulsion of communists from all areas of American life. The word communism has been made synonymous with the devil. Hundreds of communists were jailed. Many were deported. Many more lost their jobs and were excluded from chosen fields and professions. Many former communist sympathizers and friends were forced to run for cover. The assault of reaction led many weaker ones to cry for mercy. Never in the annals of American history has an organization been subjected to such persecution. It is doubtful if any other organization could have survived such attacks. Yet, though the Communist Party was compelled to raise millions of dollars to defend itself, it still had the capacity to strike some heavy blows against Jim Crow and segregation at the very time when its enemies and even some of its friends were declaring it impotent. The veteran black communist leader, William L. Patterson, at a time when he himself faced jail and had the job of providing legal and mass defense for thousands of his communist co-workers, struck telling blows against Jim Crow and segregation. He organized and led many historic civil rights struggles during those years. Just as he had organized the campaigns to free the Scottsboro Boys and Angelo Herndon during the 30s, he now took to the bar of world opinion the court frame-ups of Willie McGee in Mississippi and the Martinsville Seven in Virginia. In the early 1950s Patterson presented in Paris a petition to the UN against genocide, documenting cases of lynching in the South, both in courtrooms and public squares. This was one of the boldest and most comprehensive exposures ever made of the lynch system in the United States. The whole period of McCarthyite terror is still to be described in the history books. Using the expression of the late Winston Churchill on an earlier occasion, one may say of the communists in that period, this was their finest hour. The acquiescence of certain civil rights leaders in a policy of purging communists has proven costly. It has been reliably reported that some of these leaders met regularly with the FBI and were briefed on who was and who wasn't a communist. Thus J. Edgar Hoover had the power to purge dedicated fighters for Negro freedom from the ranks of their own organizations. The FBI contends that it is only an investigative branch of government. But in pursuit of communists it goes beyond the scope of its stated functions. It participates actively in purging communists from social protest movements. Does it participate in helping to purge known vicious racist elements from the organized life of our country? It calls upon Congress for measures and appropriations to curb communists. Does it do so with respect to securing the conviction of known racist murderers? Anti-communism is harmful to the nation as such. It is a product of a sick society, mirroring the insanity which has gripped a large segment of our ruling class. It has harmed the interests of the American people more than it has hurt communists themselves. We have spent hundreds of billions of dollars and have fought several wars, yet 187. 188. Socialism continues to spread to all points of the earth. No more than King Canute can we command the tide of history to recede. It is the American people who bear the growing costs of the vain efforts to do so. If purges of communists are harmful to the nation in general, they are even more harmful to the struggle for Negro freedom because their purpose is to deprive the Black Revolution of the services of some of the most dedicated and self-sacrificing forces our people have ever produced. Especially tragic is the spectacle of white forces, in many instances outright racist elements, dictating to Negro organizations which Negroes may participate in freedom's fight and which may not, compounded by the acquiescence of some so-called respectable, responsible or safe Negroes to such a policy. It is this policy which sought to deprive the liberation movement of such great freedom fighters as the late Drive W.E.B. Du Bois, the late Benjamin J. Davis, the late James W. Ford, William L. Patterson, Henry Winston, the late Edward E. Strong, the late Louis Burnham, James E. Jackson, the late Pettus Perry, Hosea Hudson, and countless others, living and dead. These are names which, along with such a renowned fighter as Paul Robeson, would bring honor to any people anywhere in the world in their quest for freedom. Today's freedom fight rests on the solid foundation that these men did so much to help build in the 30s, 40s, and early 50s. Dr. Du Bois devoted almost a century to Negro freedom, and yet reaction dared to strike him down. Thanks to a grateful African nation and an outstanding leader, Kwame Nkrumah, this great man was able to spend the last years of his life in full human dignity in Ghana, and to continue to strike blows against racism, colonialism, and imperialism. This was with no thanks to many of his former pupils and colleagues who deserted him when reaction reared its ugly head. Paul Robeson became the main target of reaction in Negro life during the period of McCarthyite hysteria. Here was a giant among men. His powerful voice was raised in concert halls, on 189 public platforms, at home and abroad, always in defense of Negro rights. For this he won the undying hatred of the white ruling class. At Peekskill in 1949 a lynch mob tried to kill him. Again many cowardly Negro leaders sat on the sidelines and were silent as Robeson was attacked for advocating actions to destroy the whole institution of Jim Crow. What he fought for then has become commonplace in the Negro movement today, as his book, Here I Stand, testifies. James W. Ford, twice a communist candidate for vice president of the United States, was an architect of the forward thrust of the Negro movement in the 30s and 40s. He was a prime mover, alongside A. Philip Randolph, in building the National Negro Congress in 1936. The Congress set the pace during that period for the entire Negro movement. It helped elevate the whole struggle to new and higher levels. To obtain full economic, political, and social equality for Negro citizens requires not only communist participation in freedom struggles but a strong, influential communist party as well. For communist and left progressive forces are prepared to do everything required to win freedom for Afro-American people. No other force is prepared to play such a role alongside of and in the Negro movement. Since the early 30s when white communists, almost alone among whites, advocated and fought for full equality, other white forces have increasingly come into the struggle. In the latter part of the 30s, through the 40s and 50s, a new force consisting of labor and New Deal liberals emerged as advocates of Negro-white unity. In recent years, while many liberals of the New Deal days, along with corrupt labor officials, have backtracked, new forces have come forward, students and educators on college campuses and a significant section of religious groups. However, the rise of this force in no way negates the necessity for communist participation in the freedom movement. For, great as the force is, it is not yet prepared to do all that is necessary to win full freedom and full equality for citizens. 190. Of color. The recent exodus of many white liberals from the movement is proof of this. True, there are many staunch and dedicated people who have emerged in recent years. They are symbolized by the Moores, the Reebs, the Schwerners, and the Leuzos, who have paid for their convictions with their lives. Dedication and courage, together with an understanding of the need to make changes in our social system and a readiness to fight for such changes, are necessary to hasten progress on all fronts. The broader white forces are prepared to work for a partial solution, for adjustments in the system that bore and nourished Jim Crow and segregation. They are not yet ready to work to uproot that system, to change the economic and political power structure of the country as a whole, as are the communists and other left forces. Yet, without changing the system, we cannot conceive of the black man securing his full equality and his freedom. The Communist Party, as we have pointed out, was the vanguard force promoting Negro and white unity at the grassroots level in an earlier period. It compelled a number of concessions to the black people, and played an important role in preventing America from goose-stepping alongside Hitler and the Axis powers. Today also, social pioneers among whites are needed. The problem is no longer merely to establish Negro and white unity in general. The problems today are much too complicated for that. The slogans of yesterday are too mild to meet the storms of today. The stakes are higher and the demands of life upon black people are too great to live peacefully with the situation. Interracial unity, though still a prerequisite for meaningful social changes for both black and white, as it existed in the past, is inadequate today. The black man has found that he can be integrated and still remain a second-class citizen. This is true not only in regard to the power structure, but also in many of those institutions and organizations among the people who proclaim that they represent both black and white. In recent times. 191. The Negro found that he is often an unequal partner even in his own civil rights organizations. The problem, therefore, requires more than proclaiming the necessity for the unity of Negro and white. What is needed is a force that will create situations in which black people have equal voice with white majorities over all matters pertaining to the general welfare, and complete say over internal problems of the black communities. The problem now is to guarantee the equality of a black minority in a majority white society. Setting norms and standards to reach this goal is the challenge to all pro-democratic white people. It is in this respect that the Communist Party still remains the outstanding force working in the white community. Once again it is called upon to pioneer in the field of race relations. Another factor necessitating the participation of communists is that most social movements are largely spontaneous. They are not set in motion by definite long-range goals, but are ignited by immediate acts of injustice or by grievances. Even in the most militant actions, the masses are not always clear as to who the real enemy is. Very often the fire is directed against that which is closest at hand. A capitalist society has a philosophy, theories, and professional apologists for the sole purpose of hiding the enemy from the people. Also, the enemy infiltrates people's organizations with the specific purpose of misleading the movements into blind alleys. All struggles as they develop reach moments of indecision. At such moments, where do we go from here, becomes a crucial question. Participants in each struggle tend to view the world from the narrow limits of their battlefront. As a rule, they do not see the relationship between their battle and the broader social movements. They are not aware of the treasure house of experience gained by past struggles. For most, the momentary struggle appears as an isolated skirmish, a flash that flares up and dies away. These are elements of the spontaneous side of all social movements. To be sure, this level of struggle can lead to some mo. 192. Momentary victories. But such victories tend to be fleeting. As soon as the spontaneous anger subsides, the enemy moves in for the counterattack to recoup the concessions it has been forced to give. When struggles reach a point of indecision, when they stray onto paths of secondary importance, the result is a feeling of frustration, hopelessness, and a sense of going around in circles. For these reasons an organized force is needed, advanced in thought, revolutionary in practice and outlook, a force that is on top of the total picture. It is necessary to have an organized force that at each moment of indecision can break the pattern of going around in circles, that can answer the question, where do we go from here? Only a force that understands the overall nature of capitalist society, the inherent laws that make this society tick, that understands the role of classes, can indicate the path ahead. Only a movement that has a clear concept of the new and higher social system that will replace capitalism can give clear answers. It uses science as a tool with which to probe all factors in depth and thereby gives the mass struggle a higher level of consciousness, a vision, a deeper sense of confidence. A movement that knows where it is going cannot be defeated. The Communist Party is such a force. This explains why it is a veteran in this battle. It has a proven record in the struggle for equality. it can make an even greater contribution. The path to black liberation involves not only a program for the immediate period but also a long-range program for socialism. Both are unattainable without the participation of communists. About the author. Claude M. Lightfoot was born in 1910 in Lake Village, Arkansas. When he was 5 years old, his family moved to Little Rock, and 3 years later to Chicago. Here, in 1919, he witnessed the race riots. From an aunt, a follower of Marcus Garvey, he received his first lessons in black nationalism, and often attended Garvey rallies. Lightfoot became a high school dropout, but later enrolled at Virginia Union University in Richmond, and spent a year there. He returned to Chicago with the idea that black-owned business was the answer to the race problem, a theory soon exploded by the Great Depression. In 1930 he became an active spokesman for the Democratic Party in the black community, and was a founder of the first Young Men's Democratic Organization in Chicago. Becoming active in unemployed struggles, he joined the Communist Party, and headed the Chicago area campaign to free the Scottsboro Boys and Angelo Herndon. Later, he became secretary of the League of Struggle for Negro Rights. As business agent for the Consolidated Trade Council of Negro Skilled Workers, who were banned from membership in the AFL, he was arrested and beaten by police as a result of numerous picket lines and demonstrations. Under the Smith Act, he was sentenced to 5 years in jail and $10,000 fine, later reversed by the U.S. Supreme Court. In 1950, Claude Lightfoot was elected to the Communist National Committee and, since then, has functioned on both national and local levels. He is the author of many pamphlets and articles.